The young lad woke up with a breathing mask on his sweat-damp face. Confusion clouding his consciousness, making it impossible to comprehend what was happening around him. The helpless young man chained to the bed heard Kim Dong-gyu's address, but his muscles wouldn't listen to him, and he couldn't utter a word. The medical officer reported the successful salvage of the damaged liver, mentioning a sister whose existence caused the patient only bewilderment. Kim's musings tormented the mind of the boy who had closed his eyes, memories insisting on the absence of any siblings. The weeping beauty leaned over the bedside of the sick man, uttering long-awaited words of joy at her brother's return from oblivion. The disobedient body is covered with treacherous vapor. The inner voice persistently beats in the exhausted mind with the question about the reality of what is happening. A bright flash of insight recalled Yoon Sook's former personality, a successful director of a large company immersed in business matters. Memory resurrected an episode of a conversation with his superiors, where a balding man tried to retain a valued employee by mentioning a personal request from the chairman. Polite apologies to higher management were followed by a determined attitude from the departing employee, despite entreaties to stay. A firm intention to stop the exhausting work sounded in the words of a young man dreaming of finally having a rest from his overwhelming duties. The last moments of his former life were cut short by a blinding flash of light that pierced his eyes mercilessly, like a sharp blade cutting through the darkness. The young man's consciousness returned in an unfamiliar heavy body, resembling nothing of the former slender shell of a successful businessman. The young man's face contorted with deep disgust, the realization of the loss of his luxurious life intensifying his aversion to the repulsive new reality. Clarified thoughts brought forth a painful realization of the difficulty of accepting one's own situation. A strange fate demanded humility. The caring passenger insisted on reporting any signs of indisposition, reminding her of the strict medical advice to stay. Staring intently at the beautiful companion brought up clear memories of Kim Dong-gyu, the current body's sister. The images manifested in succession. Deep thoughts about a man capable of leaving such a devoted sister alone with her problems pointed to the guilt of the former owner of the body. The forced words of remorse caused the girl genuine surprise. The suddenness of the change in her brother's behavior seemed completely inexplicable. The promise of not making past mistakes made the beauty freeze with her mouth open, utter confusion paralyzing any reactions. Sincere tears streamed down the delicate cheeks of the young lady, begging to leave the self-destructive behavior, her voice trembling with despair. A soothing gesture rested on his fragile shoulder, his inner choice wavering between existing as Yoon Sook or Kim Dong-gyu. The car was stopped at the insistence of an excited girl who pointed the driver to the main entrance of a tall building. An unfriendly reception of aggressive people awaited the exiting passengers. Insults and taunts accompanied the young man's every step. The merciless taunts of the two gopniks touched on the guy's appearance, caustic comments about medication interspersed with demands for respect. The determined girl immediately stood up for her sibling, threatening to immediately call the police if the offenders did not disappear. Kim Dong-gyu's incredible bravery was shown in his decisive step towards the aggressors, his willingness to sacrifice himself for his brother. The men's dismissive laughter sounded the answer to the girl's desperate threats, a complete lack of seriousness in the words. The continued mockery of the idea of police intervention was increasingly disturbing, fear gradually taking over the mind. Dong-gyu's unexpected act caused his sister to panic, her surprise at his brother's uncharacteristic boldness mixed with anxiety. The massive back blocked the worried girl's view. The quiet request to stay out of the impending conflict sounded firm. The direct question of intent sounded unexpectedly calm from the young man's lips, the collected tone taking the offending men by surprise. The strange behavior elicited surprised looks from the bullies. The only explanation seemed to be the continuing effects of the medical drugs. Dexterous fingers extracted a mysterious envelope from the bowels of a fancy messenger bag. The suggestion to get straight to the point sounded impatient. The envelope held out with a determined gesture left no doubt of the demand to accept it. The imperious manner precluded the possibility of refusal. Dawn inquired about the contents of the mysterious package, receiving a mocking explanation about a consolation prize from a certain director. A close look at the envelope was accompanied by reflections on the strangeness of what was happening. The understanding of the situation gradually crept into consciousness. Realization of the true motives for the appearance of strangers was associated with money. Old scores with the former owner of the body became obvious. Memories of Park Cheon, Seok in a fancy sweater with a heart surfaced from the depths of consciousness, the details of the mysterious situation becoming clearer. As I looked at the big man holding the envelope, my memory prompted the name Song Dae-young, a name associated with the unpleasant events of the past few days. Dong-gyu's gaze studied the unpleasant faces of the pursuers, the realization of their role in the family's suffering filling his thoughts. Song Dae-young rushed in with nervous exclamations, a show of superiority accompanied by a shift to personal insults and threats. A sharp movement of the hand ended in the acceptance of the ill-fated envelope, the palpable weight of the contents resting on the young man's ladon. Sung's mocking remark about understanding the situation after the taste of life returned sounded mockingly ambiguous and unpleasant. The frightened sister tugged at her brother's clothes, trying to steer him away from the impending conflict, sensing the imminent danger of the situation. Desperate pleas not to accept the ill-fated money resounded in the girl's trembling voice. The foreboding of the consequences was depressing. The determined lad didn't even turn to his pleading sister. The request to leave was accompanied by an explanation of the irreversibility of the decision. The last threats came from the lips of the departing bullies, the ominous warning of a quiet life containing a hint of a past attempt. The two sturdy silhouettes slowly moved away from the entryway, leaving the shocked brother and sister to watch the disappearing figures. The household exploded with shouts of accusations of recklessness. The acceptance of money was considered payment for the life of a dead father. The loud rebukes of Kim Yoon Sook's discontent sounded especially poignant amid reminders of the impossibility of resurrecting a dead father. The familiar features of this man in the memories echoed strangely from his former life, recognition preceding the retrieval of the body's memory. Agonizing attempts to connect the death in the office to current events flitted through the mind, the disparate pieces of memory coming together slowly. The heavy envelope was a reminder of the systematic persecution of the entire family. The realization of the magnitude of the problem depressed the unfortunate young man. A suffocating heaviness pressed down on the unfortunate young man's heart, transmitting Kim Dong-gyu's own emotional pain from the depths of his consciousness. The bitter regrets of Yoon Sook's past hesitations tormented his soul. The missed opportunity to save his suffering family seemed unbearable. Strange movement into someone else's body seemed an inexplicable phenomenon. The impossibility of understanding the causes and mechanism of such a phenomenon was frightening. The kneeling figure froze before the portrait of the deceased head of the family. The mental recognition of the strange transformation sounding sincere. The firm promise of taking care of the family against all possible odds was becoming the basis of a new meaning of existence for the young man. Responsibility for the new body and the well-being of the sister became an integral part of the vows that determined the direction of life's journey. A resolute reflection in the mirror evoked thoughts of revenge. Recognizing the need for physical transformation was the first step of the plan. Awareness of the limitations of a bulky body prevented immediate action. The need to get stronger became an obvious priority. Chairman Jong Yong-won emerged in the reflection as a key figure. The unity of Yoon Sook and Kim Dong-gyu's fates formed a new mission of revenge. Connecting the two stories into a single quest for retribution gave strength for the journey ahead. A common goal united the disparate parts of the mind. A television program showed an athletic man teaching proper squatting technique. A professional trainer explained in detail the maintenance of internal pressure in the ABS area. The relief muscles of the presenter emphasized his confidence in the simplicity of the exercise being shown. The suggestion to move on to the next element sounded encouraging. Dong-gyu watched the screen carefully, trying to fulfill the promise of weight loss. A clumsy attempt to reproduce basic squats ended with a fall on his back. The humiliating realization of physical weakness causing despair. Painful sensations coursed through the recalcitrant body. The inability to perform even one proper squat emphasized the pitifulness of the physical condition. Supporting his injured lower back with his hands, the young man realized the need for extreme caution so as not to aggravate the situation with injuries. Thoughts of going to the gym were interrupted by the sudden whirlwind of my sister flying into the room, panicked screams of an earthquake filling the space. Frightened exclamations of a shaking building prompted a confused explanation of the cause of the vibration. The attempted exercise proved too noisy. The figure of the girl frozen in the doorway expressed utter amazement. The mention of sports seemed absolutely incredible. A perplexed question about the neglected state of physical fitness showed concern about the previous treatment of the body. The previous owner had clearly neglected health. His sister's meaningful gaze slid over the envelope of money, the unobtrusive hint of its possible practical application coming through clearly. The mention of the money received from the bullies was accompanied by an unexpected suggestion that it be used for useful purposes. The practical offer to pay for sports lessons was surprisingly at odds with yesterday's categorical objections. A reminder of his own prohibition was met by his sister's logical objection of actually accepting the funds in spite of knowledge of their origin. A touching attempt to support her brother's new endeavor was accompanied by a mention of her father's approval, lending emotional weight to the argument. The final advice to not be foolish sounded as the door closed, leaving the young man alone with his inner doubts and musings. The sound of the door slamming shut made the boy wonder about the true meaning of the last words, trying to decipher his sister's real intentions. Not understanding the reasons for Kim Dong-hwa's irritation raised questions, speculating about the extra earnings during the physical transformation. The bitter memories of the scornful attitude of those around him echoed painfully in his mind, perhaps conveying the emotional memory of Dong-gyu himself. The ability to monetize the physical transformation through online broadcasts has ignited a spark of interest. The discovered broadcast of a popular streamer welcoming an audience of millions under the pseudonym Hunter Tokbe caught the guy's attention. Thanking the content creator for reaching a significant subscriber mark was accompanied by a mention of superiority over a competing channel. The promises of diverse entertainment for viewers prompted Dong-gyu to research the strip, searching for inspiration among the various channels. The surprising discovery of his own account among other creative creators came as a shock. A popular content maker was interested in the guy's broadcast, expressing genuine surprise at the sports activity. The invitation to the audience to join in the viewing was accompanied by an expression of hope for interesting and quality evolving content. The unusual motivational system of jumping and squatting for a certain number of reactions from viewers caught the streamer's special attention. The assumption of a blogger hiding his appearance was accompanied by a call to support the aspiring athlete, noting his diligence and effort. The polite message apologizing for the unexpected call emphasized respect for the stranger. The expression of support sounded sincere. The generous sending of 100 reactions was accompanied by a request to start practicing immediately. Vigorous jumps with arms spread apart were repeated 20 times in a row. The cruel subscribers of the popular reactor offered a grueling bar test. Generously sending thousands of reactions required a tremendous amount of exercise. The content creator clearly enjoyed the process. The realization of the need to work off the funds received gave strength to the exhausted Don. Each agonizing squat was accompanied by streams of sweat and thoughts of future retribution. The climb up the stairs ached in every muscle of his weary body. The inner conviction that the effort was worthwhile sustained the fading resolve. Numerous drops of sweat dripped down the young man's face, the growing stamina becoming noticeable. A careful glance stopped at the mysterious signs located on one of the floors. A familiar poster caught the young man's close attention. A sense of a special appealing energy emanated from the simple image. The determined opening of the doors was accompanied by a firm intention to experience the possibilities of the place. The gym was amazing with active people training, professional punching bags, and a real ring. The inexplicable attraction to this place was accompanied by a strange sense of rightness, as if fate had brought him here. The two boxers' intense workouts were accompanied by loud instructions from their coach to keep their balance and move forward aggressively. Serious reflection seized the young man observing professional training. The obvious skill of the coach was evident in the ease with which he outclassed his student, every movement demonstrating years of experience. The admonition to the defeated student sounded professional and specific, pointing out the inevitability of getting 5 strikes if the technique was wrong. A close inspection of the hall produced a growing admiration for the quality of the place. The training athletes took notice of the new visitor. One of them immediately informed the owner of the stranger's appearance. The unexpected realization of the mistake in identifying the owner took Don by surprise. The person he had mistaken for the owner turned out to be an ordinary trainer. The imposing figure of the stranger who appeared clearly stood out among the other visitors, his interesting appearance attracting the eye. The legendary man from the poster incarnated before the young man's eyes, addressing the newcomer with a polite question about the purpose of the visit. The awkward explanation of the intention to exercise was accompanied by the inner surprise of meeting the real owner of the gym. The enthusiasm of the owner was evident in the cordial greeting of the potential client. Assurances of the right choice of time and place sounded sincere. Distrustful thoughts of possible fraud visited the young man's mind. The violent reaction seemed suspiciously naive to attract naive customers. A demonstrative tiger pose accompanied Park Hoon's grand introduction. A clear sense of true purpose drew the young man to the gym. Reflecting on the many victims of the criminal organization strengthened resolve. The resolute declaration of a desire to gain strength sounded frank. The realization of the need for physical development to confront enemies was obvious. The hall owner's steady gaze studied the new visitor. The repetition of words about striving for strength showed attention to motivation. Critical evaluation of the potential student's physical condition showed an understanding of the magnitude of the work ahead. The confident promise of turning a rookie into the strongest fighter was accompanied by the coach's excited smile. Internal doubts about the possibility of achieving high results continued to torment the young man. A memory from a past life suddenly surfaced in the hazy mind. An angry old man with furious shouts demanding immediate departure. The old man with an irritated face was clutching his scythe with fingers white with tension. Yoon Sook cautiously approached the angry farmer. A proposal Yoon assured would interest even the most conservative seniors. The piece of land in the recollection cost less than 3,001 per square meter. A business complex of grandiose proportions was to grow on this site in a matter of months. The company did not hesitate to utilize any available means to achieve its goal. The ancestral land had fed the angry old man's family for generations. The legacy of his predecessors valued above any monetary offerings from the city's aliens. The phrase about the son sounded so unexpected that it caused a shocked stupor. The son, according to Yoon's confident statements, did not return home due to a serious gambling addiction. The concerns of the villagers served as an argument for offering help with the search. Farmer Yoon's attention was persistently drawn to the group of people standing behind. People in impeccable suits exuded the atmosphere of a top-echelon gangster group. Finding the missing seemed to be the main specialty of his companions in Yoon's interpretation. Expertise in altering human habits sounded daunting. Guarantees to eradicate gambling addiction sounded convincing to the old man. The promise on Yoon's part was made with apparent sincerity, the breach of this word being discovered much later than the original conversation. Don was hitting the punching bag with methodical precision. Thoughts of the elderly farmer and his hopes for his son's return never leaving his mind. The guys approached carefully, holding out protective bandages. The bandages were passed with a professional remark about overzealousness. The concern for the safety of the novice was evident in every movement of the experienced athletes. Sweat ran in large drops down the heated face of the confessedly pleasant difficulty. The suggestion that the formalities should be set aside was justified by the work to be done. The guys simultaneously offered the respectful address. Hen, the owner's request to be called coach, completed the introduction ceremony. Hen inquired with genuine concern about the state of his joints after training. The answer about feeling good sounded unexpectedly optimistic. The exercises, according to Don, were practiced by him for only 2 weeks at home. The interlocutor interjected with genuine surprise about previous classes. The memories in his mind were successively analyzed with the thoroughness of a detective. The hall had never been visited by the original owner of the body, according to the manifested memories. Hen recognized with sincere admiration the beginner's amazing diligence despite his lack of experience. The impression of determination was beyond all expectations. The coach cautioned with professional care to report difficulties in a timely manner. Don eagerly expressed his readiness for the most rigorous training regimes. The determination to radically change himself read in every word he said. Hen's hand rested on the young man's shoulder in a friendly manner. The promise to teach everything necessary sounded with the warmth of a true older brother. The coach noted with professional interest the reliable stand of the new pupil at the pair. The appearance of an unusual newcomer caused genuine interest in all present. The gloves, at the coach's insistence, had to fit perfectly. Concern for safety guided the choice of equipment. The promise to teach new boxing sounded confident. The potential of the newcomer was visible with the right approach. The warning not to give in to the impulses of the heart was accompanied by the advice: the disappointment of failure should not stop. Yoon began his training with the basic elements. The position of the legs in the stance required priority attention. Don expressed his surprise by asking about feet instead of fists. The explanation of the origin of the kick from the feet sounded convincing. Boxing stance was demonstrated with an assumption of familiarity. Arm raising and foot placement required coordination. The stance was taken with a lack of precision. The advice to control the back foot seemed an important addition. Foot maneuvering was the next step. Coordination and attention to detail increased the difficulty of the workout. Movement technique was explained by the sequence of steps. The basis of movement was laid from the first lessons. A left-handed punch was presented as the next exercise, with a practical demonstration supplementing the verbal explanation. The movements on the pair were accompanied by comments about opcodes. The return step was mentioned without detailed explanation. The principal intervened with accusations against Henshul. Dissatisfaction with the approach to teaching expressed emphatically. The guy's expectations deserved respect in the man's opinion. A demonstration of available skills might have cleared things up. The pressure on Hen had taken effect. The reluctant agreement was accompanied by instructions for Dawn. Shock swept over the watching coach and principal, the incomprehensible origin of the rookie's skills causing confusion. Astonishment was reflected on faces at the sight of the sudden transformation. The precision of the movement seemed inexplicable. The pair shuddered with the powerful blows of a seasoned fighter, the technique showing considerable training experience. The rookie's transformation was extremely surprising to the guys who had previously observed his starting form. Reflection on next steps engulfed Dawn after the demonstration. A choice between continuing and waiting for a reaction. Shock accompanied the discussion of the skills seen. Flaws required correction while recognizing strength and technique. The man's squint betrayed an understanding of the unusualness of the situation. An ordinary newcomer could not demonstrate such skills. A monster with incredible potential came to the hall. A mysterious past heightened interest in the new student. The question about previous training experience came directly. An honest admission was urgently required. News about the industrial complex was broadcast on television, with government leadership emphasizing the scale of the project. The wealth of the land recipients was celebrated by Hen. Thoughts of winning the real estate agency visited Dawn. Memories of the old man were returning from the director's past. Time was to be provided to fulfill promises. Coming to terms with the new reality required acceptance. Hard work could change the current difficult situation. The call to work came from Hen emphatically. Thoughts of revenge lending strength to the trials ahead. The workout began with incredible intensity. powerful hits on the punching bag showed determination and strength. Handsome appeared as a result of the transformation. A slimmed-down, pumped-up guy radically changed in appearance. The message to close the gym came from a man. The suggestion to pack up to go home wrapped up the training day. Astonishment at the transience of time swept over Dawn. Another day of intense training had ended unnoticed. The director assessed his ward's progress. The results of the training exceeded initial expectations. Thoughts of competition visited the coach. The student's potential deserved a greater challenge. Surprise at his own ambitions flashed through his mind. The plans for the newcomer seemed unexpectedly ambitious. The phone was already showing 9 p.m. Thoughts of going home were replaced by thoughts of the evening broadcast. The leaf was held out to the entering principal. The offer to look was accompanied by an interested look. Information about the competition attracted attention. The 16th National Amateur Tournament looked enticing. The surprise sounded at the question about the suddenness. The explanation about the imminent competition clarified the situation. The possibility of participation interested Dawn. The director's promise to find out the details sounded encouraging. The result of the training allowed anyone to participate. The question of the bubbling blood emphasized the excitement. Doubts about his own abilities visited Dawn. The fear of embarrassing himself in front of experienced fighters seemed real. Persuasion rang out along with promise. The prospect of becoming a champion looked more enticing than the competition. The remark about the roguish style prompted a reminder. The first meeting contained important promises. The promise of strength was repeated insistently by the principal. The boy's distrust of loud words persisted. The competition seemed to be the starting point for the legend. The mention of a cash prize strengthened the argument. The request to consider the offer sounded insistent, the outgoing guy showing interest. Confusion over the upcoming ordeal was readable in his gaze. The principal's reassurance accompanied by advice. Confidence in the student's abilities overwhelmed the headmaster. Thoughts of an easy victory seemed reasonable. Life was changed by training in the gym. Winning competitions looked achievable. The opportunity to glorify the hall motivated to win. Gratitude for the knowledge gained grew into loyalty. A month of intense training was behind us. Reflection on progress occupied all thoughts on the way home. Communication with his sister had not taken place for a long time. The question of the possibility of recognition after the changes worried the young man. Fatigue was taking its toll on the fighter returning home, and strength remained only for the minimal functions of life. Dinner was prepared by the caring sister daily. An unexpected sight caught the attention of the training-weary lad. The oculus didn't reach the girl immersed in her phone. Her sister's attention remained focused on the gadget screen. The piece of paper in the girl's hands contained important information. The thought of her brother's intentions made one wonder. Memories of hospital fears were coming back to the girl. Fears of losing her brother forever lingered in her mind. The owner of the restaurant was mentioned in conversation with an unseen interlocutor. The request not to be disturbed sounded carefree. Surprised by his sister's decision to work part-time, thoughts of the uncharacteristic nature of such behavior alarmed his brother. The money from insurance and savings seemed sufficient. The opportunity to do anything seemed obvious. The realization of the sister's sacrifice came unexpectedly. The help was given discreetly throughout. The corner hid the guy watching his sister, the reflection on the difference between past and present deepening. He thinks about how stupid the previous owner of this body was, wasting his opportunities. Already at the cafe, his sister looks away from him, asking why he called to arrange a meeting after school when she wanted to spend time with friends. Coffee was leisurely sipped by Don sitting across from his sister, the sudden directness of the question catching him off guard with its abruptness. Determination was evident in the direct question about the part-time job. Unwillingness to beat around the bush determined the tactics of the conversation. Nervousness gripped the girl instantly. Her gaze darted away, avoiding direct contact. Not understanding the source of the information increased the anxiety. His brother's powers of observation were evident in the matter of the late return, the aroma of barbecue becoming an incontrovertible clue in his investigation. Confession finally sounded from the surrendered girl's lips. The obviousness of the facts made denial pointless, demanding an explanation. The phone held out with a determined gesture offered to see important information. The seriousness of the upcoming conversation felt in every movement. The history of bank transfers stunned the girl with impressive sums. Disbelief reflected in the wide-open eyes staring at the screen. The exclamation of 600,000 came out involuntarily. The shock of seeing the figures robbed of the ability to think rationally. A shout accompanied the question about the source of such money. Her brother's calmness emphasizing the contrast with her emotionality when explaining about her earnings. Tears sprang from the eyes of the cowardly brother, who did not believe in the honest earnings of her brother, and her emotions overflowed without finding an outlet in words. The reminder about room training sounded meaningful. The hint of training broadcasts should have made it clearer. The question about the reasonableness of paying to watch training sounded with feigned incomprehension, a slight bewilderment masking knowledge of the situation. The example of mukbang was cited by my sister as proof of possibility. The rhetorical question about the gloriousness of watching training sounded convincing. 70,000 subscribers were mentioned with pride, the generosity of the celebrities among them being emphasized as a special achievement. The offer to ask for anything sounded generous and open. The needlessness of overwork at work was emphasized by concern for well-being. Insistence on asserting his own desires was met only with snorts. The suddenness of the change in his brother's character met with disbelief. The desire to be a true big brother was expressed in a desire to spare his sister from early adulthood. The promise of care sounded genuine. An apology for past omissions was accompanied by an attentive stare. The tears that came from the unexpected care touched her heart. Surprise squeaked through the interjection of the offer of entertainment. Disbelief at such a significant change seemed natural. An explanation about the best age for entertainment was met with a remark about old man's reasoning, the brother's young age emphasizing the ridiculousness of the comparison. Wrinkles of resentment appeared on his face at the comparison to the old man. The reminder of his poor schooling was an answering jab in the discussion. The protest sounded in assurances of diligent study. The offer to pump his body at the gym showed a new side of brotherhood. Knowing all the grades was mentioned with a slight sneer. The smile of watching his sister's anger gave away the pleasure of the teasing. Memories of Yoon Sook's past life without family were replaced by the realization of his current sister's value. The possibility of carrying filled existence with meaning. Sister's defense required even more effort and diligence. The successes achieved became only a stage on the way to perfection. The broadcast launched upon his return home caused surprise among subscribers. The unusual greeting at the table instead of Matt's breaking tradition. The announcement was received with concern by the chat room, with a wave of questions about the discontinuation of the broadcasts demonstrating the attachment of the audience. The thank you to subscribers came after an internal struggle, with surprised comments about the alleged departure filling the screen. Appeasement of viewers was accompanied by an explanation about the new content. Participation in amateur competitions seemed to be the next stage of development. In training, a guy in boxing gloves reflects the numerous blows that come at him, showing resilience. Hen turns to him surprised that he continues to just take the blows instead of counterattacking or dodging. He reminds us to duck and hit back, recognizing that persistence is good but not enough to win. Don, hearing this, chuckles that the word persistence sounds like something out of the army period, wondering who speaks such words now. He thinks about the fact that it turns out Dong-gyu was also in the army, though he was clearly unfit for obvious reasons due to weight issues. He volunteered for the army because he wanted to change, but the reality turned out to be completely different. There he was only traumatized and humiliated. Because of his large body and cowardice, his elders treated him harshly, kicking him and insulting him by calling him a pig and making him squeal. Guy recalls that the past owner tried to tolerate the bullying, which didn't stop even when he got younger soldiers. He eventually managed to get out of there, only after he literally broke his heart, unable to bear the constant humiliation. Hen continues to throw punches at him and warns that he has opened up, revealing a vulnerability in his defenses. Dawn realizes in shock that he has lost concentration, immersed in unpleasant memories of the body's former owner. Hen throws another punch, but the guy manages to put up a block, protecting himself from a direct hit. My arm begins to shake with pain. This strike was very different from the past ones in its intensity and accuracy. Hen continued to attack, swinging his fist, shouting for him to stop being distracted by extraneous thoughts. Don takes a step back while the coach yells about how he's flying around in the clouds today, completely unfocused on practice. Hen strikes him again with his gloved fist, and the guy manages to crouch down and get back up. He realizes that now is the best moment to strike back, seeing the opportunity for a counterattack that has opened up. But the guy changes his mind, deciding not to strike and just run away, turns around and is relieved that he finally got out. Hen turns to the guy asking why he just runs away when he was given a chance to attack and prove himself. He admits that he never even thought about striking back. In Yoon Sook's 30 years of life and Dong-gyu's 20, he's never had anything to do with fighting. Hen explains that he wanted the man to dodge the blow and hit back, expecting a counterattack rather than a flee. He mentions that the director told him to start fights right away without long training sessions because of the lack of time before the competition. Hen's advice is to be more aggressive during sparring, learning offense and defense at the same time, paying close attention to your opponent's movements. The guy says he's well understood and offers to start first, immediately adopting a fighting stance with a new determination in his eyes. He reminds himself that he came here to get stronger, realizing that he must add more strength, much more than he has now. The coach director is watching this workout from the sidelines, and you can see that he is basically proud of his unusual student's progress. Some guys come up to him and wonder what he's thinking, watching the training with such an attentive look. The two introduce themselves as Sun Dong-hyun and Park Jae-min, explaining that they've come to see newcomer Dawn, who they've heard a lot about. The director notices that it's not time yet and they're already here, asking if they just want to make fun of the inexperienced fighter. One of them explains that he came to watch a competitor participating in the same competition to assess his skills. He adds that the best training for Don would be to train together with experienced fighters, offering his help. Park Hoon approaches him asking if his fists are itchy, to which he promises to try his best as their hall representative. Guest wonders why each trainer teaches a different martial art, suggesting that you gain experience in different ways. The director, hearing these many questions himself, hesitated, pondering the correct answer for too long. Looking at his ward, Park Hoon ponders why he suddenly changed his mind and decides to explain that he doesn't want to disappoint his sister. Hen turns to Don to ask if he's tired yet, noticing signs of fatigue in his movements. The guy confidently replies that he's fine and ready to continue practicing, not wanting to show weakness. Hyun interjects whether Dong-gyu is sure and continues to attack with his punches, which the guy still blocks with difficulty. Don notices that the henna technique has changed. The punches are much faster and more sprawling than before. After another hard hit, the guy just takes it on the block, realizing he's doing better now. He feels a surge of determination and realizes that the time has come for him to finally attack on his own. Hen didn't expect the attack, seeing the guy's fist move and deliver a side kick right to the side of his chin, showing the first initiative. The coach puts up a block with ease and the punch still doesn't go through him, showing the difference in experience despite the rookie's efforts. Once again, they split up on opposite sides of the ring, standing opposite each other, preparing for the next exchange of blows. Hen notes that the guy picks absolutely the right time to counterattack, but hits too sprawlingly, advising him to keep his hands closer. He recognizes that the student seems capable enough, quickly understanding and accepting new knowledge without too much explanation. The guy only thanked his coach for the compliment, modestly noting that it was the merit of a good mentor and not his talent. Amazement was read on the faces of the two arriving observers. The guy's impressive abilities recognized without hesitation. The winner of the sports festival met worthy opposition at a simple training session. The natural talent of the rookie was evident in every movement. The reaction for a trainee of only 3 months was genuinely admirable. The steadiness in avoiding direct blows showed unusual ability. The guy's potential was rated highly even by experienced fighters, and continued training promised to turn him into an exceptional athlete in the future. Rest was offered by Hen, recognizing his own fatigue. The intensity of the training was taking its toll on even the experienced trainer. Uncertainty sounded in the question about the actual fatigue of the coach. Concern for the student who had taken many blows manifested itself in the insistent suggestion of rest. The guy maintained his stance despite the blows he received. His persistence to continue training was backed up by an unprecedented inner confidence. The order to give a student a good beating for playing childish games sounded shocking. The principal who came up surprised even a coach who had seen the sights. A talented monster was called a talented monster by the headmaster, a student born to train. The superiority in speed, strength, and stamina made him exceptional. The call to see the real winner appealed to visitors. The peculiarity of memorizing techniques with the body rather than the mind was emphasized as a unique trait. The progression from initial evasions to completely ignoring blows was celebrated with pride. Practice continued with an attempt to punch the coach in the face. Falling onto his back started slowly from the powerful impact. Blood from his shattered mouth emphasized the seriousness of the collision taking place. The ground took the stunned body of the fighter lying on his back, the unexpected force of the blow from the experienced trainer sending the newcomer into a knockout. A confession of the principal's rightness sounded from the mouth of an impressed Hen. The guy's definition of a true monster was confirmed by the performance he saw. The computer screen illuminated the focused face of Don sitting in the room. The awkwardness was felt throughout his body even as he sat at the table. Thoughts of the length of time he had been in the alien shell never leaving his mind. Youth was remembered by endless hours of studying until exhaustion. Sacrifices for a career in a prestigious company seemed justified then. The chairman's interest was the result of the professionalism of a young professional. The years since graduation have brought many life changes. My sister suddenly appeared in the doorway with a question about classes. A brief answer about studying sounded without looking away from the monitor. Surprise sounded in the interjection about the validity of the studies. The advice to do your own lessons instead of asking around sounded a little irritated. The observation about the change from training to study was accompanied by mild bewilderment. Concern about the difficulty of combining competition with study was read in the girl's question. Self-confidence resounded in the statement of an unprecedented burst of energy. A new sense of power radically different from previous states. The request not to overexert herself expressed nursing concern. The promise not to disappoint demonstrated an understanding of her worries and concerns. Memories of the former morning fatigue from the simplest of activities contrasted with the present stamina. Thoughts of the past were resolutely put aside. The promise of future reckoning gave purpose to present actions. The books on the table caught the eye of the observant sister. The lack of markings and underlining raised doubts about the reading of the material. The explanation about the variety of teaching methods sounded calm and judicious. The barb about the girl's logic caused righteous indignation, the reminder of his own efforts serving as a defense against his brother's attacks. The suggestion to drop out for the gym sounded provocative. The objection to exhausting classes showed a difference in preferences. Memory supposedly retained no recollection of her sister's occupation, the deliberate provocation accomplishing its purpose of titillating the girl. The future, according to the sister, required special thought at times. Defending one's own position from brotherly criticism sounded quite reasonable. Suddenly rising from his chair, there was a surprised question of intent. The answer about a simple walk sounded too casual. The causticity of the parting words contained an accusation of unwillingness to study. The suggestion of excuses showed disbelief in his brother's sincerity. Resentment rang through the question about the perception of him being lazy. His sister's assumptions titillating, showing vulnerability. The request to throw away the garbage was accompanied by a sharp toss of the bag, the sister's irritation evident in every movement and intonation. The trash was thrown out obediently despite the preceding conflict. The sister's errand was carried out without reservation, showing respect. Her leg felt the pain of her sister's blow. Reflections on her proud character mixed with surprise at the force of the impact. The Gopniks appeared suddenly like ghosts of the past, the transformation of the guy's body making it difficult for his former acquaintances to recognize him. The name spoken aloud made him turn around warily. The attentive looks of those who recognized him did not bode well. Laughter accompanied the disbelief in the changes seen. Mockery of the former appearance demonstrated the lowliness of the characters of the speakers. Analyzing the reasons for the appearance of the two pursuers occupied his thoughts. Taunts about the transformation of a pig into a man sounded particularly offensive. The curse of meeting people like this seemed inevitable. The comparison to serving rude customers gave away the experience of dealing with people. Song Dae-eun came close with a question about the lack of greeting. The assumption of arrogance due to weight loss sounded provocative. Anger reflected on the face of the guy who answered. The lack of intimacy of the relationship for greetings showed a new confidence and independence. Park Cheon-seok's indignation was aroused by the unexpected audacity, the confirmation of the former pig's recognition expressing unpleasant surprise at the change. The reminder of good relations with his father contained an implicit threat. The hint of past agreements implied the need to honor commitments. The guy wonders if they haven't solved everything with money, wondering why those have reappeared, causing only laughter and ridicule. Don notices the grip of the thug putting his palm on his shoulder, but realizes that this grip is nothing compared to that of his coach. Suddenly, he remembers what he's learned in training, deciding to wait for the most opportune moment to act instead of reacting hastily. So Don realizes he needs to wait a little while, applying the lessons of endurance learned at the gym. Suddenly, some car appears. The two thugs spot it turning around and wondering why drive through the alley. The guy recognized the car, thinking that in all likelihood it was Principal Jong Eun-wang, a key figure in his revenge plans. Some guy comes out of the car yelling at the thugs, asking why they didn't answer the phone. It's Chairman Cho Gyu-hek's brother. The gangsters immediately began to apologize to the chairman's brother, and he graciously forgave them, explaining that he was now in a good mood. The director informs them that he has already arrived at the location, and they can head downtown, giving them new instructions. They bowed again to the car in which the man was sitting, and the man gave a final warning that Gray had been found there. Don heard Gray's name and felt something begin to manifest in his memory, wondering if this was the Gray he knew. The bandits say goodbye to the guy, promising to come back next time for a proper greeting, clearly not intending to leave him alone. As they leave, they add that he's been very lucky today, promising to be sure to meet again with a clear threat in their voices. Back home, his sister asks where he's been and why there's no sweat on him if he went for a walk, suspecting something amiss. The guy makes the excuse that it's cold outside, so he went back to get a jacket, and the sister ironically remarks that it's a good excuse. Going into his room, he picked up his phone and started dialing someone's number, clearly having a plan of action based on the information he had heard. The call made the man wary. The question about the source of knowledge of his name sounded anxious and suspicious. The warning about Cho Gyu-hek finding him at the center sounded alarming. The advice to flee for his own life accompanied by a promise to reveal his identity when we met. Distrust was audible in Gray's question about reasons to believe. The lighthouse offered as a safe meeting place for a detailed conversation. The hoodie was pulled over his head in a concentrated motion. Thoughts of starting a long-awaited plan of revenge filling his mind with determination. Alleyways flashed beneath the fast feet of the hooded Gray running, the danger of pursuit forcing maximum acceleration. Shouts of possible punishment for missing the target sounded behind them, the suspicion of a decoy forming in the mind of the guy hiding around the corner. Reflection on the disclosure of the lighthouse worried the fugitive. Compromising the plans for the rendezvous seemed increasingly likely. The corner of the building concealed a man staring intensely into the darkness. Checking to make sure there were no pursuers required caution. The decision to step onto the main road was made as Song Dae-yeon approached. The bad timing to appear in the open was fatal. The kick of his foot came down on his back with devastating force, flying forward from the unexpected attack culminating in a painful fall. Triumph resounded in the shouts of the bandit who had caught his victim, the contemptuous nickname of Rat accompanied by undisguised pleasure. Panic gripped the caught lad, desperate assurances of ignorance accompanied by attempts to avoid imminent punishment. Hood found himself in the tight grip of the cocky goon. The statement of deciding the victim's fate showed complete control. The surprise of not being able to catch a notable guy was replaced by the shock of finding a dark-skinned young man. Laughter accompanied the suggestion to punish the one caught. Unanimous agreement with the idea was evident in the reactions of all present. A knife requested by one bandit appeared from the inside pocket of another. Despair resounded in the captured man's questioning of the motives for the violence. Repeated assurances of ignorance followed by a vain appeal to the mind of the invaders. The bandit approached the dark-skinned victim with his arm raised for a punch. Cruel intentions not hidden by any pretense of explanation. A slap came down on his face, accompanied by an order to calm down. The gloating mention of the upcoming ordeal adding to the psychological pressure. Cries for help rang out across the deserted area from a dark-skinned boy being dragged by the bandits. Passers-by were visibly shy about the possibility of police intervention, and fears for their own safety were read in their hesitant postures. The gangster's displeasure was expressed by unkind glances in the direction of random witnesses. The instantaneous turning away of people showed the effectiveness of the non-verbal threat. Threats were made to potential police informants. A direct warning of rat massacre sounded convincing enough. The boy found himself pinned to the ground by the many hands holding him down. Desperate attempts to break free and call for help were fruitless. The question about ignoring calls sounded mocking. The gloating addition about not being able to help emphasized the hopelessness of the situation. The demand to stop shivering was accompanied by a threat of reprisal against the tendons. The kick to the head hit Song Dae-yoon completely unexpectedly. The suddenness of the attack left no time for defense. Flying off a few meters was the result of a powerful blow. The stun from the sudden attack completely disorienting the bandit. The dark-skinned lad's surprise was completely genuine. The realization of a savior appearing at a critical moment seemed incredible. A glance at the tracksuit-clad savior gave no clue as to identity, the hood reliably hiding the face of the unexpected protector. The challenge came through in the bandit's address to the stranger. Irritation at the intrusion expressed in an aggressive question about identity. The suspicion of a connection to the dark man resounded in the questions asked of Gray. The defender's appearance seemed like an unintentional coincidence. The mockery of the stranger's silence was accompanied by a hurtful nickname. The suggestion of answering please sounded with mockery. The tracksuit-clad stranger's fingers showed a strange sign, the provocative gesture only adding to the bandit's irritation. The anger of the bandits manifested itself in crude insults. Sun's statement about resolving the conflict on his own showed self-confidence. Dawn's observation of the force of the blow was accompanied by an acknowledgement of the enemy's stubbornness. The effectiveness of the attack was lower than expected. Fury resounded in the shouts of accusing backstabbing. The promise of being turned into a dead man for such insolence reinforced by aggressive gestures. The boxing stance was adopted with a quick, trained movement. The realization of the need for precision and strength determined the tactics of the fight. The oversized bandit lunged forward under the influence of rage, the thirst for revenge clouding his mind, making his movements less controlled. Dodging a punch was performed with the ease of a seasoned fighter. Jumping to the side demonstrated skills acquired through a lot of training. The blow to the side collapsed with devastating force on the bandit's body. The sudden pain caused a scream showing the effectiveness of the attack. Teeth began to crumble from a powerful fist punch to the face. The destructive power of a trained fighter evident in every accurate hit. The fall of the huge bandit was the result of a crushing blow. The staggering and inability to continue fighting demonstrated the superiority of the enemy. The assault on the remaining bandits continued methodically and ruthlessly, precise blows being delivered one after another with professional clarity. Arguments between the remaining bandits concerned the order of entry into the battle. Fear of the unknown enemy's skills manifested in indecision. Don's irritation grew at the pointless waste of time. The protracted situation made him resent the lack of a quick solution. Park Cheon-seok's sneak attack from the side was unexpected, and Don's timely dodging saved him from a sneak attack. A fist strike rained down on his face with devastating force. Blood gushing from his nose, demonstrating the precision and power of a trained fighter. The bandits' decision to flee was made under the impression of the beating of their comrades. The idea of grabbing Gray and escaping seemed the only way out. Recognizing the idea as reasonable did not meet with Don's approval. A determination not to let anyone go shaped future strategy. The escape was cut short by Gray's surprise attack on one of the bandits, a kick between the legs demonstrating joining the fight. His eyes rolled back from the unbearable pain of the blow he had received. The victim's resistance was completely unexpected for the cocky stalker. Cries of difficulty in dragging the victim away were accompanied by curses and promises. The threat of 1,000-fold regret sounded with impotent rage. Don's approach was slow and menacing, the methodical striking of the remaining bandits showing a ruthless consistency, teeth shattered from a powerful blow to the mouth of the next opponent, the whipping blood showing the destructive power of the precise hit. The victors stood among their defeated foes with a sense of accomplishment, the conclusion of the bout demonstrating their superiority over their attackers. The sound of flashing lights made me tense up and turn around. The confirmation of police arrival demanded immediate action and decisions. The backpack was grabbed in a swift motion, the suggestion to head for the lighthouse accompanied by an indication of police presence. Coffee was leisurely sipped by the conversationalists sitting on the couch in the trailer, mutual studying glances accompanying the first few minutes of conversation. The question of knowledge of the secluded place sounded with natural suspicion. The identity of the unexpected savior aroused a legitimate interest. The hood remained unremoved, hiding the speaker's face. The explanation about the lighthouse being the only lighted place sounded logical. Anxiety was audible in the clarifying question about a way to know the place. Concern about revealing the secret hideout seemed well-founded. Hatsune Miko's photo and unfortunate tattoo were mentioned with knowledgeable detail. The comparison to a chewed bone showed an awareness of personal characteristics. Terror sounded in Gray's cries of begging to wait. Trying to comprehend the unexpected information required extra time. The denial of the possibility was based on the death of Yoon Sook, the only person who knew the details mentioned. The cap came off in a decisive motion, the question of understanding the true identity of the interlocutor hanging in the air waiting for a reaction. The statement about returning from the other world sounded straightforward and uncompromising. Choi Kaidan's greeting was shockingly knowing his real name. The bewilderment was expressed with raised hands and words about the impossibility of what was happening. The explanation about being in another body sounded fantastic. Gray, who introduced himself as Steven Zipes, tried to keep his calm, his reluctance to give off a look of surprise hiding behind his official tone. The interlocutor's disbelief remained evident despite the evidence provided. The dream of marrying a girl similar to Hatsune Miku was mentioned with knowledgeable detail. The shocking question about the source of the information demonstrated hitting the target. Anger grew at the reminder of personal confessions. The suggestion of the director as the source of the leak sounded like an excuse distinctly unconvincing. The story of 7 years ago was told with mention of the hacker, the theft of valuable information, and the handover to the chairman emphasized as key events. The story continued with the difficulty of catching the slippery specialist. The time cost of apprehension demonstrated the professionalism of the hacker. The financial losses amounted to 100 million won. The first meeting with the guy was at the exact location of the current conversation. Shock increased at the mention of the regular meeting place to discuss business, the dark-skinned interlocutor's face reflecting growing shock. Looking around gave away the growing panic. Thoughts of a strange experiment seemed the only rational explanation. The attempt to get up from the table was made with the utmost caution, the hope of stealthy escape read in every movement. A foot put forward became an obstacle to the fleeing fugitive. A failed escape attempt ended with the fugitive caught and falling. The impact of his face against the floor was accompanied by panicked thoughts of capture. The fear of imminent reprisal encompassing the mind of an anxious Gray. The hood was held tightly by the hand of the utterer of reproaches, the habit of running away and getting into trouble noted with obvious annoyance. Knowing her real name and all the secrets, including the first meeting, was mentioned as proof. The offer to tell their shared story sounded final. The reaction was somewhere between gasps and nervous laughter, the tension of the situation causing physiological manifestations of stress. Doubting the dead man's resurrection sounded logical. Accusing him of bullshit showed an attempt to rationalize what was going on. Tears accompanied the complaints of a failed attempt to get rid of his pursuers. The crazy pseudo-shaman seemed a ridiculous alternative to reality. The throw on the couch was performed with all available force and anger. The seriousness of intentions and unwillingness to listen to further denials were shown in action. The table became a barrier between the speaker of the meaninglessness of the situation and the listener. The suspiciousness of the abundance of detail was recognized even when Gray was exposed. The proposal to simplify a complex concept was visualized as a backup for director Yoon Sook. It was suggested that assistance be requested similar to past collaborations. The defensive stance manifested itself in the question of the motivation for the aid. Getting rid of Cho Guhek sounded like a valid argument for cooperation. The question about the director's knowledge went unanswered. Silence and tense looks replaced verbal communication, demonstrating the seriousness of the moment. The request not to look so intently was accompanied by an explanation about his inability to gather his thoughts. The admission of computer hacking was coupled with a statement of not understanding the information. The surprise at Principal Yoon's non-involvement sounded in response to the question about memories. Dragging in an innocent seemed illogical and strange. Don wonders why he did it all for him, stipulating that he meant Yoon juice, to which Gray agrees. Sportsman reflects that he thought their relationship was more of a partnership than a friendship, but apparently he was the only one who thought so. Gray starts yelling that the real Principal Yoon was cold, and didn't know how to say soaring words, stating that he was almost fooled. The guy, tired of listening, orders him to shut up and directly asks him if he kept everything he left him, getting to the heart of the matter. There is silence between them again. Gray not sure whether to share any further information with this strange man. The young man says he knows what this is about, so he shouldn't play dumb, suggesting he get to the point instead of stalling. Gray admits to being very stressed out, reporting that he really just lost everything and no longer has access to the information. The atmosphere between the two of them begins to build up in earnest, becoming more tense with every second of conversation. Don says he's sure of Gray's knowledge of the stock he got his hands on, to which he replies that after the director's death he sold it and invested it somewhere. Yorosha is shocked to realize that he sold the land, which was a real gold mine, which could easily bring huge profits. He asks the comrade how much money is even now left after these rash actions. Gray begins to sweat very heavily, looking away and looking extremely worried, realizing the consequences of his actions. He tries to escape again, getting up from his seat with the clear intention of sneaking out of an unpleasant conversation. Don stops him again by grabbing his leg, which makes Gray scream in pain. He threatens to break it if he doesn't stop. Gray begs him to listen, reminding him that the stock was his property, trying to justify his actions. There's a workout going on in the gym where a guy is standing against their gym rep coming to watch him show off his skills. Blows were struck and deflected with varying success. Reflections on the guilt of leaving stock to such a man occupied Don's thoughts. The strange behavior of a timid guy who decided to sell shares was perplexing. The unexpectedness of the investment choice seemed illogical somewhere. Memories of the angry commentator pretending to be strong were returning. The misunderstanding of the motives behind the act remained unanswered. The hall director's cry of non-seriousness sounded demanding, the call for concentration and focus emphasizing displeasure. Concentration was mentioned somewhere in the periphery of consciousness. The position lying on the floor after the blow foreshadowed the coming knockout. The sister appeared in the hall unexpectedly. The attempt to cheer up her brother looked touching and out of place in a sports setting. Addressing his sister contained an ironic question about coaching promises. The answer about pumping muscles sounded determined and purposeful. The question of strength addressed to the director repeated a familiar pattern. The test of promises followed a pattern already established. The coach's reassurances sounded with the usual conviction. Recognizing the phrase caused the lad to become thoughtful and feel a sense of déjà vu. Documents for the strongest girl required some time to find. The suggestion to wait sounded reasonable. The coach's warning compliments were delivered with experienced intonation. The advice about endurance demonstrated knowledge of the subject. The irony about the ability to not get tired lying down all day contained a subtle jab. The comparison to doing difficult tasks sounded mocking. His reply about his brother's prodigious abilities contained a clear preparation for a verbal attack, and the readiness to strike was evident in his gaze. Decisiveness was shown in the demand for payment for classes. Not waiting for a response demonstrated confidence in the fulfillment of the condition. The observation about the similarities of all the siblings was accompanied by a smile. The recognizable family dynamics elicited an understanding response. The question about having younger relatives received a negative response. Interest in the experience of family relationships demonstrated a desire to compare. Sister Henschel was mentioned as an example of similar behavior. The recollection of the reaction to the comparison contained a humorous story. Talent was noticed in Sister Dawn's punching. The fists were described figuratively blazing with energy and power, emphasizing their effectiveness. The office doors ajar for Dawn's invitation. The summons to the principal's office created anxiety and uncertainty as to the reason. The question about the reasons for the summons sounded with obvious bewilderment. The lack of understanding of the situation required further clarification. The presumption of conversation regarding Donhan was accompanied by a willingness to apologize, a proactive tactic demonstrating experience in communication. Offering to voice concerns was encouraged by the principal. The promise to listen created an atmosphere of trust for candid conversation. The interest in events outside the room sounded unexpectedly concrete. The transition to the topic seemed suspiciously purposeful. The unexpectedness of the question was reflected on Don's face. The thought of possibly discovering the recent brawl brought up disturbing assumptions. Guesses about possible sources of information included complaints or witnesses. Attempts to understand the situation required analyzing possibilities. Self-conviction in the play of imagination calmed a little. Rationalization about the impossibility of knowing the details soothed the anxiety. The decision not to hide was made deliberately and sensibly. The confession of the street fight attracted the principal's attentive gaze. The addition about the possibility of settling the situation sounded soothing. An inexplicable chill on his neck contrasting with the rationality of the words. The explanation of the primacy of the sense of danger emphasized the intuitive nature of the response, the early sense of threat being singled out as key. The comparison to the instinct of a mouse before a tsunami illustrated the nature of anxiety. The advanced flight from danger was used as a metaphor. Sensitivity was noted by the director as a useful quality for boxing. Endorsement of such a feature sounded supportive. The advice not to cling to a painful past was offered with the wisdom of a mentor. The need to move forward emphasized as an important principle. The principal says that the guy noticed those who called him fat, and of course he's angry. But he can't move on clinging to the past, and Don agrees even though it's not his case. The director reminds them that the competition is a month away, urging them to stay focused, and asks them to get Dong-hwa to sign the papers. The guy mentions his good feeling about the competition and the future, noting that this is no ordinary bragging. As the guy turned around to leave, the principal suddenly asked why he wasn't leaving, raising even more questions. As he walked out of the office, he saw Don-han standing by the door, who immediately asked why he was doing this. The coach asked if he was preparing for the competition, to which the guy confirmed that he was indeed. He remarks that the guy is too careless about the broadcasts, pointing to unsubscribes. Don asks in surprise how the man knows about his broadcasts, not expecting such awareness. Coach replies that he is a big fan of Tokebe TV, and his favorite streamer mentioned something about him. He regrets the shorter broadcasts, explaining that his favorite streamer liked it, so he decided to find out who it was. Dong-hyun admits that he realized the resemblance even despite the mask, recognizing familiar features. The guy notices that the mask wasn't enough even though he wasn't trying to hide, and the coach wonders the reason for the short broadcasts. That one's eyes light up at the thought of collaborating. He puts his hand over his heart, asking if Don would like him to get involved. The guy doesn't understand the sentence, and the coach explains the idea of a joint broadcast where they teach self-defense techniques. Don likes the idea, and agrees to make an appointment, promising to make arrangements with the coach for the use of the gym. Dong-hyun asks only not to make his favorite streamer Tokbai cry, showing concern for the one. The guy is surprised by this affection for the streamer, admitting that he regrets not being able to broadcast workouts at the gym. Later, he launches his streamer in disguise, saying goodbye to the audience and promising to meet up next time. After the broadcast ends, he collapses on the couch, pondering that chat activity was higher due to the guest's announcement. He notes that this has reduced the hashtag due to the shortened broadcast time, and then comes a message from Choi Ki-don. A few days ago, the hacker was holding some paper in his hands, wondering what it was, having been instructed to go to the address. The young man then explained to Gray that it was a Yoon Sook place to hide, to which the latter agreed to the terms of their arrangement. Saying that this was the first step in overthrowing the chairman, Gray surprisingly dropped the sheet, asking what exactly was required of him. Don pondered, reasoning that they would definitely take revenge on the chairman, and the comrade wondered why drag him in if they could take revenge alone. He explains that Gray has messed with the headmaster, and is unlikely to leave him alone if something unpleasant happens to his nephew. Gray likes the plan, and Don, upon hearing the question, thinks this is exactly the reaction he expected from his accomplice. He recounts the strategy of pressuring the chairman by knocking the ground out from under his feet, starting from the bottom of his hexes, the two thugs. Once these are eliminated, it will be easier to deal with the chairman himself, promising to provide more information later. Don says he has something he wants to ask before he starts, piquing Gray's interest with his mystery. Gray is interested, saying it's his specialty, and Don replies that he needs someone who can carry his debt. In the hall, the director stacks the wrestling gloves, neatly arranging everything, making sure everything is in order. The position of the fingers when gripping was demonstrated by Don-han with professional precision. Careful observation of the correctness of the technique did not miss a single detail. Henschel's concern was manifested in the quiet question of permission to broadcast, the approach from behind, and the whispering expressing the delicacy of the address. The principal's irritation was expressed in the question about the need for whispering. The explanation about not wanting to be heard on the tape sounded quite logical. The question about the reasons for allowing the filming received a pragmatic answer. The benefit to the hall's PR before the competition seemed an obvious strategy. 1 million subscribers were mentioned with noticeable surprise. The attention to their student by a popular fan YouTuber seemed unusual. Turning off his own broadcast to watch Don was emphasized by the director. Misidentifying a fan's gender demonstrated ignorance. The explanation about the real fan was accompanied by a reference to the jokes of the subscribers. The advice to calm down was addressed to an overly enthusiastic fan. The joint broadcast was conducted by Dong-gyu and Dong-hyun with an educational bent, teaching self-defense accompanied by the promise of more complicated techniques. Ideas for continuation were solicited from the lad by his partner, an uncertain waving of the hands expressing the absence of ready suggestions. Jiu-jitsu was discussed as Don-han's specialty, admitting to feigning ignorance demonstrating Don's tactics. Associations with jiu-jitsu interested the broadcast host. Fan chat activity centered on painful arm holds. Confirmation of the familiarity of choking and pain techniques preceded the practical demonstration. Professionalism was evident in the confident movements. Surprise at the broadcasting skills was expressed sincerely. Dong-hyun's lack of experience compensated for by natural talent like the sister cameraman. The stability of the hands and smooth following movements were noted as signs of professionalism. and the quality of the shooting exceeded expectations. Sister's talent was recognized as innate and worthy of development, abilities in her chosen field deserving support and encouragement. The promise to show the techniques in practice reassured anxious subscribers. The move to the demo portion signaled a new stage of training. The offer to address the audience was received gratefully by Dawn. Acknowledging the help of the masters and comrades in the audience showed respect for the team. The date of the competition was announced with noticeable excitement. The shock of subscribers was expressed by the activity of the chat. The clarification about the 21st number caused even more reactions. Gratitude for the enthusiasm was accompanied by doubt about the possibility of filming. The request for enemy publicity being noted as an interesting trend. Accusations of the pursuit of fame appeared at an astonishing rate. Predictions of future recognition demonstrated the audience's skepticism. The surprise at the commentators' insolence was reflected on the faces of the broadcast hosts. The negative reaction to a simple announcement seemed disproportionate. The philosophical acceptance of criticism as an inevitable part of publicity showed maturity. The universality of the presence of critics was calmly accepted. The wager was offered as an answer to the doubts of the skeptics. The willingness to defend the reputation was shown in a determined challenge. Proof of attendance at other halls was requested with confidence in its validity. The promise to give the earnings from the broadcasts emphasized the seriousness of the intentions. Promises to ring the halls filled the chat instantly. The shock of a comrade accompanied by a warning about baiting the haters. The suggestion to make the claim in person sounded like a direct challenge. The certainty of rightness gave the words a special persuasiveness. Threats of exposure were read with undisguised concern by the sister. Statements of personal experience and promises to get to the truth sounded threatening. Returning to the jujitsu theme was offered by Dong-gyun as a way to restore the atmosphere. Apologizing for ruining the moment showed an awareness of the situation. Reflections on ignoring the haters were accompanied by reading a book in the car. Memories of my last concentration on my studies seemed distant. The prohibitions of dangerous techniques were explained in detail by Hen. Thoughts of the interlocutor's volume distracted from hearing the important information. Explanations of the rules of the competition continued during the trip. The realization of the impossibility of reading quietly came gradually. The mechanical repetition of prohibitions demonstrated formal assimilation. The memorized enumeration of rules sounded without true understanding. Hen's patience ran out, expressing itself in a light blow. The question of mindfulness accompanied by a rebuke of the need to repeat the same thing. The book was withdrawn with an insistence on listening. The remark about the need for repetition to memorize sounded with experienced wisdom. The nervous state of the coach was noticed by the pupil with surprising perspicuity. Confirmation of the excitement was accompanied by surprise at Don's calmness. The explanation of confidence was based on the quality of training. The reminder of equal training conditions for all participants sounded sobering. The boasting of the best teacher was interrupted by a decisive order. The demand to stop chattering and approach was not allowed to be objected to. Information about the opponent was presented with emphasis on specialization. Yang Hyun-soo's fame in boxing circles was emphasized as an important factor. The strength of the opponent was noted with relief at the lack of even more dangerous opponents. The mention of Choi Yoon-ho and Park Moon-soo sounded a cautionary note. The surprise at the coach's words was expressed in the context of previous assurances. The contradiction between past statements and current doubts seemed unexpected. The seriousness of the moment was emphasized by the lack of time for jokes. Drawing attention to the phone indicated the importance of the information being demonstrated. The recording of the fight showed the versatility of Yang Hyun-soo's technique. The use of not only his fists, but also his feet expanded the view of his opponent. Additional kickboxing skills were mentioned as a risk factor. Special caution was recommended given the opponent's combination of techniques. The call to the ring interrupted the final admonitions. The advice to be ready for surprises sounded like a final warning before the fight. The coach's reassurance was accompanied by a promise of a favorable outcome. A request not to worry showed concern for the mentor. Entering the ring was accompanied by an encounter with a giant opponent. The referee's announcement to prepare for the fight marked the beginning of the decisive moment. Don extends his hand in a sporting manner, saying he is pleased to meet and get in the ring with such a worthy opponent. His opponent, Yang Hyun-soo, didn't even blink or show the slightest note of friendliness, completely ignoring the gesture. The referee reminds that biting, attacking unexpectedly, using weapons or hitting in the eyes is forbidden. Raising his hand to announce the start of the fight, they quickly get into a stance, and the audience begins to cheer the fighters, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation. The fight begins, both standing carefully opposite each other, preparing to take their first steps, assessing each other. Yang Hyun-soo suddenly asks if his opponent is really that streamer day, showing awareness. Immediately after that question, he goes on the attack with a powerful right punch, but Don manages to duck to avoid getting hit. The opponent goes on to say that he realized this immediately upon seeing the list of participants, never stopping swinging his fists while talking. Don put both hands on the block without missing a beat, and his opponent yells that he's been wanting to see him for a long time. expressing a strange interest. While in a defensive stance, the guy asks his opponent if he is the famous Gae Mokjang. Trying to understand the reason for the aggression, his opponent yells that it's not him and swings again, but the guy easily dodges the attack, showing good reactions. His opponent asks if there is anyone else willing to kick his ass as he continues to throw a steady stream of punches. He rebukes the guy for showing off and bragging after only a few months of training, clearly despising the rookie. Don suddenly stops the flow of attacks by grabbing his opponent's arm and notices that for someone who judges other people's shortcomings, his blows aren't particularly hard. He realizes how successfully he managed to capture his opponent, who is in maximum shock from such courage. The young man gets into the stance taught by his masters, thinking that the opponent is carelessly approaching, giving room for a low kick. Reflections on the opponent's lack of understanding of the experience filled the mind. The suffocating feelings were described in the inner monologue with remarkable accuracy, the daily intensification of emotional pressure becoming more and more palpable. The blows were filled with transformed remorse and anger, the enthusiastic support of the audience demonstrating an impression of flawless technique. An elbow crashed down on his opponent's cheek with devastating force. Overcoming fear was realized as the most important breakthrough. Gradual recovery on one's feet was accompanied by growing confidence in one's own abilities. An opponent described as extremely dangerous was easily defeated. The applause of the audience remained beyond the perception of the focused fighter. Thoughts of the need to get stronger to avoid dying again filled the mind. The news was spread by Hen to his comrades on his return to the hall, the question of surprise at the unexpected outcome being addressed to all present. The principal's equanimity was evident in his quiet faith in Don's abilities. His ease in accepting an unusual result demonstrated a deep understanding of the student's potential. The impressive fact of no blows received was emphasized by Hen especially. The surprisingness of such a result for a beginner was recognized by all the interlocutors. The explanation for the success included mention of previous victories over ranked opponents. The suggestion of going home with Don caused Donhan obvious surprise. The questioning of intentions expressed disbelief at what he had heard. The principal's support for the idea included practical considerations of comfort. The possibility of losing was mentioned as a situation requiring peer support. The guy's interference with the confirmation of care was extremely surprising. The question of the lateness of the hour was met by the explanation of a promise to prepare dinner for his sister. Practical necessity determined the reason for the hurried departure. Sung Dong-hyun persistently offers a ride to Kim Dong-gyu, who at first refuses, but then reluctantly agrees. When the car stops in front of the house, Kim Dong-gyu gets out, bowing politely and thanking him for his help. The academic car became a mirror of irrevocably lost memories, where childhood dissolved into the ghostly contours of unrealized hopes. Don-hek's admiration was overflowing, emphasizing the incredible potential of a young fighter who had conquered yet another unassailable height. The ambitious expectations of a coach, a talented rookie, creating a special atmosphere of professional anticipation. Joking intonations masked the seriousness of professional intentions, where every half-word could be the key to future victories. The mystery of identity was becoming an increasingly appealing enigma that dozens of prying eyes were eager to solve. Don's surprise was growing into a painful realization of his own uniqueness, which could not be hidden behind a mask of indifference. Dong-hyuk's internal tossing balanced on the line between genuine curiosity and professional interest in the new fighter. The farewell turned into a silent dialogue of hopes and doubts, where every moment was filled with unspoken premonitions. The journey home became a space of deep reflection, where the mask gradually turned into a heavy weight of unrecognized identity. The metamorphosis of consciousness drew complex trajectories between the desire for secrecy and the inevitability of publicity. An inner voice mumbled about the inevitability of recognition, where each step was carefully weighed between revealing and revealing. Meeting my sister exploded with emotional dissonance, where every word could become a match in the powder keg of family relationships. Her sister's resentment was cloyingly thin ice, ready to shatter at the slightest careless touch. The abrupt change in the emotional landscape created a waterfall of unexpected intonations, where every word could have been a sentence. The psychological game between the siblings has become a graceful dance of manipulation, where the winner is achieved by the subtlest of subtleties. Her sister's tantrums shattered against the cold stone of equanimity, creating a strange mosaic of family relationships. Interest in the competition was becoming the only point of contact in this complex emotional landscape. Don's evasiveness became a graceful dance of innuendo, where every word was carefully weighed between truth and play. Victory was becoming evident between the lines, where triumph was hidden behind a slight smile and careless tone. The 2 weeks turned into a flurry of events, where every minute was filled with standard and personal growth. The parallel worlds of competition and professional training were woven into a complex mandala of life trajectories. Creating two accounts became a metaphor for multiple identities, where each identity had a right to exist. The third fight turned into a climax, where the knockout was not just a technical move, but an entire philosophy of victory. People continued to unravel the mystery of organization and talent, which was becoming more appealing by the day. The dialogue with the coach resembled a complex chess game, where every move was carefully calculated. The joking intonations masked an underlying process of professional formation and mutual respect. Henchul was becoming the invisible director of this complex production, where every word could change the trajectory of events. The unexpected greeting tore apart the constructed reality, causing it to mobilize momentarily in a space of unpredictability. Some guy comes up to him saying he enjoyed the fights, to which Don politely thanks him for saying so. The man introduces himself as a go-getter, explaining that he is not fighting him, but is also competing. Don says it's nice to meet you, and Go notes that he's been watching his fights and has noticed him waiting for the right moment to strike. The guy modestly replies that he still has a lot to learn, thanking for the compliment, and Go admits that he wanted to offer friendship, but didn't dare. Suddenly, someone's mocking laughter becomes audible, interrupting their conversation in an unpleasant way. Another fighter appears and asks Go why he is flattering himself, implying that he is putting himself in a humiliating position. Don asks his new acquaintance if he knows this advancing man, and the Gu whisperingly replies that he doesn't. A third stranger rudely remarks that the man needs to kiss other people's asses so he'll get beaten less, causing Don to rephrase what he just said. This cocky guy points his finger at Go, saying that he's just a punching bag who went too far in competing. He goes on to mockingly claim that even after 10 years of training, Go is still a real punching bag and nothing more. Don thinks with sympathy that this poor guy has been beaten off for 10 whole years, which means no one can match him in tenacity and perseverance. Nahal continues his insults, saying that the only thing he knows how to do is to be beaten and kiss other people's asses, wondering how he got here in the first place. The guy interrupts this monologue by asking about the bully himself, noting that he's already said so much dirt that he seems to specialize in idle chatter. The bully indignantly asks how he was just called, and Don calmly replies that dogs bark the loudest when they are scared, aptly defining the essence of his behavior. The cocky guy starts complaining, saying that a jerk like him can cripple Don so he can't participate any further. But the guy just laughs, saying that he probably hasn't eaten yet because he's barking louder and louder. The guy did get flustered and swung for a punch, but he was stopped in time by asking him to wait a minute, preventing a conflict. An employee approached at just the right moment and warned that contestant Park Moon-soo would be disqualified for any fight outside the ring. Moon-soo resents being provoked, giving the young man a final peck on the cheek and promising that he will regret it. Don remarks that he hasn't even made it to the semi-finals and is already so cocky, to which his new friend thanks him for his support, admitting that he couldn't object because the cocky guy was telling the truth. The guy assures that he didn't do anything special that the others couldn't do, and the Gu thanks him, hoping that they'll compete in the finals. Walking up to the car in the parking lot, Don catches Henchul asking where he's been missing, and the guy explains that he met the other contestants, telling it like it was. The coach behind the wheel starts yelling, calling him a crazy idiot, clearly concerned about the potential conflict. The guy asks if the coach knows Park Mong-soon, to which Hyun-chul replies that he's not sure, wondering what gym he's from. The kid admits he doesn't know, and the coach promises to teach him a lesson, saying he might just kick the bully's ass by defending his student. Suddenly, the coach pats him on the shoulder, telling him to wake up as they have arrived, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. The young man had not expected this awakening, realizing he had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, asking himself if he was in his right mind. Apologizing to his coach, he gets an understanding response that it's okay, and it's obvious how tired he's been lately. Looking out the window, Don notices that it's not their hall, wondering at the change of route and endpoint. The coach explains that the exam isn't until tomorrow, so there's no need to practice today, but just rest and gain strength. He hands over a gift of brownies and butterscotch, and Don asks in surprise when he had time to get everything ready. The confession about the collective organization of food came out of the blue. The director and coaches discounted, showing a common concern. Sincere worries for the student were expressed in wishes for the best. Gratitude for the attention was the only response. Henchel asked to get out of the car more quickly, explaining the need to return to the hall, impatience audible in his voice. The coach's abruptness was due to embarrassment at the care shown. Such sentimental moments were unaccustomed to him. At home, thinking about the difficulty of training made sense, because through it, he was able to save his friend, Gray. The joy of being surrounded by supportive people created a warmth in my heart. A sense of belonging seemed like a true gift. The previous life, where everyone wished for failure, was in stark contrast to the current one. The difference between the two existences was staggering. The question of the sufficiency of satisfaction in the past life required an appeal to past values and deep analysis. The answer came with a realization of dissatisfaction. Revenge was still waiting to happen. The main goal remained ahead. Studying martial arts and the real estate agent exam served as weapons against Yong Eun-wang. The motives remained the same. The memory of her sister on the couch was accompanied by an awareness of her fatigue. Caring for her brother required considerable energy. The realization that it was her sister, and not the coach who made the pies, deeply touched her heart, emphasizing her attention. After putting his sister to bed, he left a note on the toy promising to return soon, showing mutual concern. Meanwhile, Park Moon-soo was brutally beating his opponent, ironically threatening to be gentle if he gave in like Don. The ruthlessness continued in the treatment of Go. The humiliating punching bag statements revealed the true nature. All the audience is shocked by the overkill, except for the hall director, who watches with cold calculation. The referee had time to stop the beating, but for some reason he didn't, and the immoral contestant only just made it to the finals by using banned holds and excessive aggression. Don sits in the exam room concentrating on the assignment sheet as much as possible, showing a serious approach. The test turns out to be quite difficult. He definitely spent a lot of time preparing for it, but he feels confident. All around, the young man sees other students in shock at the test, realizing that all of these feelings are familiar, though the assignments seem interesting to him. Realizes that he has knowledge from his past life that can help him, giving him an advantage over other candidates. The young man finishes the test much sooner than he could have imagined, marveling at his own efficiency. Dong-gyu hears people writing with him talking about how confused they were and answering incorrectly, complaining about the difficulty of the questions. Examiners thank teachers for the test and receive answer sheets for self-testing, following standard procedure. The teacher addresses the boy, expressing the hope that he has passed the exam, noting his collectedness. The guy ponders that the reason for handing out answer sheets is obvious. If you fail the exam, you go to their academy for training. Dong-gyu understands that the difficulty of the test is a chance for the academy, and someone else's failure is just an advantage to them, recognizing the practicality of the system. Checking the answers, the young man thinks he has done quite well on the test, carefully checking each item to be sure. Thanks to the memory from his past life, it was almost impossible to fail this test, giving Dong-gyu a high chance of success. Now the guy is only interested in one question: how many points he got for this test, evaluating his efficiency. The results are not significantly different from what the young man expected, confirming his self-esteem and preparedness. Tokibi launched the stream and energetically greeted subscribers, a wave of enthusiasm transmitted through the screen to the audience. The brief appearance was explained by a longing for the audience. Fan comments of grace and love filled the chat room instantly. Dramatic tears were shed over the inability of the act to stream during the competition. The attachment seemed almost comical. The joint broadcasts were recognized as good, but the desire to see the training with at least one eye expressed a special interest. The phrase about wanting to see the streamer's body sounded ambiguous, an unusual level of admiration bordering on obsession. A t-shirt with Don's face on it served as a backdrop for a parody of his words. Quoting a phrase about classes with no results brought a smile. Admiring a true moron sounded like a compliment to willpower. The transformation in 3 months was truly impressive. Dreaminess accompanied the confession of pleasure in watching the training. Pride in the lad mingled with hope for his own improvement. The grief at not being able to buy a ticket was expressed with a dramatic grabbing of the head. The sincerity of the feelings was not in doubt. The anonymous offer of a ticket came from Donhen, a request for trust accompanied by an unusual condition of subscription. A nudge interrupted the contemplation of his favorite streamer's stream. The question about classes instead of work sounded with obvious displeasure. A question about cleaning the ring was met with the excuse of a short break, the director clearly disapproving of this use of work time. The calling of spectators was explained as helping Dawn. The possibility of watching 2 matches was explained as a shortcoming of the organization. Worrying about a possible loss raised the counter-question of provocation. Park Hoon clearly thought such doubts were misplaced. Worry about the exam trumped worry about finals. Genuine affection for the student manifested itself in concern for their future. The discussion of the hope of a successful test was accompanied by a remark about provocation, the kid's independence being emphasized as an important trait. Dong Haeun tried to temper the man's enthusiasm for the sportsman, trying to lower his inflated expectations. The principal's shout of Don's superiority over the likes of Coach sounded irritated. The demand to get back to cleaning up allowed no objection. Don's sister sat at home visibly unhappy. Her brother's absence after the exam was causing growing unease. The irritation was heightened by the lack of calls and messages. The unknown of the exam results only fueled the emotions. The impatient shouts toward the telephone expressed an extreme degree of anxiety. The question of return went unanswered. Boredom mingled with impatience to know the results. Resentment at the lack of news for her favorite little sister sounded genuine. The sound of the door opening elicited an instant reaction. The question of a late return accompanied by a willingness to hear the results. The lack of expression on the face of the guy who entered was alarming. The obvious frustration readable even without words. A question about the results was met with a request to wait just a second. Delaying the conversation increased anxiety. The lack of understanding of the need to wait was reinforced by the long prior wait. Impatience reaching a breaking point. The silent retreat to the room brought on thoughts of failing the exam, the lack of information filled with worse assumptions. The call through the door was accompanied by a desire for reassurance, genuine concern shown even in the absence of accurate information. The lack of a lock gave hope of openness. The fear of reverting back to her previous state due to failure worried the girl. Self-confidence and the impossibility of regression helped to maintain optimism. Belief in the irreversibility of positive changes kept the spirit alive. Slaps on the cheeks accompanied the determination to act, the need to help her distraught brother becoming a top priority. The shock of her brother's unexpected proximity at the door elicited a startled shriek, the ajar door revealing him just beyond the threshold. The examination form was held in his hands with deliberate carelessness. The mention of the results sounded deliberately mundane. Handing over the sheets was accompanied by strong inner excitement. Studying what was written required attentiveness and understanding of the situation. Viewing the results reinforced thoughts of failure. His brother's strange behavior seemed to confirm the negative outcome. The marks on the sheet were taken as evidence of failure, frustration, and disappointment were read in every gesture. The emotion on his face seemed decidedly negative, the supposed frustration with the result demanding immediate support. A burst of hugs accompanied by words about frequent failures even after a year of preparation. The recognition of effort sounded comforting. The abrupt request to stop was surprisingly sudden. The reaction to the attempted consolation seemed inadequately harsh. The question of rudeness sounded with incomprehension. The desire to support in a difficult moment met with unexpected resistance. The explanation of only 2 wrong answers contrasted with the sister's reaction to the supposed total failure. Disbelief was supported by pointing to the marks on the sheet. Certainty of one's interpretation allowed no other interpretation. The reproach of a depressed homecoming highlighted the contradiction between words and behavior. Nervousness seemed evident. The explanation about misreading and miscounting of answers clarified the misunderstanding by clearing up the situation. Repeated questioning about passing the test was replaced by a joyful smile. The confirmation of success evoked genuine joy. A fact check on the 2 wrong answers led to a final belief in success. Doubts finally dissipated. Flopping on the couch was accompanied by a confession of overexcitement. The relief of good news felt physically. The guy ironically reflects on himself as the perfect brother. Handsome, smart, and athletic, inwardly laughing at the situation. The admission of wrongdoing is accompanied by an offer of a chicken treat in the evening, combining congratulations with an apology. Gratitude is replaced by an offer to reschedule. The sister's bewilderment expresses her incomprehension of the holiday's abandonment. The explanation about the final fight and diet is sound. The suggestion to make an exception for a special occasion goes unapproved. The refusal to eat a hearty meal upsets his sister. The question of weed pressure instead of a celebratory dinner sounds a mild rebuke. Assurances about the flavorful qualities of vegetables are met with disbelief. The ironic preference for salad over fried chicken sounds unconvincing. The question of broadcasting exam results gets a favorable response. The promise to tell after the final results sounds reasonable. The intention to share with friends in the audience is affirmed with appreciation for the support. Gratitude is expressed sincerely. A request to be allowed to tell the story herself is accompanied by an acknowledgement of a desire to boast. Pride in her brother is shown openly. The observation of the sister's good mood is astonishing. Unusual excitement and a desire to show off are noted as new. The call to the coaches is made with the express intention of bragging. The pride and joy for his brother is not hidden for a second. The tale of proven results with 2 errors sounds impressive. The first attempt emphasizing the special significance of the achievement. A glance at her father's picture is accompanied by thoughts of joy to see a happy sister. The hope of paternal approval warms the soul. An overheard account of an upset return due to a miscount triggers an understanding of the caller's true motives. The philosophical remark about the immutability of the sister nature demonstrates acceptance of the situation. The impossibility of changing anything is obvious. Browsing the internet reveals suspicious repetitions in official responses. Some decisions raise reasonable doubts. Rumors about incorrect estimation of correct answers do not affect the mood. Waiting for official results shows calmness. The return to the bout takes us to the ring of the semi-finals. The guy is back in the center of the wrestling spotlight. Blocking an opponent's punch demonstrates excellent defense. Technical skill is evident in every move in the ring. Waiting for the right moment to strike shows stamina. Strategic thinking determines battle tactics. The flexing of the body allows you to evade the attack with minimal effort. The swing of the opponent's fist meets only emptiness instead of a target. A precise kick to the opponent's shoulder demonstrates perfect technique, the swing preceding the flawless execution of the hold. A knockout elicits rapturous screams from the audience. A confident passage to the finals of the competition confirms skill and superiority. Takbei's presence at the fight is expressed with rapturous shouts, his surprise at his victories through leg kicks resounding with undisguised admiration. Discussion of the finals coming up in 2 hours is accompanied by remarks about the advantage of the rested finalists over Dawn. The organizer of the event appears to be a powerful figure with a dubious reputation, and rumors of gangster connections add to the tension. The strangeness of the organization is confirmed by the hard availability of tickets. The unusual hype around amateur competitions raises questions. Exiting the ring is met with cheers and cheer posters. Shouts of belief in victory demonstrate the fans' devotion. An unexpected number of people are surprised. Gratitude mixed with slight embarrassment at the increased attention to the persona. The grandstand filled with fans carrying posters was astonishing. The scale of the unexpected popularity seemed unreal. The confusion about the spread of information was resolved by the director appearing, reporting Dong-gyun's ticket given to streamer Talkbay. The comment about the reason for Park Hoon's presence was met with an explanation about regular visits on days like this, emphasizing tradition. Coaches with a living weapon placard for Park Hoon and a sister with a sign for the best-behaved pupil were spotted in the cheering crowd. The sister's hug was accompanied by admiring words about her brother's awesomeness. The question about the strange poster expressed mild bewilderment. The explanation of being present at both fights emphasized support. The role of a good sister was defined by participation in all endeavors. The playful pinching and threats were interrupted by the announcement of her friend's presence, the attempted conflict dissolving into new information. The appearance of the insanely beautiful girl attracted the guy's attention. The greeting was accompanied by an appreciation of her impressive looks. The respectful address adult oppa was used by the beauty, emphasizing the status of an older brother in the traditional sense. A remark about a long absence of meetings hinted at past acquaintance. The context of previous relationships remained a mystery. The position directly in front of the guy allowed one to notice the reaction. The understanding of familiarity with Kim Dong-gyu's past read in the gaze. Searching for memories of the girl was hampered by someone else's memory. Going through the memories of the previous owner required concentration. Excitement grew at the sight of the incomprehensive reaction. The girl's lack of recognition seen as odd and anomalous. A nudge of the elbow was followed by a questioning stare. The need for a greeting was recognized in the reciprocal agreement. The joke about the shock of having a sister friend elicited a surprised what? The surprise of the comment read in the reaction. The teasing about lying on the couch and having no friends continued the humorous line. The comparison to scratching your belly button sounded provocative. Her sister's friend steps in to comfort the guy and tell him that their sweetheart actually has a lot of friends. The sister turns to her brother, noticing that he didn't even look at her being a recluse. How would he know about her friends? The surprised sister says he should have been pissed, asking why he agreed so quickly. And the guy just replies that it's true. Dong-gyu greets his friend saying that he remembered her from middle school, trying to hide his ignorance. The guy assumes that the girl often came to visit them. They even tiggled together a couple times, looking for confirmation of his hunch. His sister notices that Ji-hee used to say hello to him and her dear brother just ignored him. The guy apologizes for it. Her sister praises Ji-ha, saying that she is the best and will definitely become popular in the future, being proud of her friend. The guy asks if Ji-hee will become an idol or actress, but his sister says he didn't guess and he guffaws that he might next time. Ji-hee smiles, noticing that they have both changed so much. Noting the change in the sibling, the guy realizes that he simply had no choice but to think he had changed in part because his soul had changed. Ji-hee apologizes, clarifying that that's not what she meant to say, and Dong-hwa reassures her that it's okay. He didn't pay attention to what she said. Afterward, Dong-gyu's sister offers to buy a snack and just watch the final fight, moving the topic to a more comfortable direction. Guy ponders that she misunderstood everything because of their father's death. Believing there was no need to explain herself, Park Hoon approaches Dong-gyu, hinting if he wants to start dating Ji-hee, adding that he wouldn't date his younger sister's girlfriends. The young man analyzes that the director is the type of person who would use even a child for the sake of defeating opponents, responding to the suggestion that he has absolutely no time for dating. The man says he doesn't have to date her, he just has to be nice to get the girl to like him, because the guy has absolutely everything to do that. Dong-gyu wonders about the charming side of him, and the owner explains that he understands his desire to appeal to a female audience. Park Hoon says that if the guy becomes famous, more people will come to the gym, and their popularity will increase, revealing their true motives. The guy immediately realizes that the director in everything is only looking for personal gain for the hall. Not surprised by this approach, Sportsman asks to stop talking and start concentrating, but the mentor insists that this time he means something completely different. The next opponent is a very slippery type. The director warns of a rival who will do anything to win, so he can't be distracted, and Dong-gyu wonders if he's been bet on. Park Hoon strongly affirms, making excuses for how else he could have done it, seeing nothing strange about it. The guy realizes that there will always be bets, official or not. Someone playing dirty, trying to push the water apart to grab what's under the surface. Dong-gyu ponders that these guys must be getting inside information to tilt the odds in the least favorable direction for others. Asking the hall owner what they should do, the guy hears laughter and interjects to us, emphasizing the difference in their positions. The man says they have no choice but to win, giving the student an unambiguous task. Don remarks that it looks like the odds have only just decreased, causing the director to wonder what he means. The guy wonders if the man has read about his opponents, to which he replies that the opponent came to the gym directly. Park Hoon brags that he told his opponent that he would tear him up like a real tiger if he came back again, trying to intimidate his rival. After that, he did not even try to call again, allegedly obeying the threats of the director, who prides himself on his influence. Mujina concludes that they are all amateurs, so that the guy needs to go and flog them all, to which he promises to make sure to do so. Time for the next bout comes, and the guy reappears in the ring ready for the final battle. Talkbai cheers him on with a smile on his face, happy that the long-awaited finale is finally beginning. The referee once again explains the rules. No biting, no surprise attacks, and no weapons, repeating the standard set before each fight. The opponent turns out to be Park Moon-soo, the same guy with whom there was an altercation in the hallway. Don notices that he can't stand still for a second, aggressive before the fight. The referee explains the format: 5 minutes per round, 3 rounds total with no extra time, setting the time limit for the fight. Dong-gyu thought about his opponent. He heard that he won most of his fights by knockout. He has a similar story as himself. Pak has been kickboxing for a while now, so one must definitely avoid his punches when he attacks, carefully choosing the moment to counterattack. Park yells out to the guy, wondering what Dong-gyu is waiting for, or if he wants Park to start this fight, provoking him to act rashly. Still, Puck starts first, with his hand strikes, but the guy manages to dodge, showing great reactions. Don analyzes the situation, thinking that surprisingly for such brazen behavior, his opponent's movements are easy enough to read. But of course the opponent's biggest advantage is that he's incredibly fast, making up for predictability with speed. The guy barely has time to turn around, avoiding a powerful kicking attack to the head, feeling the air split millimeters from his face. Puck looks at him with a crazy look and turns to the guy to try to attack him, continuing the psychological pressure. The young man realizes that no matter how hard his opponent is strong, because otherwise Pa would not have made it to the finals if he only used dirty tricks. A sidekick aimed at his opponent was delivered in a decisive move, trying to test his opponent's reaction and defense in the ring. Amazement swept over Don when he saw his opponent dodge at the last moment. His opponent's flexibility seemed incredible. The retaliatory blow to the head came instantly, and without warning, the suddenness of the attack deprived the guy of the opportunity to react. The fall was caused by a powerful blow that shook the whole body. The realization of the need to get up quickly came at once. Thoughts of the consequences of possible defeat filled the mind. The reactions of the principal, the audience, and the ailing sister pictured vividly. The opponent's fingers went straight for the eyes of the rising lad. The horror of realizing the forbidden technique seized the mind. The miraculous saving of the eyes was due to a timely deflection of the head. The dangerous touch failed to reach its target. The opponent smugly reasoned about his sharp fists, not needing dirty tricks, showing absolute faith in victory. The challenge sounded in Don's reply about fists as sharp as claws. Keeping his composure required a colossal effort of will. The referee was clearly ignoring all the irregularities going on in the ring. Speculation of willful or accidental ignorance plagued the mind. Puck's fist swung threateningly with a warning not to be distracted. The use of every second of advantage looked masterful. The bout resumed with renewed vigor and ferocity, his opponent's movements methodically preventing focus and planning. The need to dodge and be ready to attack was clearly realized. The sudden sensation of blood running down his brow was a distraction. The distraction of blood pouring down his face was worth the concentration. The missed blow came with crushing force, robbing him of his balance. His back again made contact with the ring surface from the fall. The position was becoming critically disadvantageous for the fight to continue. Puck sits on top of him with his whole body, as is customary in no-holds-barred fights, in complete control. The opponent begins to beat him mercilessly with his fists, demanding a laugh and threatening that he will no longer be able to show his face. The guy's sister, watching from the bleachers, can't hold back tears as she sees her brother being beaten. The girl turns away and tells the principal standing next to her that she can't look at it, her voice shaking with despair. Park Hoon calls out her name Dong-hwa. The girl turns around hoping to hear something positive, looking for encouragement. The man, though he seemed so cheerful before, now seriously notices that her brother is not as simple as he seems, instilling a grain of hope. As if on cue, at this very moment, Dong-gyu abruptly slams his knee into the back of the opponent sitting on top of him, finding a vulnerable spot. Puck clearly didn't expect such a turn. He's surprised at this kind of trickery from a guy he thought he'd already defeated. Literally a second later, the situation changes completely. Now Puck has his back to the ground and Don is on top of him. Puck didn't even fully realize what had happened, his face expressing sheer surprise at such a rapid change of positions. The referee starts counting down to 4, approaching the decisive moment of the fight. Don suddenly stands up and steps away from the guy, preventing the referee from crediting the knockout and ending the count at 5. Puck, rising, addresses the guy with rage, calling him a freak and promising that he will regret his decision to let him go, completely unaware of the motives behind such an act. The athlete talks about going too far and needing to win by knockout just this once, so he let his opponent go, explaining his strange act. Puck, brimming with anger, very quickly starts moving towards the guy, ready to resume his attack with renewed vigor. Don, at this point, recalls a recent conversation he had with the director, telling him that he was becoming even more impressive, but still hadn't gotten far enough to truly become the strongest. Park Hoon then said that he noticed something important while watching the guy's recent fight, sparking his interest in that observation. The man pointed out that the guy gets excited too easily in battle, adding that it's always fun to learn something new in his technique. As he continued to explain, the mentor said that he understood Dong-gyu's condition because he himself felt the same way when he was overflowing with energy in his youth. The main problem is that when people get excited, their horizons narrow and they become overly thoughtless, which is also the case with Dong-gyu. The guy obviously thought about these words of his mentor, starting to analyze the situation and realizing that he should fight with a cold mind, avoiding difficult situations. Recalls the director's advice: if it suddenly becomes difficult, just make the opponent lose patience, which would be the most correct option in such a situation. After the guy remembered this conversation, he managed to keep his cool and landed an impressive punch on his opponent's cheek. Dong-gyu realizes that the next step is to take the opponent by force, and so this blow was so strong that the opponent's teeth fell out. The guy's fans watching this fight started crying with delight, being in shock at how powerful he had become. My sister and her friend couldn't believe their eyes either, madly happy for their brother and his incredible progress. Meanwhile, Tokibe launched the stream, addressing his subscribers and asking if they could believe where he is now, standing outside the gym doors. Streamer assures that when he tells you exactly where he is, his viewers will just go crazy with envy and admiration. After a long buildup of intrigue, Tokbe finally announces that he is now in the hall where Day himself, his idol, is training. The streamer is insanely excited, saying that today he will finally make a joint video with his favorite streamer, fulfilling a long-time dream. The guy opens the doors of the hall, commenting that it's a place they've only seen during the broadcasts, but now he's there himself, and is greeted with a friendly welcome. Tokbe was met by director Park Hoon. The streamer expresses gratitude for the permission to broadcast, showing respect. The principal started laughing hard, saying that for the sake of his student, he would always give permission, showing his friendliness. The director offers to follow him, noting that the hall is so clean, which would definitely be comfortable to practice in. The director continues the tour, showing the room for learning new techniques with trainers, the gym, and the ring for fights supervised by professionals. The people in the chat room watching the stream wonder what the coach or peddler is doing here, whereupon they walk up to the men's locker room and the director announces the guests, motioning for them to come out. Don is in the men's locker room after the last fight. He's still a little battered, and the people in the chat room are posting just wondering why he's so wrinkled. Don walks up to the streamer, extends his hand, and the streamer gets excited, talking about how long he's been waiting for this meeting, to which the guy responds by thanking him for supporting him all this time. The streamer recalls promoting his channel, emphasizing that Dong-gyu should be well aware of this, and brags to his subscribers about his influence. They set up a camera in the ring for broadcast, and talk about fighters first learning how to fall properly from the beginning of training. Tokbe congratulates Don on winning the amateur competition, adding that for him he is far from an amateur, but a true professional. Young expresses his gratitude to him and to all the audience, both his own and his, recognizing their role in his success. Don tells the guy it would be an honor to say it, causing the streamer to embarrass himself by admitting he just had to say it. Hater sits in his room grimly typing in chat about the sportscaster's loss. The streamer's broken face seemed obvious proof. Disappointment in the pig trying to pump himself up was expressed by Gaemak Jung in insulting words, contempt evident in every letter. The continued venomous comments about the slimmed-down piggyback pop-up were accompanied by accusations of boring content baiting viewers. The insistence on defeat was based on a battered face. The bewilderment about possible doubts emphasized the hitter's confidence. The irony of a support group giving money to a still-living loser sounded particularly vicious. The taunts continued with increasing force. Another hater under the nickname Vimruo supported the view of losing by comparing beating the kids to his ability to beat the Don. The decision to unmask came after reading the hurtful comments. The initial request for Tokbe replaced by a desire for self-disclosure. Greeting the audience after removing the mask was followed by the introduction of his true identity. Streamer Day revealed himself to the audience. The hater's outrage manifested itself in negative comments about the parasite showing his face. The shock of the unexpected reveal was evident. The announcement of good and bad news sounded intriguing. The preparation for the important announcement felt in every word the guy said. Gaemak-jang's grumbling was accompanied by sips of beer in front of the screen. Accusations of wanting everything because of appearances sounded hurtful. Winning the amateur competition was being heralded as the first good news. The head hater continued to deny the obvious success. The disbelief in the victory of a freak in training for only 3 months was expressed with categorical confidence. The possibility of such a result was rejected. Confirmation of victory at nationals was complemented by Tokbei's testimony. The offer to verify the information sounded confident. Gaemak-jang was furiously slinging angry comments expressing disbelief. The news of knockouts and victory of a non-amateur made one wonder. Reports of a new winning record in amateur martial arts competitions were read with disbelief. Denial became a defensive reaction. A shudder gripped the hand of the hitter at the sight of irrefutable facts. The will to accept reality was completely absent. Written objections about 5 years of training instead of 3 months sounded like a last argument. Accusations of framing seemed like a desperate attempt. The suggestion of moving on to bad news provoked the hater to demand a confession of deception. The emotional reaction was instantaneous. The reminder of the wager regarding the other halls sounded calm and confident. The expectation of proof emphasizing the honesty of the challenge. Tokbei's explanation of handing over all earnings to the proven other trainers clarified the situation. The financial risk looked significant. The agreement to stream without hating in the absence of evidence set clear terms. The addition happened with the utmost clarity. The lack of evidence with the continuing stream of mudslinging was noted with obvious frustration. The failure to honor the agreement was justly resented. The offer of a personal meeting was accompanied by a challenge to a fair fight. The opportunity to resolve the conflict directly was open to all. The names of the haters were called openly with an invitation to the audience. Gaemak-jang's outrage at the amateur's arrogance sounded predictable. Promises of ripping the guy to shreds shattered with the reality of the encounter. A punch to the face demonstrated true superiority. Strangleholds were used skillfully and ruthlessly. The opponent's chances were melting away with every second of the hopeless confrontation. Pleas for mercy were followed by an admission of defeat. The brokenness of the hater evident in every gesture and word. The outstretched hand of the defeated hitter expressed unwillingness to accept defeat. The request to continue sounded a last desperate chord. Gaemak-jang's excuses resounded with loud shouts after the departing lad. Distraction rather than weakness was cited as the reason for the defeat. Reflecting on his father's words led to a bitter realization of his slacker status. Reproaches about his inability to get into college came back with painful memories. Thoughts of lack of talent sounded self-deprecating. Family's words about insufficient skills for learning required facing the harsh reality. Comparisons with other unsupported entrants added to the sense of hopelessness. Parental questioning about the reasons for such worthlessness echoed painfully. Ignorance of ways to try harder was mixed with questions about the lack of effort. Shouting to the guy about the availability of opportunities expressed deep despair. The tirade of attempt and superior knowledge demonstrated the deepest denial of personal responsibility. Self-justification, reaching absurd proportions. Realizing the true reasons for the scathing comments did not make me want to intervene. The tears of the hitter were accompanied by complaints about the lack of opportunities. Realizing the futility of dialogue with an opponent not willing to listen came with clarity. Tokbei's broadcast continued with the story of the audience favorite's victory. Gratitude to the audience for the support that led to victories was expressed in parting words. Modesty emphasized the attractiveness of the character of the guy. The promise of future good videos was interrupted by the appearance of the principal. An apology for the intrusion preceded by an important message. The principal's surprise at the arrival of the new guest was transmitted to the boy. The surprise of additional visitors reflected brightly on his face. Continued filming was followed by a request to wait to return. An offer to chat in the comments was followed by a warning about a bad guest. The director was addressing Gaemak-jang about the difference from Dawn. Asking him to leave instead of swearing sounded the defensive reaction of a defeated man. The only difference was the lack of an early meeting with the director according to the mentor. The classic tiger stance hinted at the training potential of the hitter. The meeting with the guest took place right in the stairwell. The crossing was accompanied by a mention of rumors of the guest's search. The stranger's businesslike approach was evident in his unwillingness to waste time. The transition to the substance of the conversation demonstrated the practicality of his intentions. The card with the fist emblem was passed around as an invitation to another room. New opportunities were presented as an attractive prospect. The recommendation was the mention of competition finalist Pak Moon-soo. Training at the promoted gym was emphasized as an advantage. Don's refusal sounded immediate and decisive. The explanation of the sufficiency of the current situation showed satisfaction with the existing one. A statement about avoiding questionable business was met with a warning about words. Continuing in mixed martial arts required caution. Unnecessary word control was attributed to the lack of appropriate intentions. Thinking about the best ways to reach the chairman expressed strategic thinking. Regret for wasted talent was accompanied by a hint of missed opportunities. The offer of more than is available now was categorically rejected. The card was put into the hands of the guy saying goodbye. The introduction of Park Tae-gae was accompanied by an offer to call if the decision changed. A parting glance was accompanied by reflections on the disparaging manner of the chairman's nephew. The connection with the enemy determined instantly. Quick dialing followed immediately after an important conversation. The transfer of significant information began without delay. The report of finding the person sought was overshadowed by the mention of a significant complication. Details deliberately omitted from the conversation. The appearance of an unknown bushy-tailed car drew attention to the found man. The car pulled up behind him, creating a potentially dangerous situation. A certain old man, clearly not living a good life, looked surprised at the approaching car, but he was quickly grabbed and led into the bus, leaving no chance for resistance. The unidentified man, remembering how all he wanted to do was borrow money for a bet, couldn't understand how he ended up in this situation, pondering the strange twist of fate. The captive was perplexed as to why he couldn't move, trying to realize his position, feeling fear gripping his mind and body. As he began to sweat profusely, he realized that he could see absolutely nothing around him. He was surrounded by pitch darkness, depriving him of the last connection with the outside world. The man's body was completely buried in the ground, with only his head sticking out, and that with a bandage over his eyes, making the situation even more hopeless. The captive tried to scream through the bandage, begging for help, but the man who buried him coldly noticed that their captive was finally awake. The buried man screamed desperately, promising to pay all his debts, begging to be released. Realizing he was trapped with no way out, Seo Yoon-do, standing next to him, asked if he had fun losing money gambling, reminding him of the debt over half the amount. The kidnappers discussed his family, wondering if he had children or other relatives, planning how to use this to their advantage. The captive cried out in terror, demanding that his family not be touched, but he was urged to silence, mentioning his 20-year-old daughter, as if knowing everything about her. One of the strangers offered to take his daughter to Japan, causing the man to weep bitterly at the thought of such a fate for his child. The kidnappers speculated on the nature of gambling, forcing people to sell their own family, suggesting that he be left in the ground forever. As they left, they cruelly joked that the worms would soon eat his eyelids, so there was no need to worry, adding one last drop of despair. The man buried in the ground realized that everything that had happened was the result of his addiction, thinking of his wife and daughter, whom he called a princess. The captive agonized over what would happen to his family, what these people might do if only he had stopped playing earlier. The captive thinks he could have paid off his debts if he hadn't sought out new games, but then realizes that the root of the problem is in the beginning, if he had never started playing. Buried in the ground, the captive begs for help, asking to save at least his family, willing to sacrifice himself for their well-being. Unidentified people watch the entire scene from neighboring rooms, following the scene with unclear intentions. It turns out to be Dawn and Gray standing by the window, watching the buried head and body, preparing to intervene in the situation. The guy remembers the training, realizing that all the skills he learned will soon be useful for a rescue mission. 2 hours earlier, Gray had been sitting behind the wheel, contemplating how to help a Ludoman found man in a dire situation. Gray reflected that Ludoman is no longer as addicted to games. But there is another problem, wondering about the connection between substances and addicts. Dawn, sitting next to them, suggests that they are recklessly using money in an attempt to find similarities to gambling addicts. The guy replies that there's actually more to it. They don't see what's right in front of their noses, blinded by the desire to do whatever they want without even realizing it. Gray doubts that even if they get in and do their thing, it won't help Ludoman in any way. But Dawn assures him that all they need to do is get him out of his current position. The lad adds that they will not be able to teach him with words, but through bodily experience they will be able to do so, causing great amazement in the comrade. Gray asks if that's the only reason Dawn asked to take the van on the mission, to which he explains the need to get close to Ludoman, gain his trust, and make things realistic. The guy notices that they are almost there, so they need to get ready, denoting the urgency of the situation. Dong-gyu turns to his comrade, saying that he too should prepare properly, though Gray is hesitant, not understanding how kidnapping could be the solution. It turns out it was the two of them who kidnapped Ludamana buried in the ground, revealing the nature of their plan, which seemed both cruel and calculated. Gray, rubbing his hands together nervously, wondered how they could even leave a man in the ground, his voice betraying worry and doubt. Dawn calmly explained that addicts and gamblers could not be rationalized with words, to which Gray only nodded, reluctantly agreeing. The guy mentioned 2 days, causing Gray to look puzzled. He didn't understand what he was talking about, feeling the situation was getting weirder. Spurgeon explained that they would leave Ludoman behind for 2 whole days, causing Gray to worry about the possible death of his captive, but he only remained silent. Don sharply cut off that it was useless to pity the prisoner, for he had ruined his family by continuing to play, showing signs of real insanity. The guy added that people are much stronger than they seem, remembering how Yoon Sook's body had stayed alive for a long time even after taking a shower. Gray shuddered and asked why Don was saying such terrible things, his voice betraying discomfort at the grim memories. Don noted thoughtfully that he had found information on Ludoman, but he had turned out to be a common outcast, an unremarkable man. Turning, the lad advised Gray to think when he pitied his captive, that he was giving him a chance to make another play by antagonizing his comrade. The guy calmly replied that he considered it a kind of therapy, shocking but effective. His tone was confident and cold. Guy explained that such therapy traumatizes a person by sending a signal to the inner self to live a better life, especially with players. Hacker, hesitantly, asked if this therapy was really effective, not believing that burping could be a useful treatment. Don admitted that the method was harsh, adding that he was not a doctor or psychiatrist, to which Gray reasonably remarked that specialists don't do that. The guy reasoned that on the threshold of death, a person begins to think about life from unusual sides, and even returning to life will never forget that moment, and then asked his comrade for the keys, announcing that he had to go. Eurosha warned the hacker that he would come tomorrow to check on the situation, and if he helped the prisoner, the consequences would be unpredictable, his voice sounding cold and confident. The boy added threateningly that he would then bury Gray himself in Ludamana's place if he decided to interfere with their plan, his words hanging in the air like a sentence. Gray, snapping out of it, started to call Don a violent freak, but immediately stopped himself and apologized, realizing he had gone too far in his words. Don reassured his comrade, saying he would just check to see if the prisoner was alive, and remarked that they promised rain tomorrow, so it would get warmer and a light drizzle wouldn't kill him. Sitting in the car, the guy thought about Ludoman, realizing that he had to survive not only for himself, but also for his wife, daughter, and father, who were waiting for his return. Gray looked at Don and asked if he had a driver's license, to which the guy honestly admitted his lack of one, not seeing it as a problem. The comrade started laughing, offering to call a cab, and advising me not to drive without a license, showing concern for safety, albeit with a dose of irony. Meanwhile, the chairman sat in his office, scrutinizing the important papers that had been brought to him, his face expressing concentration. The man turned to his nephew Guhek, starting a serious conversation, his voice sounding stern but with a tinge of interest. The nephew in the study listened attentively to his uncle, ready to discuss, his posture betraying respect and willingness to dialogue. The chairman asked if the nephew had mentioned the need for an assistant, to which the latter complained of old men only scratching their tongues and mentioned General Manager Puck. The CEO shared the information, and the chairman began looking at the data on the amateur winner, discovering an interesting coincidence. The man asked if this was the same guy who tried to kill himself to avenge his father. Realizing there might be an important connection here, the chairman reasoned that the lad needed a new family to fill a mental void, offering to bait him with money, and if he refused, to take care of the rest of his family in a display of cold-blooded calculation. Meanwhile, Don came home and brought his sister a chicken, making the girl jump madly with joy, creating a contrast to the chairman's gloomy plans. The guy passed all the safety training, exams in just one morning, will soon get his license, and tomorrow will be functional training, planning to handle all the formalities in 2 weeks. The young man reflected that he couldn't rely on Choi Kaidon, known as Gray, all the time, striving for autonomy and independence. The lad decided that by getting his license, he could close another debt to Gray by keeping his promise and proving his trustworthiness. Before meeting Gray, Don had thought it was worth a preliminary visit to the gym to prepare himself mentally and gather his thoughts. The guy understood the need to look around and focus on the fight first, prioritizing properly to be ready for anything. Upon arriving at his gym and opening the doors, Don informed everyone present of his arrival, expecting to see the usual training environment. But in front of him, the guy saw something strange. A huge crowd of people, distinguishing only their backs that filled the entire space of the hall. The athlete was perplexed, because it was not a break, wondering who all these people were, who had gathered in the hall at an unusual time, and what they were doing here. Dong-yun approached the guy, expressing his joy at seeing him, and Don immediately asked what was going on, looking for an explanation for the strange situation. The guy wondered if it was him that all these people were looking for, getting confirmation from his comrade that indeed it was. The comrade stepped aside, promising to look into the situation and clarify the details of what was going on, leaving Don slightly confused. The guy was worried that those gathered intended to pick a fight with him, trying to understand the reason for such a gathering of people and their possible intentions. Don Hen's mysterious warning hung in the air, creating a complex mosaic of premonitions and internal contradictions. The fan crowd became a mirror of hidden desires, where each face reflected deep aspirations and professional ambitions. Don Hen's attentive gaze drew invisible lines of communication between those gathered, exposing hidden patterns of human behavior. The crowd's physique became a metaphor for personal transformation, where each body bore the imprint of past and present. The director's gaze became a symbol of professional predation, where every move was carefully calculated between business interests and human desires. The influx of new students created a complex ecosystem of professional growth, where each participant was a potential carrier of unique energy. The desire to become a streamer turned into an underlying desire for self-actualization and professional transformation. The basics of streaming have become a metaphorical key to new horizons of professional communication. The joking advice turned into a complex psychological game where every word was weighed between support and mild irony. The coach's indignation exposed the thin margins of these professionals, where every word was calculated. Reflecting on potential content became a metaphor for professional formation and mutual support. Supporting a comrade turned into a real anthem of friendship and professional solidarity. Natural talent became the invisible engine of professional transformation, where the secret joke was carefully weighed. Donhen's gratitude was transformed into a symbolic gesture of professional recognition and mutual respect. At that moment, the principal appears, calling loudly for Don, letting him know that people want to see him. Everyone in the hall turns around, noticing the young man, clearly not expecting him to appear at this time, their faces expressing surprise and delight. The director announces this is the only opportunity to sign up for the gym and get special lessons from Don, even though they didn't agree to it. The principal ignores the objections, and the crowd shouts out their desire to learn from Don, some even claiming early arrival in an attempt to gain an advantage. The director reassures everyone, promising that everyone will be able to sign up, keeping order and organization in the growing chaos. A guy looking at their faces realizes that they look like real zombies, obsessed with working out and losing weight. Guy realizes that he doesn't share the director's confidence in the success of this whole enterprise, doubting the appropriateness of this approach. Dong-gyu quickly runs outside, hailing a cab, muttering that he shouldn't have been treated like this, feeling used. Returning to Gray, he asks what the latter is doing in such darkness, noticing his comrade's strange behavior. Gray stands at the window with a concerned look, clearly anxious about something serious. Hearing Don's voice, Gray turns around frightened, wondering with horror if he heard correctly that nothing is wrong, to which Don ironically asks if the boars have shown up. The sportsman jokingly remarks that clearly something is up, as Gray is not in the habit of holding an axe, hinting at his unusual behavior. Dong-gyu wonders about the guy they buried, to which Gray asks in surprise, "Can't you tell from his face what's going on?" Gray cries out in horror, asking if Don thinks the buried man is dead, showing extreme concern. Don asks not to yell, saying he was just asking a question, to which the comrade indignantly replies that such a thing should not be asked in such circumstances at all. Gray explains that it's as if the man is in a trance, repeating the same thing, suspecting he's dehydrated, which requires immediate intervention. The guy reasons that maybe this isn't the end, he has to decide his own fate. We need to crack him psychologically to achieve the goal of therapy. Don walks over to the man buried in the ground and stands directly in front of him, observing his condition carefully. The man is constantly screaming, begging for his family not to be touched and for his release, in a state of extreme desperation. The athlete turns to his comrade, asking to fetch water for the captive, showing basic concern. Left alone with the man for a moment, Don listens as he continues to plead for his release, taking all the blame and asking him not to hurt his family. Don tells him that if he behaves well, he will set him free, setting the conditions for the situation to continue. The man begins to cry at these words, saying he would do anything to actually be set free. The buried man promises to fulfill any demand no matter what he is told, showing complete desperation and willingness to cooperate. The guy says he'll make him do something bad, thinking to himself that Seo Yoon-do better answer right for his own good. The guy explains that a man just needs to be told where to look for a certain person, getting to the heart of his interests. Don realizes he's going to ask a very simple question, and asks where the man's daughter ran off to, suddenly changing the direction of the conversation. The man obviously did not expect this question, and Don repeats it, wondering where his daughter has run off to, whom he has looked everywhere, but has not found anywhere. To which the captive replies that he does not understand what he is talking about. The young man claims he knows about giving his daughter half of the winnings, so she now has a lot of money and is hiding well, hinting at a conspiracy. Dong-gyu offers a deal. If the man tells him where his daughter is, the guy will forgive him absolutely all his debts and give him another 5,000 won to settle up, offering a way out of the situation. Seo Yoon-do, buried in the ground, just quietly remains silent, not answering anything to this sentence, showing unexpected resilience. Don asks again, suggesting that maybe the man can win this time too, demanding the correct answer. Guy reminds him of the need to return to a normal life and family, suggesting that the man hasn't seen his daughter in a long time, who may no longer recognize him as her father, trying to press the hurt. But the man still won't give up, just continuing to remain silent, surprising his captors. Gray, watching this, wonders if the man is really considering whether or not to set his daughter up, choosing between her and the play money. The young man, watching the man's reaction, realizes with horror that in all likelihood the player has not changed a bit, despite the traumatic experience. Dong-gyu says he'll give the man until tomorrow, suggesting he think hard about the proposal, giving him one last chance. As he leaves, Dawn realizes that the buried man has absolutely no choice in the situation. Guy reflects that the nearness of death does not guarantee a revised outlook on life, recognizing that his therapy is apparently not as effective as he thought it would be. Gray seems disappointed in this man, especially considering his own orphan childhood. It pains him to watch his father choose between his daughter and money. Suddenly, Seo In-do quietly tells them to just shut up, breaking their silence. The two guys were extremely surprised by this man's reaction, not expecting such a display of character. But the man repeats himself, saying they should shut up, calling them real freaks, showing unexpected resistance. The man screams for them to just kill him, calling him bastards, refusing to be tortured in the ground, resenting how he can turn in his daughter. Continuing to scream, the captive declares that he won't think twice and can't give her to such bastards, and the two guys are happy with this reaction. It's exactly what they wanted to hear. Don sits down, saying he understands the man wants to die, to which the man responds by asking if he didn't hear him say just kill him. Seo-eun continues to scream, calling them freaks and demanding they just kill him, showing unexpected resilience. After these words, the man receives a rather hard slap on the cheek, showing the seriousness of the situation. The blow was so hard that the guy was left with blood on his fist, indicating the severity of the blow. Gray tries to stop Don, saying that a man could actually die from such actions. The comrade remarks that, as if it wasn't, it's still too much, expressing disapproval of the methods. The guy responds that he can be cruel sometimes, and explains his actions by saying that the man knows the value of his family, but for some reason, he doesn't stop. Dong-gyu declares that in all likelihood it's time to get the prisoner out, changing his mind. The sportsman ironically remarks that if Gray wants to follow the buried man around for the rest of his life, they can leave it that way, to which he replies that he understood and will bring a shovel right away. His comrade quickly begins to move, literally running after the shovel to free the unfortunate man sooner. Dawn addresses the buried man, saying that if this was a past him, the man would have had it far from easy. The guy explains that the past he wouldn't even have checked the importance of family to a man, and wouldn't have understood the reasons for this behavior. But now, with a good sister, he is keenly aware of the value of family, demonstrating a personal transformation. Dawn says he punched the man on behalf of the old man, hoping the man wouldn't hate him so much, trying to explain his actions. He remembers an old man from his past life, aggressive as fire, but is sure that if his son came back, the old man would just be glad not to strike without question. Meanwhile, Seo Yun-dong's father sits drinking and yelling that they're freaking crooks as he continues to relive the situation. The father still won't let the situation go, complaining that he gave them valuable land, but they couldn't even keep their promise to find his son, adding that the guy who made the promise died suddenly. The old man resents the damn company for pretending like they didn't even know the guy was dead, calling himself an idiot for believing them. Ludoman's father thinks this life is driving him crazy, showing how deeply he has been hurt by the loss of his son and the deception of the corporation. The old man looks at the picture of his dead wife, wondering why she is smiling when everything is going downhill, pondering the fate of his only son, whose whereabouts are unknown. He says the son may have died a long time ago, asking why his wife left him alone to deal with this grief. The old man reflects that if his son had been around, none of this would have happened, placing many hopes on his return. The man thinks about his losses, his son, the land, how everything is ruined. But suddenly he hears some noise at the door. He angrily asks who is even visiting at this hour, annoyed by the unexpected visit. Suddenly the old man sees someone's body in front of his feet, at first not even realizing who is lying there in the darkness. Turns out it's Seo Yun-do lying under the door, muttering requests not to touch his family, clearly in a fever after the stress he's been through. The father leans over to his son, seeing how sick he is, how he repeats the same thing without realizing where he is. The old man cannot believe his own eyes that he sees before him the son who has been missing for so long. The man starts screaming, asking who did this to him and why he feels so bad, showing paternal concern. Seo Yun-do's eyes immediately fill with tears and he starts to apologize to his father. But he says that he should be the one apologizing. The old man notices an envelope lying next to his son's body, thinking it was left by those who beat his child. Opening the envelope, he reads a threat that if he doesn't pay his debts, he will never see his son again, taking it as a warning. The letter actually said something completely different, a guide to the rehab process, and a phrase that said, "I kept my promise." The old man will now mean that he has kept his promise. Don, who is next to the car, listens to these words with inner joy. Later, Don sits in his kitchen at home eating breakfast, immersed in his thoughts about what happened. The sister sitting next to me asks if this rice is really good, but the guy just keeps quiet, thinking about something of his own. The guy suddenly asks if she cooked it, noting the flavor and assuring her husband-to-be that he would love it, eliciting cries of embarrassment from her sister. The girl wonders what Dong-gyu was doing yesterday after coming home at 3 in the morning, reproaching that he didn't even call her. The guy ironically responds by asking what she was doing waiting instead of going to bed, calling it stupid. The young man recalls treating his buddy to soup for helping him yesterday, noticing that although it was a surprise, he ate 4 whole bowls, showing a real appetite. Afterward, he tells his sister about the 20,000 won, and she asks in bewilderment what he's even talking about. The guy explains that it's a plus to her pocket money, which the sister clearly didn't expect to hear, surprised by such generosity. But the girl pretends not to be interested, asking who he even thinks she is, and the brother keeps upping the ante to 30,000, then 40,000. Dong-hwa understands his game, saying that her brother doesn't seem to want to tell her who he was with and what he was doing, offering to pay her 50,000 for her silence in that case. Though the boy rolled his eyes, he still told his sister that they had a deal, agreeing to her terms. Then suddenly, my sister realized that she was late for school and quickly began to dress, hurrying to get out of the house. The girl said goodbye without even looking at her brother, letting him know that she had to go, showing a typical morning rush. But suddenly the sister realized she had forgotten to say something and stopped for a second before exiting. Dong-hwa reminded him that his exam results are due today, congratulating him in advance for passing, showing concern. The girl says goodbye, saying she'll see you in the evening, leaving her brother in a good mood. The boy smiled, realizing that his sister remembered this important date for him, realizing that he was important to her, even if she pretended as if he wasn't. The young man goes to his room and sits down in front of his computer, scrutinizing some information, completely immersed in his work. The guy decides to check the results of the exam, madly happy that despite the fear of making a mistake or incorrectly marking answers, everything went well and the exam is passed. While contemplating whether to start a stream to share this news, Dong-gyu makes a decision and greets his viewers. Thanking them for joining at such an early hour, subscribers are getting worried, thinking that something has happened since the broadcast started at an unusual time. The guy reassures them by saying he has exciting news, recalling how last time one of his subscribers, seemingly Sanu, asked about his project. A young man announces that he has passed his real estate exam after 3 months of studying, sharing his accomplishment with supportive people. The young man was simultaneously preparing for a martial arts competition and real estate agent exams, admitting that he wanted to tell his subscribers about it. Dong-gyu feared failing and pondered what it would be like if he just blurted out everything to everyone, and then didn't live up to expectations. Therefore, emphasizes that all his achievements were only possible because of the support of the audience, bowing to them in gratitude. Guy sees comments from people telling how inspired they are by him and is clearly surprised by this response, not expecting such a strong impact on others. The athlete tells fans they did a good job, promising to share more good news on the stream tonight, creating intrigue. Dong-gyu apologizes, announcing that he has to make a phone call now and he'll be back for just a few minutes, temporarily interrupting the broadcast. After going into another room, he is chatting with someone on the phone, wondering who he is talking to in general, showing some tension. Meanwhile, his sister is at school chatting with her friend Ji-hai, who asks who she's expecting a call from, and Dong-hwa replies that it's from his brother because the exam results are in. Ji-hee wonders why she doesn't call herself, to which the girl explains that she congratulated him in advance in the morning, so he should call first. But then the guy's sister gets the idea to check the list of gifted students, where her brother's results might be. Dong-hwa notices the information about the 2 flawless tests, thinking the exam is valid, but it's all bullshit, starting to get indignant. The guy's sister realizes that even though her brother made 2 mistakes, as he said earlier, the result is still impressive. Ji-hee asks Dong-hoo if she really loves her brother, to which she immediately denies it, embarrassed by her feelings. In the evening, already at home, the sister sees something that surprises her very much, frozen in front of the TV. On the news, the girl sees her brother, announced as the student with the highest score, giving an interview, which completely shocks her. The girl turns to her brother, reminding him that he seemed to have made 2 mistakes, to which the latter explains that on examination, they were counted as correct because the questions were debatable. The young man explains that there has been a lot of controversy over these issues, so they probably interviewed people with high scores to appease others, and the sister complains about the unfairness of the world. The sister remarks that she's heard of another person with a higher score, wondering why only her brother was interviewed. Don tells a story that happened to him in the afternoon when he went to a coffee shop to meet someone for an interview. A guy walks up to the table, says hello, and says he's signed up for an interview today, fulfilling an appointment. The reporter greets him, confirming that he was the one invited to the interview today, beginning the official conversation. Park Jin-seol, scrutinizing Kim Dong-gyu sitting across from him, confessed that he never thought he would meet someone who had passed the exam so perfectly. The guy replied that he didn't expect to ever get an invitation for an interview either, especially so soon after the results were announced. The reporter offered to sit down while waiting for the second excellent student who also passed the exam perfectly, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and importance. The waitress came to their table. The young man, gathering his thoughts before the important conversation, ordered an Americano on the rocks. Park Jin-seol remarked that he's seen many people in this field, but this is the first time he's met someone like Kim Dong-gyu, not hiding his studying gaze. The young man noticed this stare from the reporter, which created a palpable discomfort and made him more nervous. The athlete asked if he looked too relaxed, trying to understand the reason for such intense attention to his person. The reporter explained that few people can maintain that kind of composure in an interview, setting him apart from other candidates. Kim Dong-gyu pondered about who Park Jin-seol had met before. Perhaps someone who was too uptight or shy. The reporter, noticing his doubts, advised him to behave naturally, emphasizing that this would be the best way to have a successful conversation. As he watched Park Jin-seol, Kim Dong-gyu noted his keen eye for detail and emotion. The young man decided to compliment her, noting that the reporter looked pretty good too, trying to smooth over the resulting awkwardness. Park Jin-seol wore glasses that seemed to cover his penetrating gaze, making communication more comfortable and less stressful. The guy clarified that he was talking about the rimmed glasses, instantly piquing his interlocutor's interest in this observation. The reporter remarked that Kim Dong-gyu has a honeyed look, hinting that he should have been invited for interviews more often due to his pleasant demeanor. The waitress approached the reporter, informing her that Choi Gang-hyun had already arrived, interrupting their budding, meaningful conversation. Park Jin-seol stepped back to greet the second participant, and the young man hesitated as he watched his professional movements. The young man noted to himself that the reporter had clearly faced similar situations more than once, showing experience and confidence. Park Jin-seol approached the newcomer, politely introducing himself and reminding him of the phone call, observing all etiquette. Choi Gang-hyun, ignoring the outstretched hand, coldly stated that the reporter should choose better places to conduct interviews. The reporter patiently replied that they had been picking this cafe for a long time, but it clearly didn't suit Choi Gang-hyun's taste, maintaining a professional calmness. This guy just sat down next to me, indifferently saying, "Okay, whatever, we can just get started," showing a complete lack of interest in formalities. When the waitress came with the order, this other guy also ordered, choosing the same iced Americano, as if not even wanting to take the time to choose. He did so rudely that the waitress became visibly uncomfortable, though she tried to maintain a professional smile and quickly withdrew. Kim Dong-gyu analyzed that this guy is acting so rude that it's probably not the waitress's first time encountering a customer like this. He clearly wants to be treated well, although he has no manners himself, and from the first minute he shows his true character without hiding. Choi Gang-hyun loudly stated that it was said as if the exam was difficult, but to him it was complete nonsense, as if he was bragging about his abilities in front of everyone. He added that even cows and dogs could write this exam with excellence, downplaying the significance of their overall achievement. Kim Dong-gyu calmly replied that he would rather be a beef then than Choi Gang-hyun, clearly causing his interlocutor to be displeased. The young man pointed at Choi Gang-hyun, ironically noting that if you followed his logic, he was a dog, twisting his own comparison. And the guy jokingly called himself a cow, since they both managed to write this exam equally well, enjoying the resulting verbal duel. Choi sharply asked what he was trying to say by calling him a freak, to which Kim Dong-gyu calmly introduced himself by his full name, suggesting that they call him that. The young man remarked that he thought it was better to have a name than to respond to insults by politely interjecting if it wasn't true. Choi was indignant, asking if the man really thought he could compete with him even a little bit, wondering if he even knew who he was. Reporter Park Jin-seol, sensing the rising tension, intervened, saying that they knew Mr. Choi very well, trying to defuse the situation. He noted that Choi is currently teaching at a university, reporting this information as something worthy of respect and recognition. The reporter added that his interlocutor is also the head of a real estate investment company, which clearly interested Kim Dong-gyu. He remarked that in Korea, only Yash can be compared to this DK company, showing an unexpected knowledge of the market. DK was a place he knew very well, and Choi was surprised to ask how he knew it, clearly not expecting such familiarity. Choi asked the reporter how he got such good sources, to which Park Jin-seol replied that his boss just compiled some impressive information. Choi turned to Kim Dong-gyu, asking if the latter had heard of him and knew who he was, emphasizing his own importance. Choi was perplexed and asked why he should even know someone who got the highest score by chance, continuing to belittle his interlocutor's accomplishments. Kim Dong-gyu calmly replied that he was just reading his mind, ironically agreeing with the assumption and showing his equanimity. The waitress brought Choi Gang-hyun's order, casting such a judgmental look at him that a palpable tension hung in the air, making the atmosphere uncomfortable. Choi sharply asked Kim Dong-gyu if he was grinning at him, to which the young man calmly replied that they'd had plenty of time to get to know each other. Reporter Park Jin-seol didn't expect the interview to turn into something like this, himself forgetting that it was time to get to the main part of the conversation. Choi Gang-hyun abruptly stood up, slapped the table, and declared that it was impossible to sit in this hole. His mood had gone bad, and he was leaving. Although the reporter tried to stop him with requests, the angry young man decided to leave the cafe, leaving everyone bewildered. Kim Dong-hwa, watching the report at home, incredulously asked if such people really existed, resenting Choi Gang-hyun's behavior. The boy confessed to his sister that he intentionally incited Choi, to which Kim Dong-hwa replied that she would have scratched his eyes out herself. The athlete asked what the director teaches his sister, to which the girl mysteriously replied that it is training for a select few. In his mind, Kim Dong-gyu thanked the departed Choi Gang-hyun as he ceded the spotlight to him, becoming the only character in the interview. It cost a lot to be in the spotlight. It wasn't talked about for long, but it was a chance to appear on television, increasing recognition. My sister asked my brother what they were going to do, write a post, to which he replied that he wanted to get ready for the stream. She offered to look at the number of subscribers, but noticed that someone had called her brother, interrupting their conversation with a phone call. The girl rejoiced, suggesting that it might be another interview offer, not hiding her pride in her brother's accomplishments. Someone called Kim Dong-gyu, cheekily asking if it was him, and the young man immediately tensed up, recognizing the voice in the receiver. It turned out to be the same thugs, Park Cheon-seok and Song Dae-young, who originally gave him the money, cheekily saying it was nice to hear from him. The young man listened intently, trying to understand what the bandits wanted, and Park Cheon-seok, sensing his tension, pressed harder. The sister, noticing the change in her brother's face, began to worry about him, feeling that this call did not bode well. On the phone, Kim Dong-gyu was told to come by 2 tomorrow, to which he wondered why he should do so, unwilling to comply. The bandits laughed, marveling at his boldness, and insisting that it was in his best interest to show his power over the situation. Song Dae-young remarked that the young man is only brave because they're talking on the phone, hinting at his physical superiority. He added a threat that if Kim Dong-gyu continues to act like this, he will regret trying to intimidate him with his tone. The bandit ended the conversation in a feigned friendly manner, saying that they just want to talk, and Kim Dong-gyu should come without fear. The lad stated emphatically that he had absolutely no desire to come, adding that if anyone wanted to see him, let them come to him themselves. Song Dae-young started yelling over the phone that Kim Dong-gyu would be sorry and would definitely come, but the guy just dropped the call, not wanting to continue the pointless conversation. Kim Dong-hwa worriedly asked if everything was okay, noting that the situation was creepy, but his brother dismissed it by saying that the driver's license exam tomorrow was more important. The girl asked in shock when he'd had time to start learning to drive, and the guy was genuinely surprised, assuring her that he'd told her about driving school, even though it wasn't true. The lady, not even trying to hide her joy, started talking enthusiastically about how her brother had grown up since he would soon have a driver's license, proud of his progress. Kim Dong-gyu thought about this strange conversation with the bandits, who for some reason decided to call him at such a late hour, obviously plotting something. He suggested that perhaps they had spotted him when he was rescuing his comrade Gray on the dock, and decided to find out who he was. Wondering if they had dug up something on him, Kim Dong-gyu was interrupted by his sister, who reminded him that she had a vacation ceremony tomorrow, and asked him to massage her feet. He started massaging his sister's legs with all his might, making her scream in pain. While he thought that Cho Gyu-hek was unlikely to fall for his tricks and lures, Guy realized that knowing him, one could guess what kind of fuss he was capable of making to achieve his goals, especially when he felt threatened. Realizing that there was a lot to do tomorrow, he was suddenly interrupted when Kim Dong-hwa kicked him in the face, resenting the rough massage. The boy exclaimed that his head nearly broke from such a hard blow, amazed at his sister's unexpected strength. The next day, Kim Dong-gyu passed his driver's license exam and now looked at the new document with satisfaction and a sense of legitimate pride. He felt noticeably better about his accomplishment, though he was surprised that his license had only been issued a week earlier, glad that he had it with him now. There was a message on his phone from the bandits that they would arrive in Pucheon at 2 o'clock and wait for him there, putting the need for a meeting. Kim Dong-gyu suddenly thought that he may have overestimated their persistence, not expecting such an aggressive pursuit. He reasoned that if it was really urgent, they would call back and clarify the meeting time, further demonstrating their interest. Literally after that thought, the phone rang, as if the bandits could read his mind and react to his internal reasoning. It was Song Dae-young reporting that they were already in Bucheon, to which Kim Dong-gyu recalled his offer to drive up to him, not wanting to go along. The bandit insisted that Kim Dong-gyu should be the one to come, to which he replied that he had no desire or time to meet with them, trying to figure out what they were up to. The guy heard a question from the thug asking if he knew a certain coffee shop in that neighborhood, suggesting a specific meeting place. The young man answered in the negative, admitting that he didn't even know which cafeteria the bandit was talking about, trying to avoid the encounter. Song Dae-young explained that the establishment was right in front of Nambuhan School, clearly choosing this location for a reason. Kim Dong-gyu immediately recognized the school he was talking about, the school where his little sister, Kim Dong-hwa, was studying. Realizing the hint, the young man quickly took a cab, and the bandit warned meaningfully that if he was late, something unpleasant might happen. The guy arrived at the said cafe very quickly, realizing that he really has no other choice, especially when it comes to his sister's safety. The bandits greeted the guy with feigned friendliness, offering to order coffee, make themselves comfortable, and chat like old acquaintances. Park Cheon-seok extended his hand to Kim Dong-gyu, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while, suggesting that they talk properly. The sportsman ironically asked since when they had been in such a close relationship, to which the thugs replied that they could start right away. Inwardly noting that these people really knew how to say the most disgusting things, Kim Dong-gyu suggested getting to the point, seeing no point in idle talk. Park Cheon-seok remarked with feigned offense that they were just trying to be polite, rebuking the interlocutor's arrogance and sharp reactions. The young man asked if they wanted to check what his confidence was based on, to which Song Dae-young called him a jerk, admitting that he was only trying to be polite. The atmosphere in the cafe was getting more and more tense when the bandits warned him that if he continued like this, he would get into serious trouble. One of them remarked that the brash kid had really lost the last shreds of his mind if he dared to talk to them like that. When Song Dae-young grabbed Kim Dong-gyu by his jacket, the young man mentally weighed his options, realizing that they had come to his sister's school on purpose, and he couldn't let it go. Decisively, with one lightning-fast movement of his arm, the athlete freed himself from the grip of the bandit who held him by his jacket. Kim Dong-gyu bluntly asked why they didn't want to call him to a quiet place, but made sure to come to his sister's school, clearly hinting at their low methods. Song Dae-young irritatedly said that the boy had already crossed the line, to which the young man firmly replied that they were the ones who had crossed the line first. The angry big man swung his massive fist at Kim Dong-gyu, ready to move from verbal altercation to direct conflict. Suddenly, the bandit boss intervened, calmly noting that winning the amateur competition was impressive but insufficient, suggesting something more. He approached the young man with a business proposition, an annual salary of 100 million won plus 10% on top for efficiency if he worked for him. Cho Gyuhek, the chairman's nephew, asked how often the lad thought such offers were made, to which the young man admitted that for a recent high school graduate, it was indeed beyond expectation. This boss smugly pronounced that since the guy understood the value of the offer, it would be much easier for them to agree, offering cooperation as something already decided. Kim Dong-gyu, without losing his composure, unexpectedly named his price, 1 billion won and 60% of the transactions. The guy justified the claim by saying that he had defeated everyone by knockouts in amateur competitions, and then passed the real estate agent exam with a perfect score, all in just 3 months. The gang leader began to laugh deafeningly at such words, clearly not expecting such insolence from the young man. His face contorted with anger as he stated that he knew well such upstarts, acting fearless only because of the ability to swing their fists a bit. The man menacingly asked how Kim Dong-gyu thought he could handle guys like that. The boss softens his tone, saying that he doesn't wish any harm, but only wants Kim Dong-gyu to be part of their new family. The man advised the young man to think hard, mentioning that he was aware of his desire to pay for his sister's college tuition, using personal information as leverage. As he left, the boss said that if the guy changed his mind, he could contact one of his people, as if leaving the door open. One of the bandits, leaving the cafe, angrily advised to reduce the requested fee if the guy wanted to live, without hiding the aggression in his voice. Another added that it's best to obey the boss if Kim Dong-gyu values his life, increasing the pressure on the young man. Finishing his tirade of threats, the bandit promised to personally bury the guy if he suddenly decided to refuse their offer. Kim Dong-gyu realized from their reactions that he had behaved correctly, even though he thought these aggressive guys were rather boring opponents. Mentally, he vowed to crush all these freaks, feeling a growing determination to resist their pressure at all costs. The waitress, who had been watching the meeting with concern on her face, came to the table and announced that Kim Dong-gyu's order was ready, trying not to meet the eyes of the remaining bandits. Going over to pick up the order, the guy apologized to the waitress for what she had to see and hear, showing nobility even in such a situation. The boy realized that from the gang boss's point of view, he was just a minority, but he was sure that in the future, he would change his mind. Guy reflected that the remote company style is like hitting the right spot, not dissecting the methods and techniques, noting the similarities in the way things work. Kim Dong-gyu admitted that he's not in a position to criticize the gang boss's methods yet, but it's a temporary situation. He bitterly realized that although their methods were different, the result was the same, forcing people to give up the last thing he himself had ever done in his past life. Kim Dong-gyu bitterly admitted that he was no different from these thugs, knowing this from his own experience from his past life when he himself had been in their shoes. The boy reflected that they had traveled all the way to his sister's school, clearly not just to talk about family, but to press him through his loved ones. Upon calling Gray, the sportscaster heard a surprised question as to why he was calling at such an hour and explained that he needed a favor, to which Gray joked about rehabbing a gambler. The guy assured that he wasn't calling about that, but his request could only be fulfilled by a hacker, emphasizing the importance of the case. The guy bluntly stated that they needed to give Cho Gyu-hek a shake, upsetting his comrade with the unexpected suggestion. His friend almost choked with indignation, reminding him that they had already robbed Cho Gyu-hek, and now Kim Dong-gyu was forcing him to mess with a dangerous man again. The young man reasonably asked if Gray wanted to spend his life in hiding, to which he replied that no, it was just too sudden an offer. Explaining the situation, Kim Dong-gyu said that he had just met with Cho Gyu-hek, who was trying to recruit him into his ranks. The guy added that he had asked for impossible conditions, but Cho Gyu-hek offered to think about the offer anyway, leaving the door open. The comrade worriedly remarked that Cho Gyu-hek was definitely interested in Kim Dong-gyu because of his competition wins and successful broadcasts, and would make him work like a slave. The guy suggested playing along with Cho Gyu-hek and submitting a bit, and the hacker asked if it was worth acting when the outcome was obvious. The young man insisted that they were the first to start and had grossly underestimated him, and if he got closer, he could learn something useful for their plan. Suddenly, Kim Dong-gyu saw his sister walking home from school, which immediately caught his attention and made him wary. The guy was surprised that it wasn't even 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she was already walking out of the school, not looking her best, and worried if Cho Gyu-hek had made his move in time. Gray was perplexed as to why the boy had gone silent, but he only promised to talk later, abruptly cutting off the conversation. Kim Dong-gyu called out to his sister who was passing by, and she was surprised to see his brother near the school, clearly not expecting him to be here. Kim Dong-hwa asked if she had finished her classes and if she was truant, to which Kim Dong-hwa asked bewilderedly if she hadn't talked about the special day yesterday. His sister recalled what she'd said yesterday about the closing ceremony, adding reproachfully that instead of listening, he'd almost broken her leg during the massage. Kim Dong-gyu was surprised that the ceremony ended so early, and asked why his sister looked tense, to which she explained that she had stayed late talking to the head teacher about the sports club. Kim Dong-hwa's friends remarked in surprise that they had never heard of her brother, not even knowing he existed, which embarrassed the girl. My brother politely introduced himself to the girls by giving his name, and they immediately started flirting, asking if he had a girlfriend and noting his attractiveness. Turning on his charm, the young man jokingly rebuked his sister for not telling her friends about him, adding with the understanding that if she was shy, he understood. All of the girlfriends flat out stated that if they had such a cool brother, they would be sure to brag to everyone. The brother, smoothing things over, explained that he was just joking and suggested that everyone go out to eat, for which his sister quietly elbowed him, promising revenge. On his way home, the young man lingered for a bit, telling Kim Dong-hwa that he had a call to make and asking him to go on without him. The girl suddenly decided to explain herself, saying that she hadn't told her friends about him, not because of shyness, but because she was afraid of blabbing something important if she started to tell. The sister apologized sincerely, asking not to be misunderstood, clearly worried that she might have offended her brother with her silence. Just a second later, she had already run away, and Kim Dong-gyu thought in surprise that his sister had actually said something nice to him, not believing his ears. The young man dialed a number, and the caller asked whose contacts he had sent, to which the guy replied that they were the numbers of Song Dae-young and Park Cheon-sok. Gray, talking to him on the phone, asked if they were Gu-hek's henchmen, to which the guy replied that they would get information from them first. Dong-gyu is currently in the ring, training hard and honing his fighting skills under the watchful eye of his trainer. Henschel moved forward quickly, trying to strike, but the boy managed to take a step to the side, avoiding a direct collision with the coach's fist. The next blow also failed to reach the target. Dong-gyu jumped up in time, showing excellent reaction and coordination in the ring space. The experienced coach is clearly surprised to notice how much better the guy has started to move. His technique and reaction speed have improved noticeably. A second later, the coach saw an unexpected picture. A guy swinging his fist, preparing to strike back, his eyes full of determination. Dong-gyu actually hit the trainer right in the side, catching him off guard with the surprise attack and showing his growing skill. Henschel doesn't give up and challenges the guy to see if this is really all he's capable of, provoking him to take more decisive action. The guy notices that the coach is opening up and realizes it's time to hit him with a precision shot, taking advantage of the gap in the defense. Suddenly, Dong-gyu is approached from behind by a kick from the coach, but the guy manages to react and jump away from the dangerous attack in time. Dong-yeon asks in shock, what kind of monster Dong-gyu is if he was able to sense and dodge even a blow from behind, out of sight. Guy notes that the longer the fight lasts, the more his senses sharpen, and he becomes more and more aware of the mechanics of his body and movements. The young man marvels at the ability to control his body so thoroughly, feeling every muscle and anticipating the actions of his opponents in the ring. The young man wanted to regain his balance, but then his opponent suddenly blocked the blow, showing no less skill and reaction. The mentor jokingly tells the guy that he almost hurt his co-workers, to which Dong-gyu replies with a smile, hoping it's a joke. In response, his opponent seriously states that he is not joking at all, adding tension to the situation and showing his true attitude. When the opponent's fist moves towards the guy, he realizes he's seen this kind of move before, which helps him anticipate the trajectory of the attack. Thanks to this experience, Dong-gyu manages to easily dodge the blow as if he already knows where his opponent's fist is going to go. Dong-gyu quickly throws his arm forward and grabs his opponent's arm, retaking the initiative and preparing to counterattack in the ring. The guy realizes that this is the perfect moment to throw his opponent over his shoulder, using his own strength and inertia against him. Henschel suddenly comes to his senses, and the trainer swings in to strike again, not allowing the guy to fully seize the initiative. The coach yells, reminding him not to forget his presence, and still grazes the guy with his fist, showing the experience and skill of a professional. Dong-yun quickly applies his favorite jujitsu, grabbing Dong-gyu and pinning him in an effective pain hold on the ring floor. The guy realizes he's still not at the point where he can anticipate surprise attacks, which limits his options considerably. The young man realizes that it will be difficult for him to stand up to the bandits, who will definitely act together using their numerical advantage. The owner of the gym, who has been watching the intense workout, shouts loudly that enough is enough, urging the fighters to stop sparring in the ring. Dong-yun declares that Day is weak, and Park Hoon reminds the viewers as the workout is broadcast live for subscribers. Coach keeps boasting that even in normal life, he is so strong that he can pin a monster like Day to the ground without any problem. Park Hoon says that he still can't believe it's real, to which Dong-gyu replies that it doesn't matter because the broadcast will be on his channel. The guy explains that he and Dong-haen agreed to post the video on their channels, those are the rules, and asks viewers to subscribe to his YouTube. In the chat room, everyone starts laughing, commenting on how good Dong-gyu's jokes are, admiring his wit and great sense of humor. The man turned to the guy and asked him to come into his office, to which the athlete briefly replied that he would do it right away. The guy tells his comrade that he's leaving the broadcast to him, and the guy confidently replies that you don't have to worry about the quality of the stream. A friend promises to run the broadcast as if it were his own, but still admits to a little excitement in front of the audience. Already in the office, Park Hoon bluntly asks the guy why Dong-gyu did it, if not wallowing in boredom, trying to understand his motivation. The guy is shocked, not realizing exactly what the principal is talking about, and starts to get a little anxious from the uncertainty of the situation. Here the young man guesses that the owner of the hall realized the reason for sparring with two masters at once, and once again becomes convinced that the coach is not simple at all. The young man interjects if the principal really wants to know the reason, and the principal responds by asking if the guy won't tell the truth. The guy hesitates before answering, but Park Hoon suddenly changes the subject, saying that he wanted to talk about a completely different matter. The athlete notes to himself that the man is only feigning disinterest, but you can see that he's a little uncomfortable with the topic. Park Hoon informs him that starting tomorrow, the guy has to be at the gym by 9 a.m., leaving no room for objections or discussion. Dong-gyu immediately inquired about the reason, but the principal cut off that there was no need for unnecessary questions if he said so, and the guy agreed. It is explained to him that the guy will train in the morning and in the evening meet the fans who have supported him even before coming to the gym. Mujina says that although Dong-gyu won't become a full-fledged coach, he can handle posture and defense by teaching fans in the evenings. The director adds that a lot of people come to the gym and the guy just needs to be friendly and open to talking to them. The principal reminds him that Dong-gyu is now the face of their hall, so he should be careful not to let anyone beat him up. Dong-yun and Henschel continue to spar with each other right during the broadcast, showing viewers a high level of skill. The guy watches with interest as his sister films what is happening, and his companions still manage to actively communicate with the chat. The guy notices that his sister has such a starry expression on her face, as if she's immersed in the filming process herself and enjoying it. Ever since Donghua started filming, her talent is really showing more and more, and she now looks more like a true professional. Looking at his sister, the athlete is confident that she will definitely succeed in the future. She just needs constant support and belief in her abilities. Dong-gyu suggests a short break, noting that it's time for everyone involved in the broadcast to take a little break from their intense work. But the young man moved closer, so that the viewers of the broadcast could not hear, and whispered some confidential information in his comrade's ear. Turning to the fans, Dong-gyu announces to keep the fans entertained. Coach Dong-hyun will continue the practice for another half hour for their entertainment. A veritable bacchanalia began behind them, and Dong-gyu took the broadcast camera and turned to the audience with a smile, asking how they were feeling. After resuming the broadcast, he asked if the viewers had a good break, clarifying that it was not just a normal vacation for him. The guy explains that he needed to shower and get ready to go out, mentioning his recently obtained driver's license and the difficulty in choosing a car. The young man ponders that, like last time, he should buy a new car, because now he has driving skills and the ability to drive. However, Dong-gyu decided to buy a used car to save money, rationally assessing his financial capabilities and priorities. Explaining that he wants to be prepared to pay for his sister's tuition, Dong-gyu asks for help from viewers, many of whom understand cars better than he does. The guy came into a used car dealership and politely said hello to the employees who were sitting at their workstations. The employee immediately noticed the guy who walked in and asked what he could do to help, demonstrating a willingness to serve the customer. The young man explains that he wants to buy his first car, and the employee instantly understands the situation, identifying him as a novice driver. The young man asked about the selfie stick in the guy's hands, puzzled by its presence, to which Dong-gyu embarrassingly apologized, not understanding the question at first. The guy asked if he could film the car buying process for YouTube, promising to be careful not to show the faces of the employees. The employee turned around and nervously asked what the boss would think about it, hesitant to give permission to film in the salon himself. A serious-looking man, clearly the head of a car dealership, entered the room and began to assess the situation, studying the unusual visitor. Dong-gyu politely said that if they were uncomfortable, he could leave, realizing to himself that it would be extremely rude to film without permission. The boss just smiled and assured me there was no problem, noting that it was even good free advertising for their car dealership. The supervisor asked employee Dong-chul for confirmation, and the latter agreed, chuckling nervously at the unexpected turn of events. The boss invited the guy to sit down and browse the assortment, and the employee asked if the guy had contacted them before, receiving a negative answer. Chul asked how many places the guy had visited before their showroom, and was clearly surprised to hear that their car dealership was the first on the list. The employee turned around and said that he understood everything perfectly now, having assessed the situation with the inexperienced customer who had come into their showroom. Dong-gyu noticed that they were looking at him as if they had caught a real oaf, and felt somewhat uncomfortable with those looks. The employee immediately asked about budget and preferences for the make and model of the car, trying to narrow it down for the customer. The guy replied that he hasn't decided on a specific model yet, but expects less than 1.7 million, including taxes and registration. Chul assured him that they would now see what they could offer in that price range, and began to pick out options for the young customer. The chat started discussing that the situation looked suspicious, although Dong-gyu didn't seem to be doing anything strange, expressing concern for the outcome of the deal. Fortunately, there were those among the onlookers who tried to calm the chat, and in the meantime, the staff member reported after a bit of searching that he had selected a few options. Dong-gyu said he would look at the options offered, and the employee immediately warned that most of them were pretty modest cars. The guy is surprised to think that although he was expecting a resale, it's strange to hear the seller call the cars modest, sounding surprisingly honest. Deciding that he needs to inspect the cars in person, Dong-gyu asks if he can look at the offered options in the parking lot himself. The employee confidently replies that it not only can be done, but must be done, and invites the guy to come with him into the parking lot. Upon entering the parking lot, the employee promises to show the cars selected for the customer, lined up in rows for easy inspection of each. As we get closer, viewers in the chat room start commenting that the first car has clearly been driving on mountains, and the second car looks too small. The third car seems fine, although the seller described it as a modest option, causing onlookers to marvel at his honesty. The employee tries to smooth things over as they approach the obviously beat-up car, noting only that it's a bit shabby looking. Dong-gyu turns around and says that he hasn't seen a car he might like yet, to which the employee replies that he thought so. The employee reassures the guy that there is still a fourth option, which he thinks would be perfect for a young driver on a tight budget. Upon approaching the new car, viewers in the chat room write that compared to previous versions, this one seems to have descended from heaven, looking much better. While the employee is trying to sell it, the chat room advises Dong-gyu to inspect the car more carefully without giving in to the seller's entreaties. Onlookers are warned to check the seatbelt. If there is dirt or sand on the end, the car has clearly been sunk and recovered. Subscribers also note that the mileage could have been twisted, advising to check the screws on the dashboard, which could give away signs of tampering. Dong-gyu wonders how such a good car can be so cheap, to which the employee replies, "Didn't he say he was confident in this car?" Chul emphasizes that the model is relatively new, with low mileage and plenty of options, explaining the appeal of the offer. The car dealership employee admits that he wanted to buy it with his savings, but business is business, so he offers Dong-gyu the car at a bargain price. Wrapping up the broadcast, the guy thanks all the viewers for helping him buy a nice car, and separately thanks the employee for providing the car. The employee assures him that the lad has made entirely the right choice. and wishes him to drive his new car with real pleasure and safety. Dong-gyu noticed that the employee was nervous about the reaction of the chat viewers, who began to suspect something amiss with the proposed deal. An onlooker advised the guy to check what was under the seat of the car he was about to buy at a suspiciously low price. Checking the seat, they found some sort of black charcoal stain, the sight of which sent shivers running down their backs, causing anxious thoughts. At that point, a subscriber wrote in the chat that his uncle's car had been used to commit suicide, hinting at the possible origin of the stain. The young man asked the employee what happened in the car, and he instantly changed his face, asking to talk off camera, to which the guy promised to come back soon. Turning off the broadcast, he asked the employee what he wanted to talk about. Cheol replied that the guy was making things very complicated. The seller insisted that other than that stain, everything was perfectly fine, and was perplexed as to why they just couldn't close the deal without too many questions. Don was shocked by this approach, noting that even gangsters don't intimidate like this, and said he had completely changed his mind about the deal. The guy stressed that the seller had drastically changed his behavior after the broadcast was over, and therefore should now think hard about the purchase. The employee irritatedly remarked that the guy came to pick out a car, not to criticize wasting people's time, and the guy responded by asking if he was concerned about the consequences. They discussed the possible presence of a black box, to which Don stated that it was the salesman who first started aggressive communication after the camera was turned off. Don mentally noted that the mention of no black box was good news, realizing the ambiguity of the situation. Suddenly, the boss appeared, wondering if the employee was communicating well with the client and creating the proper comfort to complete the transaction. The man noticed that the customer seemed quite polite and not at all stubborn, suggesting that he should wrap up the paperwork sooner. The employee hopefully asked the guy if he would still buy the car, despite the stain he found and the salesman's strange behavior. The boss asked if they had finished discussing the details, clearly wanting to speed things up and finalize the deal as quickly as possible. The employee confidently stated that the customer would now sign a contract and purchase this car, prejudging the young man's choice in advance. Chul emphatically re-interviewed the client, confirming that he was about to sign everything, clearly nervous and in a hurry. The salesman continued to insist that there was no suicide in the car, demanding confirmation of his words, as if trying to convince himself. Don thought the employee now looked just like the chairman's nephew, noting the similarities in their manner of pressure and insistence. Looking resolutely into the eyes of the salesman, Don stated that they could not keep silent about the fact of suicide, because everything was recorded on the stream and seen by thousands of viewers. "Let's talk in private," the guy said before ending the stream, wanting to discuss the situation without witnesses or recording what was happening. The boss cheekily replied that he was sure that the dear client would think of something to say to his favorite viewers, showing complete disregard. One of the subordinates rudely stated that if the guy didn't want to end up covered in blood, he should quickly buy a car and leave, promising a peaceful resolution. The boss's subordinates began to surround the sportsman, unequivocally showing that they were ready to beat him up if he did not agree to their terms. The guy turned to them indignantly, calling them assholes and asking how many people they had scammed in all their time at the car dealership. The employee coldly replied that the guy didn't need to know that. His job was just to sign the contract without asking too many questions. Realizing that they wouldn't let him go so easily, Dong-gyu Lightning grabbed the employee and began to twist his arm, showing off his fighting skills. Chul started squirming in pain, screaming for the guy to let him go, not expecting such determined resistance from his young client. The rest of the guards pounced on the guy with fists, yelling that he was just crazy, trying to overwhelm him with their numerical advantage. Dong-gyu stopped the fist of one of the attackers with surprising ease, grabbing him by his jacket, showing incredible reaction. Once captured, he threw the guard over his shoulder in a powerful motion, using his own weight and inertia against himself. The throw was so strong that the assailant hit his head right on the pavement, temporarily out of the fight from the concussion he received. Looking at the remaining opponents, Dong-gyu thought he realized that there was little chance of things going smoothly, but he hoped to avoid a fight. The guy now realized that the situation was indeed extremely difficult, and would have to use all of his combat skills. The guy took a fighting stance, as he was taught in boxing, and the opponents realized that they were dealing not with an ordinary client, but with an experienced fighter. The office boss angrily asked why Dong-gyu hit his subordinate if he was going to hand over the car right after signing the contract. In a quiet, intimidating voice, he added that the guy shouldn't have done it, ordering the guys to leave their fingers as they needed a signature. The employee swung his fist, yelling, "Hear what the boss said," trying to intimidate the guy into submitting to their demands. He added that it was too late for regret, but the guy dodged the blow with incredible agility, showing impressive reactions. The young man began to analyze his opponent and determined that he had a fairly average speed, which gave him an advantage in combat. The guy anticipated his opponent's next move and easily stopped his fist with his palm, neutralizing the attack without much effort. Continuing his analysis, Dong-gyu noted that his bearded opponent had average strength and weak attack technique, making him vulnerable. Deciding to go on the offensive, the athlete swung his fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the worker, leaving him no chance. The blow was strong enough. The employee's glasses cracked in two, and his face contorted in a comic grimace of pain and surprise. The rest of the guys were yelling about how Dong-gyu was so cheeky for daring to come to their territory and do such a thing, not realizing who they were messing with. Not listening to the threats, the guy immediately rushed to the next opponent, deciding not to waste time talking to obvious criminals. Being in the fight stand, the guy realizes his main problem: there are too many opponents, and it will be difficult to cope with all of them. Dong-gyu notes that he's already hit some of the attackers, but there are still enough of them to pose a serious threat. The young man takes the situation as another challenge, realizing that there are no judges and rules. As in the ring, only the brutal reality of the street. Just like the boss said, they can easily pretend like no fight happened, making the situation even more dangerous for the lone fighter. The subordinates are yelling to each other that it's all on one, you can't lose to this guy, trying to boost their morale and coordinate attacks. Dong-gyu feels that the decisive moment has come when they all begin to pounce on him, surrounding him on all sides. The young man immediately incapacitates one of the attackers with a powerful fist blow to the back, demonstrating incredible reflexes and accuracy. The guy notes that this fight is radically different from the training sparring with his coach in its brutality and unpredictability. No matter how bloodthirsty they are or how many, he can still follow the movement of each one, the young man thinks, analyzing the situation. The young man deftly jumped in such a way that one of the attackers hit his own comrade with his bat, turning their numerical advantage into a weakness. The guy is confident that he will outplay his opponents with his physiological skills, surpassing them in reaction speed and tactical thinking. With a lightning-fast swing of his foot, the athlete hit one of the attackers so hard that he began to fall, dropping the bat from his hands on the pavement. In the ring, Dong-gyu just isn't nervous, which the guy now realizes by comparing his emotions in a controlled and uncontrolled fighting environment. Now the young man realizes that he was calm in training, knowing that the trainers could never really hurt him, unlike these thugs. That was why Dong-gyu had easily let himself be caught in training without the adrenaline that was now aggravating his senses. The boss's subordinates are in complete shock, not understanding who this guy is, where he came from, and how he manages to fend off all their attacks with such ease. How can this be? Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? They wondered, unable to explain the supernatural reaction of the enemy. While one of the subordinates was pondering this phenomenon, a powerful fist of a guy flew straight into his face, interrupting his philosophical musings. The guy is confident that he will take them all out one by one, feeling that this is no problem for him now. Suddenly something caught his attention, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed a quick movement from the side, instinctively preparing for a new threat. It was the boss himself who appeared, deciding to suddenly attack the guy, but Dong-gyu managed to dodge, showing incredible reactions. The boss thinks you're not only so cool on your streams, but he's really good on his own. The young man realizes that the boss's attack is much different from the attacks of his subordinates. It is more technical, precise, and dangerous. You can tell by the boss's movements that the man has clearly learned to fight before and has a lot of experience in street fighting, unlike the rank and file. The guy starts moving quickly, realizing that he needs to get rid of the rest of the opponents first, before focusing on the boss. But suddenly, like a huge hand, something begins to hover over him and reach for his back, creating a sense of impending danger. The boss suddenly grabbed Dong-gyu by the collar of his jacket, displaying incredible speed and precision of attack, taking him by surprise. In one powerful motion, he threw the guy in the opposite direction, so that he hit his back on the ground, losing his orientation for a moment. Coming to his senses, the guy sees the boss in front of him, who is already swinging his leg, preparing to strike the lying, seemingly defenseless guy. The boss strikes hard, counting on the guy hitting his head on a nearby car, which could end the fight in his favor. However, the guy manages to dodge at the last moment, and the boss hits the body of the car, missing the target. With a grimace of surprise, the boss notices that the guy managed to avoid a seemingly imminent hit and assesses his skills with interest. Meanwhile, in the gym, Hyunchul is coached by Kim Dong-gyu, who hits the punching bag masterfully and with full dedication, honing her technique. The hall director walks up to them and jokingly asks if she's warming up for her meeting with Jamin, eliciting an embarrassed shout from the girl. The girl explains that she has some free time, so she asked Hyunchul to work out with her to get ready for her workout with Jamin. Park Hoon praises her approach, noting that she is a real good girl, showing diligence in her preparation and taking her training seriously. The principal then inquires about her brother's whereabouts, and the other coach replies that he went to buy a car, explaining his absence. The man asks if he has streamed the buying process, to which the sister replies that the brother promised to stream. But strangely, the stream has already been completed. The coach regrets that Dong-gyu didn't tell him about the plans in advance, because he could have introduced him to his acquaintance who sells used cars. But why did he end the stream, the director wonders, while in the car dealership a powerful punch to the cheek flies across the guy's face. The young man thinks, damn, as expected, this old man really knows how to fight. Assessing his opponent's technique and experience, the guy realizes that this man is not as simple as the others. He is clearly prepared for such situations, and has a solid combat experience. Don doesn't give up either, and deftly dodges the next punch flying in his direction, showing great reactions even after a missed punch. At this point, one of the subordinates, already somewhat recovered from the previous blow, decides to attack the guy, hoping to catch him off guard. Sportman realizes that with his subordinates back in the fight, the situation becomes more complicated, and dealing with everyone at the same time will be a really difficult task for him alone. Suddenly, the guy notices the boss throwing something heavy in his direction, forcing him to react instantly to the new, unforeseen threat. The boss threw a bat at him, declaring his intention not to let the guy go, blaming him for starting the bloody conflict on the car dealership grounds. Don manages to dodge, and the pipe hits the car window, shattering it, to which the guy resents the obvious attempt to seriously harm him. To the accusation, the boss only smiles with a mocking smile, denying intent to kill, claiming he's merely giving the guy a warning about the consequences of his actions. One of the office workers heard the phone ringing for a guy who was left lying on the hood of a car during a violent fight. Upon picking up the phone, the employee realizes that the device is not turned off, and considers it a strategic mistake on Dong-gyu's part in such a tense situation. The employee starts manipulating the phone, and is surprised to notice the name of the caller, Director Park Hoon, wondering if the guy can answer at the moment. The boss, upon hearing the name mentioned, interjects with sudden interest about the caller's identity, clearly recognizing a meaningful name for him in this situation. Dong-gyu ignores the question, maintaining his fighting stance and not loosening his concentration, ready to repel any new attack from the hostile people. After realizing what circles the guy is from, the boss abruptly changes his behavior and starts shouting to all his men to immediately stop attacking the visitor. One of the subordinates, ignoring the order, still continues aggressive actions against the guy, not wanting to stop despite the command from above. A boss approaches a disobedient subordinate and harshly reprimands him for disobeying a direct order to end a conflict, showing obvious irritation. The guy is perplexed as to the reasons for this sudden change in the man's behavior, suspecting some ulterior motive or attempt to deceive in this situation. The boss orders the employee not to answer the call and simply hand him the phone, seeking to personally control the communication at this critical moment. Thoughts of a possible connection between the boss and the hall director rush through Dong-gyu's mind, especially after the boss even hit his subordinate. The boy feels that something significant is hidden in this sudden change of mood, some important element of the situation that is not yet clear to him. The boss asks Dong-gyu about his gym membership, to which the guy doesn't hesitate to confirm it, seeing no reason to hide the obvious fact. With growing concern, the boss specifies the specific location of the guy's workouts, despite the obvious signs of his good fitness. The young man watches with interest the sudden transformation of his recently aggressive and self-assured boss into a nervous and worried man. Internally, the guy notes that he could have continued the fight after this warm-up, but the situation has clearly changed, demanding an end to the conflict rather than an escalation. Dong names Park Hoon's gym, located on the 3rd floor, as the place of his regular workouts, not noticing the boss's harsh reaction. The boss mentally berates himself for not bothering to find out this information from the beginning, realizing the seriousness of his mistake. The guy is perplexed, observing the strange behavior of his boss, who inquires about the extent of his closeness with the hall director, mentioning his affiliation. The realization that he's messed with a famous hall mascot makes the boss realize the seriousness of his situation and the possible consequences. Dong asks for the phone back, noting that Park Hoon will get very anxious without an answer, which is undesirable for everyone present. Holding out the phone, the boss abruptly changes his tone and offers to show off a nice car, trying to mend recent aggression and mend the relationship. Upon picking up the phone, the guy greets the director and reports on his ongoing search for a suitable car, without mentioning the recent fight. A man in a phone conversation advises the guy to visit Hyundai Motors, where he can find suitable options for a new driver. Mentor adds that mentioning his name can secure a good discount from the owner, demonstrating his connections in the car business. The guy informs that he is already in the specified place, which surprises the director, who wonders if he had time to get acquainted with the owner. With obvious concern, the man asks if something unpleasant has happened, as if anticipating a possible conflict between them. Turning off the microphone, Don firmly demands the car for $1.5 million, declaring it his final offer after everything that has happened. Realizing there is no other choice after the fight that happened and the guy's connection to the powerful director, the boss quickly agrees to the terms. In a conversation with Park Hoon, the guy reports on the deal he just made, characterizing the owner as a good man, omitting the conflict. Showing interest in the promised car, The guy follows the boss, who invites him to follow him to inspect a suitable vehicle. Leading Dong-gyu to the car, the boss emphasizes its low mileage and lack of accidents, guaranteeing its excellent technical condition. Inspecting the car, the guy is in for a real shock as this car looks perfect compared to the previous variants. The boss asks the guy not to look at him with such astonishment, noting the incredible luck of the client who received such a favorable offer. With a forced smile, the man adds that even for $2,000 to get such a beautiful car would be an incredible stroke of luck. The guy is suddenly interested in the relationship between the boss and the owner of the hall, trying to understand the reason for such a drastic change in the behavior of the owner of the car dealership. The boss is surprised by the guy's ignorance and advises him to listen more carefully to the director, hinting at Park Hoon's considerable authority and influence. The guy, intrigued by the reaction, asks about the man's past, trying to find out the origins of his influence on people like this tough boss. Evading a direct answer, the boss suggests Dong-gyu find out this information on his own from the director, clearly not wanting to be the source of such information. The man attributes his evasiveness to his reluctance to cross Park Hoon's path, knowing the kind of person he is, which further fuels the guy's curiosity. Don wonders how the mere mention of his principal's name has caused such a stern man to change his behavior and attitude so markedly. Dong-gyu mentally thanks fate for the cheap car and ponders the identity of the director, wondering who Park Hoon really is. A young man wakes his sister who has fallen asleep in the back seat of the car, gently informing her that they have already arrived at their destination after a tiring drive. The girl thanks her brother for bringing her to school, expressing her sincere appreciation for her older brother's care and attention. The sister's friends instantly surround them, curiously questioning the princess about the origin and ownership of the car that has caught their attention. Girls who knew her sister, noticing her brother, began to admire his looks, commenting loudly on his attractiveness in the schoolyard. The sister becomes uncomfortable with this reaction from her friends and suggests that they just go to class, trying to avoid further embarrassment. Someone from the school recognizes him as the guy showing the training, causing maximum shock and delight among the students watching the scene. The school children standing outside are actively discussing among themselves why she kept quiet about her cool brother, showing genuine interest. Some of them shout out declarations of love and offers to take classes together, clearly demonstrating Don's suddenly increased popularity. His sister immediately gets between him and the crowd, covering him with her arms and yelling for him to get out of here as fast as possible to escape the attention. She explains to him that she considers it her payment for his support and help when she needed it, now protecting her brother from annoying suitors. Getting into the car, Dong-gyu mentally thanks his sister, promising himself to never forget her selfless behavior and genuine concern in this situation. Arriving at the hall, the guy hears a question about an early appearance related to the purchase of a car and the interest of his colleagues in the model of his new car. They wonder if it's that convertible car, noting that he can now be considered the most famous streamliner in the room. The sportsman shows off his new car and reports its value at $1,500, making no secret of the satisfaction of a successful purchase. This causes widespread surprise and questions about the reasons for such a low price, some even joking that perhaps the car was given away for nothing. In the midst of their conversation, the owner of the hall suddenly appears and reminds them to prepare for the opening, cutting short the idle pastime of his employees. Upon seeing the guy's face, Park Hoon becomes outraged at the discrepancy between saying everything is fine and the obvious signs of beating. Hearing the name of the boss of the car dealership, the man threatens to turn him into a fish when they meet for daring to touch a man from their showroom. Don calms the angry man down, promising to take care of the problem himself, and is instructed to get ready and go to the ring to train. The guy immediately announces that they'll be heading to the Boron today, clearly having some plans for joint action with the director. The wrestler suddenly announces that the kid will be training against him in the ring tonight, creating intrigue and tension ahead of the upcoming sparring session. The guy looks like he's been waiting for this moment all his time, his eyes burning with anticipation of a real challenge with an experienced fighter. The fight started lightning fast, and a punch from Park Hoon flies right into the guy's face, showing the huge difference in skill and technique. Don flies away from the blow with such speed that he doesn't even have time to realize what has happened. Feeling only sharp pain and disorientation, the guy is stunned to realize that he couldn't even see the headmaster's movements. The blow just came suddenly, showing the incommensurability of their levels. The man is insistent that the guy get up and immediately swings again for another punch, giving no time to recover. The guy is trying to put up at least some kind of block, gathering all his knowledge and skills to defend against the experienced fighter's next attack. The young man is surprised to notice that the mentor's hand that was moving towards him suddenly stops right in front of him, causing a second of confusion. This turns out to be a deceptive maneuver, and the director uses his other hand to deliver a powerful punch to the guy's stomach, demonstrating his martial arts skills. Park Hoon announces that from now on, whenever they're in the ring, he's not going to give in, setting the bar high for the student. Don is stunned as he ponders the director's incredible strength and speed, not realizing how such a thing is even possible for a man of his build. Park Hoon notes the guy's lack of focus and demands more concentration in the fight, emphasizing the importance of the mental aspect in the fight. After such a powerful blow, the guy is at a loss, not understanding how to collect himself and continue the fight with such a superior opponent. Giving no time to think, the director reminds them there is no time to stand and insists on continuing their intense fight. The man rushes forward again to hit the guy with his crowning moves, leaving no chance for respite or preparation. The mentor criticizes the guy's weak defense, making him feel bad about not meeting the mentor's demands in this sparring session. Dong sees Park Hoon's approaching hand, not understanding the nature of this attack, trying to anticipate the trajectory and force of the approaching blow. The boy is horrified to think that his mentor is about to gouge out his eyes, considering such a technique completely wrong in a training fight. Noticing the guy's reaction, the director asks how many similar attacks he'll get in the future if he doesn't learn how to react properly now. Park Hoon explains that real-life fights are different from professional MMA matches where rules are enforced and there are restrictions. The boy takes a more serious look, realizing the truthfulness of the principal's words about real fights being different from regulated bouts. The man announces that he's about to take a new stance and show the guy what real wrestling is all about, preparing to demonstrate a different style. Don realizes the nobility of the intentions of the owner of the hall, who wants the guy to learn dirty tricks himself, while maintaining the limits of decency. The guy understands the difference between this style and silly street fights, recognizing the need to learn all aspects of a true martial art. The talker points out that Dong-gyu, being a representative of the audience, was still turned into a cutlet by Park Hoon, showing the huge difference in their levels. Hyung-chul and Dong-hyun discuss among themselves the strange fact that the director beat up his own representative so severely, expressing surprise at such harshness. The coach explains, referring to Dong-gyu, that the latter will now practice with the principal every morning, despite his busy class schedule. The coach, looking at the guy, admits that he wants to achieve the same impressive results, admiring his tenacity and determination. Henschel reflects on the fact that if he hadn't stopped at the semifinals and gone further, he might have accomplished more. How impressive it all is. The mentor expresses his desire to test his comrade in battle once more, realizing that if he doesn't do it now, the chance will never come again. The fighters discuss the possibility of sparring, noting the director's resistance and obvious desire to test their fists, which are literally itching. One of them remarks that it's impossible to believe, as if looking at Dong-gyu doesn't make any fighter want to test his skills in a fight. Another explains that this is not the problem at all. He fears overexertion and doubts whether one competition is worth the possible consequences. He mentions his age, noting the length of time it takes to recover from injuries, to which his comrade emotionally inquires about feelings at the sight of the young lad. The man responds that they have both reached the age where they need to choose stability and family, prioritizing long-term values. A guy who appears overhearing their conversation is interested in the topic of conversation and offers to get in the ring and practice with him, showing enthusiasm. He explains his desire to prepare for sparring with his mentor and asks for their help in practicing, showing determination and perseverance. Dong-gyu is asked about wanting to get more punches in after his recent defeat, to which the guy responds with a determination to give his best. Their friend from the hall, hearing these motivational words, changes his mind and expresses his desire to still talk to the coach about a possible sparring session. He admits that he now understands exactly what his friend was talking about earlier, clearly impressed by the young fighter's determination and attitude. Later, Dong-gyu and Gray are riding in a car, discussing upcoming plans and strategy for action using the guy's new vehicle. The comrade suggests they begin the briefing, preparing Dong-gyu for the upcoming operation, which requires careful planning and coordination of their actions. Discussing the plan, the hacker suggests just looking at the boss first, while Don insists on the need to film everything for evidence. Gray agrees with the plan and asks an important question, drawing his comrade's attention to some disturbing aspect of the situation. With horror on his face, he inquires about the car's origins, expressing hope that no one died in it, clearly concerned about its history. The young man wonders about the importance of this question, to which his comrade confirms the significance by mentioning that the car looks like it's from a broadcast. A friend is relieved to note the absence of the suspicious stain on the floor that was probably mentioned during the car buying stream. The guy admits that the story of the car is really sad, because of which he managed to buy it cheap. But now he feels strange, and can't sleep feeling cold. The hacker begins to express amazement loudly, questioning the veracity of the words. But Don tells him to keep his voice down as a woman sleeps behind him, making up a story. Startled, the comrade instantly stops screaming and turns around in horror, peering into the back seat of the car, trying to see the ghost. Gray anxiously asks if someone is really there, and if Don can see the mystery woman, having fully believed the mystical story. Horrified, the friend suggests that in that case, the guy himself may have risen from the dead, continuing to develop the paranormal theme of the conversation. Dong suggests forgetting this now useless information and wonders what information Gray has managed to get from Park Cheon-seok, returning to the case. Gray expresses strong resentment that his friend is amused to see him pale with fear, not appreciating the ghost in the car prank. To reconcile, the athlete promises to buy his friend a chicken breast after the case is over, to which the latter agrees to start summarizing the information gathered. The hacker reports that the nephew's target is a strawberry farm of interest to their adversaries, for reasons as yet unknown. Guy adds that the owner of this farm also possesses a large amount of adjoining land, which adds to the value of this property. Don notes the convenience of the location with its proximity to the highway, pointing out that there are no major investment plans nearby, making the land promising. Continuing his analysis, he suggests that under certain circumstances, this place will become a real hotspot for real estate investment. The dark-skinned comrade adds that according to Song Dae-young's investigation, the farm is run by a private owner, not a company, which changes the way the case is handled. The hacker specifies that the owner's name is Park Dae-young. He is 40 years old, has a wife and daughter, to which Don notes that family is a weakness for real estate companies. Meanwhile, Cho Gyu-hek and Park Cheon-seok have also arrived at the location, and a subordinate notes that it's a good spot, to which the boss agrees. The bandits walk through the area, discussing the proximity to the city center as a positive factor, deciding that they can start the operation now. The bandit boss suggests saying hello to the farm owner first, observing a semblance of business courtesy before acting. As they move around the area, they can't locate the owner, and Song Dae-young suggests they find him quickly to negotiate. The boss interrupts the search by noticing that the owner is right there, finding him not far from their current location on the farm. The owner, who is minding his own business, notices the appearance of uninvited guests on his property, interrupting his work to communicate with them. The owner politely inquires what he can do to help unexpected visitors, showing hospitality despite their sudden appearance. Cho Gyu-hek introduces himself as an employee of a real estate agency, and clarifies the identity of the person he's talking to, asking if he's really Park Dae-young. The representative explains that they tried calling the owner but were unsuccessful, so they had to come in person. The farm owner recalls that he had previously made clear his position on the non-sale of the firm, and expresses suspicion of intimidation with the help of bandits. One of the boss's subordinates pretends to be offended by the suggestion of thuggery, explaining his appearance only by his clothing preference, pretending to be offended. The owner starts to get nervous, apologizing for his words, making excuses for his ignorance of modern fashion, trying to smooth over the tension. The boss condescendingly notes that no apology to them is required, giving the deceptive impression of understanding before sudden aggression. Just seconds later, the situation changes dramatically when a powerful slap from the boss flies across the owner's face, showing his true intentions. The blow is so hard that the man loses his balance and falls to the ground, not expecting such a sudden display of violence. The bandits then start laughing, confessing their true selves and discarding unnecessary formalities. They explain their preference for a simpler style of communication, to which the man shouts indignantly, refusing to sell the farm because of their behavior. Cho threateningly states the need for a deal, hinting at the possible consequences of refusal, increasing the pressure on the frightened farm owner. The other bandit escalates the threat by mentioning possible problems for the owner's family if he refuses, moving on to explicit intimidation techniques. A shocked man asks about the surveillance of his family, begging his loved ones not to be touched, and threatening to use his connections to punish the thugs. The boss mocks the claim of connections in a man who has worked on a farm for 10 years and delivers another blow, now with his foot. The bandit shouts insults, stating that everything has been calculated in advance, and the farmer has no choice but to sell the firm to them on the terms put forward. Nahal's offer to start the conversation anew, pretending to give the owner a new chance, although in fact they continue the psychological pressure. The gunsters promise to let him go without repercussions, guaranteeing that no one will know what happened today if he agrees to their demands. The owner is handed a land sale contract to sign, clearly prepared in advance, which shows the systematic nature of their criminal actions. The bandits express confidence that the owner needs no explanation of the necessary actions, counting on the effectiveness of their intimidation. The landowner cries foul, pointing out the unfairness of the price offered, which is less than half of the market value of the plot. The bandits increase the pressure, portraying a lack of understanding of the resistance, cynically claiming they are trying to resolve things amicably despite the use of violence. The man begs to get into his position, explaining about the dangling debts for the plot, but the bandits coldly reply that it is absolutely none of their business. The gunsters insist on signing the documents as soon as possible, showing impatience and creating an air of inevitability about what is happening for the intimidated owner. The owner begins to sign the documents, bitterly thinking about the collapse of the dream of a normal life, wanting to escape, but paralyzed by fear for his family. The owner realizes the bitter reality: he is killing his future with his own hands by signing the contract. The boss, having received the freshly signed contract, expresses satisfaction with the result and suggests to stop here, considering the matter successfully completed. At this tense moment, the door to the strawberry greenhouse is suddenly ajar, breaking the atmosphere of the forced deal that has just been made. Dong-gyu enters, appearing by all accounts very timely to intervene and change the course of events in favor of the farm owner. Everyone present notices the guy walking in and starts asking about his identity, but the thugs instantly recognize the uninvited guest from a previous encounter. The bandits note with dismay that this is the same guy who has already defeated their gang once before, displaying impressive fighting skills. The guy, wasting no time talking, immediately attacks the healthiest bandit, kicking him hard on the shoulder with lightning speed. Song Di-young manages to partially dodge a punch and tries to counterstrike, but the guy, showing great reactions, successfully dodges it. After the bandit's unsuccessful counterattack, Dong-gyu strikes him with a powerful fist on the cheek, showing his superior speed and fighting technique. The boss inquires of a second subordinate about the identity of the attacker, clarifying if it is the one who stole Gray, receiving confirmation and a warning of danger. Grudgingly, the boss recalls a past failure when a guy caught them off guard, expressing hope that it won't happen again this time. The boss is perplexed by what's going on, not understanding how Dae-young could have lost to this, from his point of view, insignificant opponent, expressing obvious disappointment. Cheon-seok reassures his boss by assuring him that his level is well above that of a tattooed pig, showing his self-confidence before the fight. He pulls a knife out of his pocket and promptly lunges at the guy with the clear intent to do serious damage. Waving a knife, he shouts threats at the guy, showing his determination to finish him off once and for all, leaving him no chance. Dong-gyu, as always, analyzes his opponent, realizing that attacks are aimed at vital points and maximum concentration is required. The young man realizes that if he doesn't get his act together and defend himself properly, he will simply turn into a corpse. Assessing the real danger of the knife, the guy understands the need for maximum focus in this situation and immediately adopts a fighting stance, preparing to defend himself against an armed opponent. With confidence, Dong-gyu believes he is basically able to anticipate his opponent's actions based on past experience and observation. However, the situation turns out to be more complicated than he anticipated, as the bandit still manages to scratch the guy's arm with his knife, inflicting the first wound. Cheon smugly declares the futility of evasion and defense against his knife, trying to psychologically overwhelm his opponent with false confidence. The young man is well aware of the falsity of these claims, confident in his ability to easily maneuver and avoid attacks even against an armed enemy. The bandit demands an explanation as to why the guy showed up, mockingly asking if the guy came specifically to get beaten up by him. Without waiting for a response, Cheon-seok lunges at Dong-gyu again, stabbing at various points, but the guy easily dodges each attack. Enraged by his failures, the bandit screams, demanding that they stop resisting, threatening that the guy won't get out of here alive anyway. The athlete maintains a perfect sense of timing, biding his time, waiting for the most opportune moment to launch a counterstrike on his overconfident opponent. After another swing of the knife, he instantly delivers a precise blow to the bandit, using the opened window of opportunity to maximum effect. The blow hits right in the nose, causing it to bleed, which enrages the bandit, causing him to shout insults at his opponent. The striker jeeringly comments on the guy's one successful hit, refusing to acknowledge his obvious lapse in skill and training. Continuing to shout about the incompleteness of the fight, he quickly rises and resumes his knife attacks, unwilling to acknowledge his opponent's superiority. Dong-gyu strikes the bandit's right arm at the elbow with a precise blow, causing him to drop the knife and depriving him of his main weapon in this unequal fight. The bandit instantly realizes that power is clearly not on his side, beginning to realize the hopelessness of his position in the face of an experienced fighter. A sharp pain pierces his elbow after Dong-gyu's precise strike, forcing him to recognize his opponent's skill and his own vulnerability in battle. The young man realizes that if he hadn't reached out in time, the blow could have broken the limb completely, marveling at the destructive power of the guy's technique. Suddenly, Dae-young, having recovered from the previous blow, appears behind the guy's back and swings for a surprise attack, hoping for the surprise effect. The guy quickly deals with the new threat by simply stepping aside, showing great reactions and awareness of what's going on around him. Going beyond dodging, he simultaneously delivers a powerful counterpunch with his fist to the attacker's face, turning the defense into an instant counterattack. While he's dealing with one thug, the other tries to seize the moment and attack again with his knife, counting on the divided attention. The attacker thinks the moment is perfect to finish the job while his comrade distracts the guy, wrongly underestimating the opponent's capabilities. Don, feeling no fear of another attack, knocks the knife out of the bandit's hands with a lightning-fast leg kick, once again ruining their plans. The boss, who has been watching, is in complete shock, not believing that his subordinates can't handle one guy, despite the numerical advantage. Having defeated 2 subordinates, the guy realizes that now there is only one opponent left, the gang boss, who is alone in the face of danger. The one begins to feel intense fear, suddenly realizing his loneliness in confronting the fighter who easily massacred his men. Seeing Dong-gyu's murderous gaze, the boss lightningly rushes to escape, clutching the contract tightly in his hands, showing a true level of bravery. Don reflects that he now sees the real face of the boss, who only pretended to be ruthless, strong, and cruel, hiding his true nature. The guy realizes that in front of him is a common bully, trying to seem cool, but running away at the first sign of his loss, losing all the contrived courage. Dong-gyu recalls that this is why, while still Yoon Sook, he felt no real threat from him, correctly estimating the true caliber of the enemy. There was already a friend standing at the exit of the greenhouse, who had defeated the boss with surprising ease with a simple footstep, demonstrating his entire worthlessness. The young man feels absolutely similar to the past situation, once again feeling no real threat from his boss, even after all his attempts at intimidation. Gray remarks that the fall seemed even more painful than he might have expected, expressing satisfaction at the fairness of what happened to the cruel man. The hacker angrily accuses the lying boss of being an abomination, while he complains of physical pain from his unexpected fall on a hard surface. Gray proudly addresses his friend as Director Yoon Sook, asking about the quality of work done, receiving well-deserved praise for his help. The shocked boss is stunned by the treatment he hears, unable to believe the possibility that the long-dead Yoon Sook might actually be in front of him. In desperation, the boss starts yelling, asking about the guy's real purpose, assuming he recorded video of the incident and demanding money for his silence. Dong-gyu coldly replies that the price of the video is equal to the boss's entire life, causing incredulous outrage and fear of repercussions for both parties. The guy philosophically remarks that he doesn't see the point of honoring garbage, mentioning that he's been asked about it before under similar circumstances. The hacker asks the boss's opinion on the likely answer to such a question, adding that words reflect a person's character. The young man adds that even when doing wrong things, he does not wish to become trash like his opponent by maintaining inner honor. Guy confirms that this was his answer to a similar question in the past, demonstrating the constancy of his principles regardless of body. The boss hysterically denies the impossible, claiming that Yoon Sook is long dead, to which the guy simply replies that he's back, confirming the unbelievable. Turning to the farm owner, Dong-gyu reassures him, telling him that now he has nothing else to worry about, having gotten rid of the threat of bandits for good. The young man warns the farmer not to relax, explaining that the company will continue to send out their men, and the owner always needs to be one step ahead for protection. The bewildered man wonders how he, being an ordinary farmer, can be one step ahead of the professional raiders with their resources. The guy gives sound advice to advertise the land for sale to other companies, which will create competition and force potential buyers to raise the price significantly. Dong-gyu explains the possibility of selling at a high price, or keeping the land after the company is convinced of its value and backs out. Gray notes a strong change in his friend's character, mentioning that he used to not dispense advice, to which the athlete philosophically advises him to try to be reborn. The captured video perfectly depicts how the bandits threatened the farmer, providing irrefutable proof of their criminal actions and modus operandi. Don, reviewing the tape in his room, notes the perfect quality of the footage, allowing the faces and actions of everyone involved in the incident to be clearly distinguished. Young ponders the proper use of this video, planning the next steps to maximize the impact on the reputation of the corporation and its representatives. Gray, meanwhile, deals with practical matters by loading the bandits who attacked the farmer into a car for transportation to a remote location. The guy instructs to just dump them somewhere, eliciting a surprised question from a friend about the seriousness of such an instruction. The guy explains that he just needs his car back, and the subordinate is worried about the possibility of the bandits regaining consciousness during the trip. Guy reminds them to tie their hands and feet, and Gray offers to drive Don's car himself, promising not to leave a scratch on it. A curious guy asks about plans to use the video, to which the guy evasively replies that he's not sure of the final decision himself yet. Young considers distributing it on the internet under the title Unmasking the Chairman's Nephew, but immediately dismisses the idea as ineffective. Dong-gyu explains that such incidents are often smoothed over. The culprits are quickly leaked from their positions, and the public soon forgets what happened. The guy emphasizes his reluctance to take temporary measures in an effort to strike a serious blow against the corporation. Guy postpones the final decision, recognizing the need to first deal with the practical matter of getting rid of the passed-out bandits. In the evening, sitting in his room, the guy continues to ponder the problem, not finding the best solution to utilize the compromise he has. Suddenly, his sister bursts into his room, taking him by surprise and forcing him to quickly minimize his viewing of potentially dangerous material on the monitor. The athlete turns off the screen lightning fast, puzzled as to whether his sister has had time to see the very video of the incident at the farm. Dong-hwa delicately reassures his brother by talking about understanding the need for personal time, clearly making his own assumptions about the nature of the content he's viewing. His sister cautiously warns him against getting into anything illegal, mentioning news reports about penalties for certain types of content. She concludes with a sisterly advice not to get carried away with such too much or it will weaken, clearly misunderstanding the true nature of the material being viewed. Don begins to get very embarrassed, emotionally denying his sister's assumptions, who responds by admitting that his reaction only adds to the embarrassment of them both. The girl quickly runs out of his room, and the boy reflects on the misunderstanding with annoyance, embarrassed by his sister's false conclusions. Guy mentally marvels at her teenage imagination, wondering what exactly her sister watches on the news to come to such strange conclusions. Suddenly, the guy gets the idea that the news could be the key to solving his problem, wondering why he didn't think of it before. The guy reasons that in the case of the corporation, there will surely be people interested in the information, and dials the number of his fellow Choi Kidon Gray. The young man is concerned about his friend's unusual delay in answering, noting the strangeness of the situation, since he usually picks up the phone immediately without keeping him waiting. Finally hearing the voice of a comrade, Don learns the reason for the delay. The friend is busy watching the concert of his favorite performer at the moment. The guy instructs his comrade to forward the video to someone through Park Chun-suk's email, giving clear instructions on the next step of their plan against the corporation. When asked about the reasons for this action, the guy succinctly explains that it will be more interesting that way, without going into the details of his strategic plan. The athlete insists on completing the task immediately, to which the friend complains that he will miss the most interesting part of the concert if he is distracted by the errand. Comrade reluctantly agrees to break away from his favorite concert for the sake of forwarding materials, showing dedication despite personal preferences. The young man reflects that he begins to plan his machinations as if under the influence of Guhek, noticing in himself the traits previously inherent in his adversary. An email message from Choi Kidon catches his attention, causing him to be distracted from thinking about the similarities with his opponent. Opening an untitled attached file, the guy discovers materials with Gray's favorite performer. At that moment, Dong-hwa suddenly bursts into the room again, catching his brother studying a screen with unexpected content from a friend. The girl carefully explains that she bought him a scarf because of the cold weather, admitting that she forgot to mention it earlier on the first visit. Leaving the room, the sister is relieved to think that her brother is interested in women after all, deciding to leave the scarf in the room without further question. When the girl leaves, the guy again begins to explain to his now absent sister that the situation is not at all what it may seem from the outside. Gray calls back, raving about the real emotion of his favorite performer, promising that a friend will understand his passion after trying it himself. The hacker proudly proclaims that he collected all the legendary materials, especially for Dawn. Leaving the gym in the late afternoon, the guy hears a well-deserved praise from the director for a job well done and a reminder to meet tomorrow at the usual time. Walking home, Dawn is surprised to realize that Christmas is approaching, realizing that he has lost track of time due to his intense workouts at the gym. The guy recalls that in Yoon Sook's body, he never thought about things like Christmas, being a lonely person with no loved ones to celebrate. Now, with people important to him, he recognizes that even annoying personalities are worthy of attention on such a bright holiday, shifting his priorities. Don calls Gray again, noting that they haven't seen each other in a week, wanting to reconnect in person after a busy period of business-only interactions. The guy asks his comrade if a lot of time has passed, and wonders if he still wants to beat him up, recalling their past disagreements. The guy suggests that his friend voice a desired gift in honor of the approaching Christmas, to which Gray confesses that Don is the only really close person for him. The comrade then reports receiving a reply to the message sent via Park Chun-suk's mail, moving on to discuss the business part of their interaction. Gray relays that the recipient inquired about his identity, to which Don notes the cleverness of his opponent, who immediately realized the forgery with the sender of the video. The hacker asks for further action on the response received, to which the guy instructs to just ignore the message at this point. Dong-gyu advises his comrade to temporarily abandon this line of interaction and step aside, promising to decide later what to do with the resulting reaction. After the conversation ends, the hacker reflects on his boss, noting his unexpected shyness when discussing personal topics and holiday plans. The young man then returns to watching the black box recording of Guhek's car, studying the materials to prepare the next step in their operation. While watching the video, he hears the thug tell his boss that the athlete is not at all as simple as he seems, warning caution. The recording also suggests the futility of simply destroying an opponent's career, indicating the gang's more radical plans. The bandit offers to capture Dong-gyu's sister if she refuses again, threatening to make sure no one ever sees her again in a show of brutality. At this time, Guchek himself is standing at the window in his office, reflecting on recent events and calculating the next steps against his enemies. Gyu-hek's face is covered in beating marks after an incident in the garden of a strawberry farm, making him extremely angry and set on ruthless revenge. When his subordinates come to him with a report, he expresses his displeasure that the guy and his assistant are still missing despite the search. One of the bandits makes the excuse that they have tried all methods, but the opponents have so cleverly bypassed the security cameras that it is extremely difficult to track them down. Gyu-hek irritably wonders if his subordinates think he is an idiot who would believe such excuses for their professional failure. The terrified bandits begin to shake, hastily denying any such thoughts of their superior in an attempt to assuage his growing anger. The boss is perplexed as to why, despite all assurances of competence, they still couldn't discover the whereabouts of their adversaries. His subordinates explain to him that additional people have been brought in for surveillance, asking for a little more time and promising to provide kneeling enemies soon. Gyu-hek doubts whether we should trust the words of people who have proven time and again that they are professionally unsuccessful in their tasks. The man raises a suspicion that his opponents were only able to find them because of information leaked by someone in his inner circle behind his back. Turning to Dae-young, Gyu-hek bluntly asks if he's the idiot who passed the information to the enemies, expressing an extreme degree of suspicion. Then, not receiving a satisfactory answer, the boss addresses the same question to another Gopnik, who also hastily denies the betrayal. Song Dae-young offers the theory that their phones may have been hacked, and that's how the adversaries tracked their location and plans. The boss skeptically wonders if the subordinates really think this is sufficient justification for their failure in catching the group's enemies. To his surprise, Gyu-hek calls the version an excuse, but then acknowledges its possible veracity by bringing up the hooded guy, Dong-gyu. Given the young man's past actions at the lighthouse with the list of names, Gyu-hek assumes that he is working together with Gray to form a dangerous duo of adversaries. The boss, in extreme irritation, starts yelling at his subordinates, accusing them of stupidity and failure to understand the obvious information leak situation. Gyu-hek mentally analyzes the reasons for what is happening, linking everything to the idiot who tripped him and the madman who continued the beating, leading to a humiliating finale. The boss admits to himself that since that day he has never closed his eyes for a second for fear that a ghost-like adversary might show up for him at any moment. Overwhelmed with rage, the boss vows to kill the man, believing the creature should pay for all he has done against them and their organization. Gyu-hek insistently demands that his subordinates find this man, find out his identity, and what exactly he has managed to hear about their plans and operations. Gyu-hek orders to bring the enemy to him at any cost, to which the bandits immediately and understandably agree, afraid to object. The subordinates promise to complete the task and wonder what to do with Dong-gyu, not realizing that the hooded man and the fighter they know are the same person. The director yells about the need to deal with the hooded man first, prioritizing finding and eliminating potential threats. The bandits bow respectfully before the angry boss, assuring him that they fully understand the task and are ready to immediately carry out all instructions. After they leave, Gyu-hek realizes the hopelessness of the situation, knowing inwardly that these men are clearly not up to the difficult task at hand. He reflects on the impossibility of trusting those who have already been beaten twice in such a short time. Deciding to personally take care of the capture of the enemies, Gyu-hek takes the phone, instructing someone to deal with the situation before the bandits themselves do anything. At this point, the bandits walking down the hallway after talking to the boss are chatting amongst themselves, finding the whole search situation just ridiculous. In the course of the conversation, one of them notices something strange in the circumstances, beginning to suspect an unobvious connection between the events. Bandit notes that both the hooded man and Dong-gyu are showing off their boxing skills, to which his comrade waves off, claiming the popularity of the sport. The former insists on the strangeness of so many strong boxers they constantly encounter, expressing bewilderment at the coincidence. Cheon-seok finally realizes the direction of his comrade's thoughts, voicing the suggestion that the hooded man and Dong-gyu might be the same person. The bandits are beginning to realize the need to consider this possibility, despite its seeming improbability at initial analysis. However, Cheon immediately begins to object, assuring his friend that the hooded man is clearly not practicing any formal martial arts. He argues that a professional athlete would never risk his career by breaking someone's arm, as it risks serious problems. Bandit adds that the hooded man is not someone who is afraid to get his hands dirty working the streets, and even a blind dog would see that he is no official fighter. The comrade remains silent, unable to find an argument against it, but still asks why. If there are such suspicions, Cheon doesn't take up Dong-gyu on his own, testing the hypothesis. Cheon insists on the need to act strictly on his boss's instructions, suggesting he call the rest of the guys and rally them for the task. They discuss a plan to follow Gray, emphasizing the urgency of the operation, and decide to call everyone who knows anything about the situation. Arranging for the group to gather, one warns to be on guard, as the hooded man could appear at absolutely any moment. he decides to share something important with his comrade beforehand, warning him of his intentions regarding the mysterious hooded adversary. The bandit insists on personally resolving the conflict with the hooded man, forbidding his comrade from interfering and demanding that the enemy be left to him alone. Dae-young hesitantly asks his comrade if he can handle his opponent, given the condition of his injured arm from the last fight. Thoth is angry at the doubt expressed, threatening to demonstrate on the fellow himself exactly what he is going to do to the hated hooded man. Dae-young advises him not to waste time making empty threats to his comrades, but to focus on finding idiots, promising to take on future fights himself. Cheon is incredulous at his partner's plans to go separate even after 2 beatings, expressing doubts about the success of such tactics. He adds that he also wants to personally fight his opponent, not understanding his comrade's problem and his insistence on acting on his own. The bandit assures that he's up to the task, advising his partner to watch himself better, and attributes his persistence to genuine excitement for the outcome of the case. Dae-young invites his comrade to take the elevator down together, shifting the conversation to a calmer tone after a tense argument over tactics. After much talking and arguing about strategy, the 2 thugs do get into the elevator together, temporarily putting aside the clarification of their relationship for the sake of a common cause. At this time, Dong-gyu, training in the gym, mentally returns to the recording from the black box of the machine, analyzing the information about the opponent's plans. The guy realizes that if they hadn't discovered the tape in time, something terrible could have happened to his sister, causing rage and anxiety. Overflowing with anger, the guy promises himself the next time he meets him to turn the man threatening his sister into a walking corpse, leaving no chance. Parallel to his reflection, he continues his intense workout, performing his 239th pull-up already. It turns out that all this time he is broadcasting, and his viewers are in shock at the guy's strength and stamina. Admiring his physical fitness, the young man apologizes to his audience for his sweaty appearance, showing an unexpected modesty and consideration for his audience for a fighter of his level. The guy explains the need to change his shirt, unwittingly showing off his perfect body relief, causing even more reaction in the broadcast chat. The guy admits that he kept silent during the exercises, fearing that the audience would be bored watching the monotonous process of pull-ups. Seeing the violent chat reaction to his physique, he urges viewers to calm down, stop being jealous, and start exercising on their own. Don reminds us of the many channels that teach proper workouts, motivating subscribers to do their own physical development instead of passively watching. After finishing the session, the athlete sits in his or her room closer to the computer, preparing for more interaction with the broadcast audience. Wrapping up the workout portion of the stream, the guy makes an offer to his subscribers to work out together, turning an individual workout into a collective experience. Guy announces the start of regular co-broadcasts on Tuesdays and Thursdays, always at 9 p.m., creating a schedule for his viewers. The young man mentally recognizes the difficulty of carrying out such a plan without help, appreciating the magnitude of the work ahead for quality broadcasts. The guy consoles himself with the fact that the foundation has already been laid, allowing him to present the project without much trouble, and anticipates the appearance of new interesting content. Noticing the response of the chat room, the athlete is pleased to realize that the response of the audience is very positive, which confirms the correctness of the chosen direction. Somewhat embarrassed, the guy admits to the audience that he would like to ask them for advice on a personal matter, moving on to a more informal conversation. Dong-gyu clarifies that this time the advice does not apply to buying a car, alluding to previous experience interacting with audiences on similar issues. The guy candidly asks about possible gift ideas for his younger sister, showing concern for his loved one and trust in his viewers' opinions. Observing the sudden lull in the chat, Dong-gyu is surprised by the reaction and wonders if his question about the gift is so strange. Beginning to feel nervous about the prolonged pause, the guy ponders whether his question is somehow problematic or inappropriate for the audience. Trying to defuse the situation, the guy explains that he just wants to thank his sister for her help. The chat is finally coming to life, with comments about the rarity of brothers giving sisters gifts, including humorous stories from viewers. Don clarifies that their relationship with his sister is quite good, reassuring those who might have assumed there were problems in the siblings' relationship. When he sees a helpful post about a laptop or phone for his schoolgirl sister, he agrees with the idea, noting that he's been thinking along those lines himself. After observing the arguments about family relationships heating up in the chat room, the guy decides to drop the subject, not wanting to hear stories about sibling fights. To change the subject, Dong-gyu announces his desire to ask the audience another question, shifting the audience's attention to a new, less provocative topic. The guy wonders if anyone knows a good used car store, again returning to an automotive theme close to many viewers. Dong-gyu clarifies that he is not seeking information for himself, but for a fellow member of the audience who wants to purchase a car, showing concern for a colleague. After receiving a donation of 100 stars from one of the subscribers, the guy sincerely thanks for the support, noting the generosity of his viewer. Studying an ad received from a viewer about the urgent sale of a car due to the owner's departure abroad, the young man considers it as a potential option. The sportsman thanks for the useful information, promising to forward the ad to his comrade and expressing the hope that such a car will please his colleague. Upon hearing the doorbell, the guy apologizes to the audience for needing to step away for a bit, showing respect for his audience. Approaching the door, Dong-gyu inquires about the identity of the late visitor, exercising natural caution before opening the door to a stranger. Guy expresses surprise at the unexpected visit, noting that he didn't expect any deliveries or visitors at such a late hour. He is handed a paper for signature and a payment terminal, requesting confirmation of receipt, indicating delivery of something of value or requiring accounting. The guy picks up the envelope handed by the delivery man and reaches over to sign in the space suggested, following standard procedure. Noticing the delivery man's strange mumbling, Don immediately takes notice, his combative intuition suggesting the unusualness of the situation. It turns out that the delivery man recognized him as a popular streamer, and now, embarrassed, asks for an autograph, translating a business situation into a fan meeting. The delivery guy embarrassingly holds out a piece of paper and pen to the guy, politely asking for his autograph if it won't give the celebrity any trouble. The young man modestly admits that he doesn't have an autograph designed yet, suggesting that he just write his name, to which the fan assures that would be more than enough. The happy delivery man, having received the coveted signature, thanks the guy for leaving his name, and the guy replies that he himself should be thanked for supporting his work. After seeing the delivery man off, the guy reflects on the fact that 300,000 subscribers is an incredible number, and the appearance of fans right outside his house is even a little scary. Suddenly, he remembers the real purpose of the delivery man's visit, who has brought some dispatch, and reaches out to check what is in the envelope he received. Upon opening the envelope, the guy rejoices, remembering that he was really expecting this package, and it finally arrived at its destination at the right time. Back to the broadcast, the young man thanks subscribers for their patience during his absence, expressing the hope that they did not get bored without his attention. Noticing the ongoing sibling arguments in the chat room, the young man decides to change the topic of conversation, avoiding further conflicted discussions. The guy demonstrates the real estate agent's license he received, noting with gratitude that it was thanks to the support of the audience that he was able to devote time to his studies. Unexpectedly, his attention is drawn to a message from one of his subscribers, containing a direct request for help in solving a personal problem. A subscriber tells of a difficult situation with a landlord refusing to return a full deposit, despite evidence provided, and a personal visit. Fan explains that he has to leave soon, making the bail situation particularly critical and requiring a quick resolution for his financial well-being. Showing professional solidarity and human involvement, the guy expresses confidence in his ability to help, asking for all documents as soon as possible. Dong-gyu and Tokubei meet up alone, with the guy apologizing to one of his coaches for being late, and the latter reassuring him that 10 minutes of delay doesn't matter. Tokubei admits to being surprised at the invitation, noting that this is the first such occasion in their relationship. The young man explains that he could not remain indifferent when he heard about his comrade's difficult situation, showing sincere interest in his problem. The guy with a smile expresses a sincere desire to help, to which his fellow streamer responds that such kindness is quite consistent with his ideas about Dawn. Showing concern, the athlete wonders if Tokubei is cold while waiting and offers to follow him. Tokubei asks about the possibility of turning on the broadcast to show the entrance and tour of the house, to which Don agrees if that is his guest's wish. Clarifying his question, the streamer clarifies that he was referring to using the guy's own broadcast, preferring his channel for shared content. The athlete modestly notes that it takes an experienced person to do collaborations, and he considers himself a newcomer to this area of streaming. Recalling a previous appearance on the channel, the guy remarks that Tokubei is rumored to be rarely broadcasting lately. Streamer attributes the forced hiatus to problems with the landlord not returning the deposit, to which Don offers to show the problem-solving process to the viewers. Buddy is clearly surprised by this suggestion, doubting the advisability of showing the entire conflict resolution process to a wider audience. Don explains that as a major player in the situation, Tokubei has every right to turn on his stream and share his concerns with viewers. The buddy, touched by his comrade's concern for his content, decides not to refuse the offer, despite some hesitation and uncertainty. He recognizes the unfamiliarity of resuming streaming activity after such a long hiatus. Addressing viewers, the streamer thanks them for their concern and assures them that he is indeed fine despite the temporary difficulties. A friend expresses a willingness to try to return to broadcasting by introducing himself to the audience after an extended absence from the airwaves. Resuming activity, Tokubei greets his viewers by introducing himself with a cute streamer. Young also greets the audience by getting in the shot and becoming part of the broadcast, supporting his comrade in his return to streaming. The streamer notices the strong reaction of the chat room to his friend's appearance, noting the audience's increased interest in the popular fighter's personality. Don notes the special charm that Tokebe possesses, adding to his confidence and emphasizing his unique qualities to the audience. Streamer offers to show the inside of the room, inviting everyone to follow, beginning a tour of the venue for the upcoming proceedings. The guy presents a gift for home comfort, which clearly surprises his companion, who embarrassedly notes that he should not have brought anything. Buddy thinks it's strange to come to visit without a gift, and Don thanks him for his attention, admitting that such a gesture is very nice to him. The guy promises to be sure to bring a proper gift next time, feeling a little embarrassed at his unpreparedness for the visit. Inspecting the apartment, the athlete notes its impressive size, about 105 square meters, and in the meantime, Tokebe invites him to make himself at home. Dong-gyu notices the old but quite good layout of the room, suggesting that the interior has definitely been subjected to changes by the occupants. Noting the neatness of the interior design compared to the exterior of the building, Don is invited to sit down, have a drink, and chat by the hospitable host. Politely thanking him, the guy offers to get right down to business, showing his business-like approach and unwillingness to waste time on small talk. The young man wonders how much the landlord raised the price, getting straight to the heart of the problem his fellow streamer was having. Streamer is surprised by his friend's knowledge, asking the source of the information, and Don explains that this is what most landlords do in situations like this. Tokebe said the price was raised to 50 million, well above the market value of similar housing in the area. Streamer mentions that he sent proof of the apartment's contents with the help of subscribers, but the materials received by the landlord were returned without review. Guy suggests that the landlord was probably absent each time this evidence was sent, explaining the reason for its ineffectiveness. Streamer expresses surprise at Don's depth of understanding of the situation, not expecting such familiarity with the intricacies of the lease. Juvenile inquires about evidence of landlord notification of lease termination, such as letters or messenger messages, evaluating the documentary basis. After receiving confirmation of the availability of both, Don clarifies whether Tokebe contacted the landlord directly, without intermediaries. After an affirmative answer, the athlete explains that it is difficult to prove fraud based solely on delayed bail, without additional factors. Dong-gyu characterizes the situation as a purely civil matter requiring legal resolution, and inquires about the time frame before Tokebe's planned move. Streamer notes the extremely small window of time before the new tenant arrives, complicating the situation and requiring urgent action to resolve the conflict. When asked about the availability of sufficient funds, Tokebe confirms their availability, specifying that the finances are sufficient for a new place of residence. Don asks to see the lease agreement and any additional documents needed to fully understand the legal aspects of the situation. The guy instructs on the necessary actions for today, advising to attach certain materials at the end of the next video to inform viewers. Streamer opens the book the guy provided, beginning to scrutinize its contents, probably containing legal advice on housing disputes. The guy suddenly announces his intention to immediately go to court with the streamer, showing determination to protect his comrade's interests. To his amazement, Tokebe actually ends up in court, shocked by the rapid turn of events and sudden immersion in the legal process. A friend was suddenly bombarded with a lot of things to do: lease registration, how to request documents, and other unexpected legal procedures. The young man can't believe the complexity and agony of the process of solving a seemingly simple problem with the return of the deposit for the rented apartment. Watching Dong-gyu, the streamer notes his direct and frank manner of speaking. So natural, it's as if he's been dealing with legal issues all his life. The friend wonders if he himself is so clueless about these matters, or if his friend is really that stunningly competent in legal intricacies. Tokebe wonders how a guy who only recently passed his real estate agent exam has such a deep knowledge of the field. The young man replies cryptically that this is his second life, without revealing the true meaning of the phrase, hiding his experiences from Yoon Sook's past life. Tokebe asks about future plans, wondering if he needs to continue following Don to solve his problem with the landlord. The guy explains that they now need to talk to a certain person, indicating the next step in their conflict resolution strategy. Arriving at the new location, the streamer wonders hopefully if they are finally at the destination of their journey through the instances and institutions. Don notes to himself the vastness of the terrain, assessing the situation and planning further actions in the unfamiliar surroundings for maximum efficiency. Streamer wonders in amazement if the landlord is really here, not expecting this turn of events and direct confrontation. Upon confirmation, he is surprised by Don's awareness, wondering about the source of this information about the whereabouts of the absconding landlord. The young man explains that before visiting Tokebe, he checked out a local real estate agency. Streamer realizes the reason for his friend's tardiness, and the latter admits that he was counting on getting information quickly, but the agency was cautious in its expressions. Don holds out something to Tokebe, who inquires curiously about the purpose of the item, not understanding its significance in their plan. Explaining, the athlete says it's a number from the agency, to which the streamer reacts enthusiastically, calling it their trump card in the confrontation. The young man recalls the circumstances of obtaining the number. The woman from the agency tried to calm him down by mentioning that Mr. Kim was not to be trifled with. The lady refused to give the landlord's address, citing the confidentiality of personal information. According to the woman, the landlord is one of the richest men in the city, despite the reluctance of some to recognize this fact, and is a real pain in the ass. The agency official also let slip that things are currently going pretty badly for the influential landlord, adding context to the situation. On second thought, the lady admits that she shouldn't spread the word about other people's business and, referring to a waiting customer, quickly ends the conversation. Don admits that he tried to get the address by rubbing in his trust, but everyone at the agency was extremely reluctant to share information. The guy notes that the landlord does not live in the place of his official registration, which makes it much more difficult to find him to resolve the conflict. Young was approached by some girl, asking if he was the wrestling streamer and mentioning that she knew about Kim's situation, getting his attention. The young man instantly showed interest by politely saying hello and confirming his identity, and the girl noted that it was indeed hard not to recognize him due to his popularity. The stranger introduced herself as the manager of that office, moving on to discuss Tokabe's situation. The manageress shared important information from which the guy clearly understood that Mr. Kim deliberately did not want to return the deposit. After thanking him for the information, the girl suddenly handed him her phone, transferring the business conversation into a personal one. Don was clearly surprised to have gotten hold of the stranger's cell phone, not expecting such a turn of events after a business interaction. Embarrassed, the girl offered to definitely call if he had free time, explicitly hinting at the possibility of a personal meeting. The guy understands the true motivation of the girl. The information about the landlord was not provided out of pure altruism, but for personal gain and familiarity. Showing resourcefulness, Dong-gyu asked if she minded if he gave her phone to someone else, suddenly changing the course of the conversation. Parent describes Tokabe as a sweet and funny guy, assuring that a girl will definitely like him. It was in this unexpected way that Tokabe got the girl's phone number, becoming the object of an impromptu matchmaking by a friend. Dawn expresses genuine joy at the prospect of the streamer deciding to call her after all, supporting the possible development of a relationship between them. Moving closer to their destination, the guys notice an apparent conflict situation between a man and a woman on the street that catches their attention. The woman begs the man to give her some more time, clearly in a quandary and trying to reach his understanding. Don intuitively realizes that this is the dreaded landlord showing his true colors in a conversation with an elderly woman. The woman explains her situation by her grandson's torn briefcase and the need to buy him a new phone, begging for pity and understanding of her situation. The landlord categorically refuses to compromise, cynically noting that people are ready to paddle with their bare hands, demonstrating complete indifference. The woman appeals to the length of their acquaintance and perhaps past help, perplexed by the landlord's overly strictness in this situation. The man shouts irritably, forbidding her to mumble nonsense and dashing any hopes of help by being physically aggressive, pushing the elderly woman. The landlord rudely demands that she clean up as quickly as possible, showing a complete lack of empathy and basic human respect. Don assesses the situation as unfavorable for starting a conversation, suggesting that we wait until things calm down to increase the chances of a successful interaction. Tokabe expresses doubt about the propriety of inaction, wondering if they should step in and stop the landlord's clearly unacceptable behavior. Guy recommends just observing and not taking active action for now, showing strategic restraint in a difficult situation. Dong-gyu explains the need for a softer approach to the landlord, emphasizing the importance of diplomacy to achieve their main goal, the return of the deposit. Don explains the need for further surveillance, emphasizing the value of the information he receives and the risk of ending up in court if he intervenes prematurely. The shaking woman agrees to the landlord's demands, begging only to give her something at the same price, showing an extreme degree of desperation. Streaming viewers begin to express frustration at the inaction of the watchers, but the guy firmly insists on the need for surveillance, sticking to his chosen strategy. The comments in the chat are becoming increasingly harsh, with some writing about their final disappointment in the streamer due to his seeming indifference to the situation. A woman who has just been kicked out of her house apologizes to Don and Tokabe, perhaps for causing trouble or embarrassing the situation with her presence. When she's almost gone, Tokabe suddenly calls out to her, asking her to wait, deciding to intervene despite his friend's recommendation to watch from the sidelines. He holds out the money to her, explaining that the amount should be enough to buy a new backpack for his grandson, showing unexpected generosity. The woman sputters in gratitude, and Tokabe is embarrassed by her impulsive act, especially given her boyfriend's recent advice not to interfere. Suddenly the woman's eyes light up and she starts asking for more money, showing signs of possible bad faith in her intentions. Unable to refuse, the guy holds out a few more bills to her, confirming Don's fears about the possible unpleasant consequences of interfering. Dawn decisively stops the situation from developing, announcing that it is time for them to go and suggesting that the woman also continue on her way, cutting off further requests. In front of them, the boys see an enraged landlord who has been watching the entire scene and now stands pompous and angry, ready to make his point. The man expresses his displeasure, calling Tokebe an idiot for giving in to the woman and just handing over his money, condemning the kindness shown. Tokebe tries to explain his position, claiming that he didn't concede, but that the landlord is simply being too harsh in defending his decision. The landlord asks a reasonable question if the guy knows the real reason the woman was asking for extra money, hinting at ulterior motives. The guy naively repeats the woman's explanation of wanting to buy her grandson a backpack, showing gullibility and faith in the sincerity of other people's words. The landlord reveals the truth, screaming that she's an alcoholic kicked out of the house by her husband, and her buddy just gave her money for another dose of alcohol. Streamer, trying to defend his actions, explains that the woman asked for money for a completely different purpose, unwilling to accept the unpleasant reality. This angers the landlord even more, seeing the guy's lack of understanding of the complexity of the situation he's gotten himself into because of his gullibility. The man claims that with Tokebe's money, the woman will drink all week long, having already gone to the store and bought alcohol for the amount received. The landlord goes on to shout about the pointlessness of handouts to strangers, advising it would be better to donate to charity, not hiding his irritation at the streamer's naivety. The man abruptly changes the subject, stating that he sees the true purpose of their visit, and demands to say at once what they want, discarding feigned politeness. The young man discreetly explains that they have come from Building 13, Apartment 103, to discuss rent issues, keeping a business-like tone. Upon hearing this, the landlord boils over, loudly questioning the problems with the apartment, and accusing them of trying to intimidate, instantly going on the defensive. Dawn doesn't react in any way to the emotional outburst, showing poise and professionalism, skillfully ignoring attempts to throw him off balance. After a brief pause, he offers a peaceful solution, noting their lack of aggressive intentions, seeking to move the conversation in a constructive direction. The landlord is rude to the streamer, calling him an idiot and telling him to just move, showing complete disregard for the tenant's rights. Dawn intervenes, calmly warning that they will then be forced to call a real estate agent to protect their client's interests. Developing the idea, Dong-gyu mentions the possibility of litigation, indicating a willingness to use legal mechanisms if necessary. The landlord asks incredulously if they are really going to sue him. Guy clarifies that so far they have only submitted a request to register the lease, but are willing to go further depending on the landlord's own actions. Todd accuses the guy of duplicity, claiming that under the pretext of talking, he is engaged in threats, trying to shift responsibility for the conflict. Ignoring emotions, the athlete nonchalantly offers to discuss a possible deal, showing remarkable composure in a tense situation. Dong-gyu offers 2 valuable plots of land, one for burial and one for children, hinting at knowledge of his opponent's hidden interests. The landlord explodes with anger, accusing the guy of gathering dirt, beginning to realize the seriousness of the situation and the level of training of his opponent. Gradually, it comes to him that the young man standing before him is not as simple as it seemed at first, and possesses some secret leverage. After pondering, the landlord hesitantly asks if the guy's word can be trusted, showing the first signs of willingness to negotiate. The young man confidently replies that there is nothing to lose, mentioning ideal locations for the landlord's long-standing plans, showing a deep knowledge of his secret desires. There is a tense silence, filled with risk assessment and pondering the next steps as everyone considers their next move. Breaking the silence, the landlord declares that he will never give money to the pathetic overbidders, trying to regain control of the conversation. Dawn nonchalantly clarifies whether or not the landlord really prefers to discuss the land parcels first, skillfully steering the conversation in the right direction. The man accuses the fellow of lying, doubting the existence of said plots, to which the latter calmly replies about the naturalness of such transactions in his work. In a last-ditch effort, the landlord accuses the guy of meddling in the wrong business, but clearly loses confidence when confronted with his awareness. In an unexpected change of tactics, Dawn inquires about the landlord's free time, and the latter, caught off guard, asks about the purpose and place of a possible meeting. The guy explains that he does not like idle talk when he says compliments, expressing sincere sympathy for the character of the interlocutor. The landlord informs through force that it is impossible to meet today, offering to arrange for tomorrow at 7 o'clock, reluctantly agreeing. The only condition the landlord imposes is that Tokebe, whom he contemptuously calls a jerk, not come back tomorrow. The young man defends his comrade, explaining that he just wanted to help the woman, and did not know the whole situation, trying to soften the negative impression. The man has little interest in excuses, and continues to call the guy a fool, wondering how he could have fallen for an obvious deception so easily. Dawn asks not to insult a well-intentioned person, pointing out that the blame lies entirely with the one who committed the deception, not the deceived. The host shouts irritably, demanding to leave immediately and report back tomorrow without tardiness, showing impatience to finish this unpleasant conversation. On the way back, Tokabe gets uncomfortable and asks his friend if he knew beforehand that the woman was an alcoholic, looking for an explanation. The young man honestly admits that he didn't know, as he saw this woman for the first time in his life, as the streamer himself, trying to calm down his embarrassed comrade. However, to himself, the guy thinks that he actually noticed all the signs, but chose not to share his observations with his comrade at that moment. The woman's pale face and severely shaking hands were clear symptoms of alcoholism, which Don's professional eye easily recognized. The boy decided to remain silent, realizing that Tokabe would probably be embarrassed by such information, showing psychological sensitivity to his friend's feelings. Tokabe asks the reason for the advice to wait, to which Don explains the difference in their values. He is in no hurry to help without assessing the situation. Streamer clarifies, which is why the young man offered to observe without interfering. Guy confirms this as one of the reasons, adding that he suspected the landlord's anger was not accidental, showing an analytical mindset. A friend is surprised to learn of the landlord's intention to use the funds to build an orphanage, regretting the unspoken information. Noticing the streamer's reaction, Don realizes that he may have been wrong to say everything so bluntly, regretting his overly frankness on a sensitive issue. Dong-gyu changes the subject, asking why Tokabe didn't call the number he gave him in the morning, shifting his attention to a more neutral question. The streamer doubts the necessity of the call, suggesting that the friend is just messing with him, not taking the number situation seriously. Expressing doubt, Tokabe gets a reasonable question from the guy as to why he's hesitant, given his popularity and numerous subscribers. The young man ponders that the owner of the land he found being Yoon Sook was quite rich, remembering his past life and connections in the area. It is noteworthy that this place was not even officially offered for sale, which emphasizes the exclusivity and value of the found site. Arriving at the site of the future shelter, Don asks his companion's opinion, inviting him to appreciate the potential and beauty of the chosen piece of land. The sportsman adds that the landlord's wife will definitely love the place, which resembles an island that changes its appearance with each new season of the year. Dong-gyu expresses his confidence that interlocutors will be enchanted by the place, emphasizing the natural beauty and unique features of the site. The arriving landlord admits that his late wife really liked the fall leaves, explaining the personal significance of such a place. The man notes the guy's excellent intuition, offering to immediately consider a contract to buy the land, willing to pay any amount necessary. The landlord explains that the place is for the memory of his poor wife and injured children, so he won't even allow himself to haggle. Nevertheless, the man demandingly cries out for a cut in commissions, trying to still lower the total transaction amount with his terms. Don calmly replies that this is impossible, causing the landlord to be surprised, not expecting a refusal to a seemingly reasonable request. Explaining his position, the guy mentions the need to work in an established enterprise to conduct such transactions, recognizing his unemployed status for the time being. The man suddenly realizes a hidden offer to return Tokabe's deposit in exchange for a deal with lucrative commissions for both parties. Recognizing the boy's cleverness, the man offers to eat together, to which the young man responds with knowledge of a suitable restaurant, agreeing to the meeting. The landlord generously offers to pay for lunch for a job well done, inviting Don to eat as much as he wants, showing his sudden generosity. Don readily accepts the offer, realizing that they are working on their first contract, laying the groundwork for a profitable partnership. Approaching the restaurant, the landlord inquires about its fame, and the guy confirms that the establishment is famous for really good food. Young adds that the place is perfect for grabbing a bite to eat and discussing their contract at the same time, combining the pleasant and the useful in one place. Mr. Kim asks in surprise about the need to talk about contracts at the table, preferring to enjoy his meal first without business talk. The guy explains that the restaurant owner is also somewhat of a landlord, hinting at a connection to their main topic of discussion. The landlord inquires about the quality of the place, to which Don suggests he try the food to see for himself the excellent choice of venue. Mr. Kim gets straight to the point, aggressively demanding the land be sold to him, wasting no time on small talk or culinary impressions. A man turns to a waiter who approaches, asking if he is the owner of the land overlooking the island, showing impatience in the transaction. The guy feels awkward, as he'd planned to start this conversation after a few compliments, not a direct demand to sell the land. The waiter, who turns out to be the owner of the land, responds by flatly refusing to sell the plot, asking the uninvited guests to leave the restaurant. The owner adds that many people are interested in his land, but he won't sell it just because someone demanded it, expressing a firm stance. Don understands the risk of being kicked out, and tries to soften the situation by apologizing for the sudden question and trying to save the negotiations from failure. The young man asks the owner to listen to Mr. Kim's story, trying to appeal to human empathy instead of a business-like approach to the transaction. Turning to the landlord, Don offers to tell him why he wants to purchase this particular land so badly, giving him a chance for an emotional connection. Guy hopes the personal story will work for the owner, encouraging Mr. Kim to share his sincere experiences and motivations for the purchase. The landlord talks about wanting to create a place of remembrance for his wife, who went through a lot of suffering by his side, calling himself unworthy of her. The man adds that his wife dreamed of having a child, but her health condition prevented them from having children, revealing the depth of the family's personal tragedy. Mr. Kim describes her as a kind-hearted woman who offered to shelter orphans, but admits that as a bad husband he scolded her for such ideas. Now, having regretted it after her death, albeit too late, Mr. Kim decided to use the rest of his life to fulfill his wife's cherished wish. The landlord shares his intention to build an orphanage on this beautiful land, realizing what he was unable to do during his wife's lifetime. The landowner agrees that Mr. Kim's late wife would definitely approve of such a decision, showing a sudden understanding of the situation. Young realizes that the story sounds somewhat cliched, and many people would simply ignore it, thinking it was an attempt at emotional manipulation. However, the guy hopes that the landowner will show empathy for people with similar backgrounds, counting on his emotional response to the story. The landlord apologizes to the owner for the pressure, explaining his behavior by his fear of missing such an opportunity to realize a noble goal. To Don's surprise, after this story, the landowner begins to weep genuinely, amazed at the existence of such good intentions in the world. Watching this reaction, the guy realizes how sensitive the owner was, which opens up new opportunities for negotiation. The shaken owner asks them to wait while he goes away for a while, obviously needing a moment of privacy to make an important decision. When the owner returns, he emotionally declares his willingness to give the land at the price for which he bought it, refusing the market markup. Don is surprised at the power of the emotional story's impact, and Mr. Kim objects to such generosity, noting the sharp rise in land prices now. The owner explains that he's making good money from the restaurant and the land is just sitting idle, then treats them to an abundance of food. The landowner quibbles about the propriety of putting the land in good hands, and Mr. Kim nobly refuses to bargain in such an exceptional situation. The owner philosophically remarks that sometimes it's worth it just to take something when given, on what the landlord promises to pay a fair price for the lot. The young man, listening to this atypical bargaining in the opposite direction, proposes to proceed differently if both parties agree, with a favorable scheme in mind. On his way home after successfully concluding the contract, Dong calls Tokabai, informing him that the case is over and he has returned home after a fruitful day. Streamer asks about the incident in surprise, telling us that the landlord not only returned the deposit on move-in day, but also praised the guy's services. Tokabe admits that he changed his mind about his landlord after realizing that he wasn't such a bad person, especially after hearing about his plans to send the money to the orphanage. Don philosophically observes that life is made more interesting by the challenging people encountered along the way, showing wisdom and acceptance of reality. The young man wonders if Tokabe called that girl manager, and the streamer proudly reports a date where she called him cute. Tokabe sincerely thanks Don for his help, promising to thank him next time, and wishes him a safe trip home after a busy day. After the conversation ends, the guy reflects on the complexity and duality of people in real life, which makes it difficult to clearly categorize them. Guy concludes that while it's hard to completely divide people into good and bad, many still show a tendency toward one of those sides. Young reflects on the chairman and his entourage, capable only of intimidating others and manipulating for their own gain, as an example of the worst. In opposition to them, the young man puts people with a good heart, such as the restaurant owner, who is a vivid representative of the opposite category. Thinking back to the past, Dong-gyu thinks of how he came to this owner to ensure the contract on his land while still being Yoon Sook from his past life. Then, not knowing how to do it right, the guy was literally bleeding cold sweat with excitement, experiencing his first important contract in his career. The young man even dropped the documents from his hands right in the restaurant where a huge number of customers were at that poor moment, increasing the awkwardness. He recalls how people must have hated Dong-gyu for creating a crowd, but the restaurant owner himself ran up and helped pick up the scattered papers. Despite the fact that today the owner began to chase him away at the mention of contracts, he remained the same kind man at heart. A vivid detail of the memory is the famous pink apron worn by the owner of the restaurant at that time, which has been preserved in memory in every detail. Suddenly, something confused Don, making him think about the strange vividness of these memories, as if they had happened recently, not years ago. He wonders why he remembers so clearly his first contract, signed years ago in a past life, before being reborn in a new body. Young assumes this is some unusual side effect of being reborn, trying to understand the mechanism of memory retention when changing bodies. He finds an explanation in the fact that Dong-gyu's memories are also alive in his mind, creating a blending of the experiences of two different personalities in one mind. Guy sees this feature as an advantage rather than a problem, realizing that memories from his past life can be useful in the future. Realizing that things are working out well, he notes that the memories from the extra body can also be used as a valuable resource. He is struck by the vividness of the memories, as if he really was in the military, suggesting that this too may be a side effect of the rebirth. Concluding his thoughts, the athlete decides to be cautious of possible side effects until he fully understands the mechanism of his new condition. At his morning training session, he stands against Park Hoon again, preparing for another sparring session to help improve his fighting skills. The man asks the guy with obvious irritation about the reason for yesterday's absence, starting the training session by expressing his displeasure at missing class. Don mentally marvels at the need to talk during the battle, focusing on the upcoming fight and preparing for the director's attack. He attributes his absence to important business with a friend he couldn't refuse, trying to sound convincing without revealing details of the meeting. Analyzing his opponent's movements, the lad notes that despite his mentor's familiar speed, it's still difficult to anticipate his goals in battle. Mujina declares the need for more training intensity to compensate for the miss, and immediately rushes to attack Don. The guy notices that the coach has suddenly started moving even faster than usual, and tries to anticipate the direction of the next blow. Analyzing the director's stance and movements, Don assumes that the next blow will probably be aimed at the neck, preparing to defend himself. However, the experienced man, as always, deceives his expectations, and the real blow is aimed quite differently from where the guy assumed. The fighter suddenly grabs him, uses him as a spinning point like a wolf, and completes the hold with a powerful punch right to the student's cheek. The blow is so strong and unexpected that the boy falls on his back, stunned by his mentor's speed and technique. The principal turns to the lying guy, frustratedly asking if this is really all he can do as a member of the audience. The guy mentally objects, realizing that he just needs to warm up a bit to show his real fighting abilities in sparring. Henschel, who has been watching the training, approaches the defeated guy, anxiously wondering if he's all right after the heavy blow. The young man assures that in principle everything is normal, complaining only of a slight ringing in the head, which causes serious concern to the attentive coach. Henschel wonders about the lack of concussion or memory lapses, to which the guy jokingly replies about a nearly broken neck, but overall not bad condition. Coach humorously warns not to say that Guy forgot to bring the subscriber's car, which they had agreed on earlier, testing his memory. Don confidently replies that of course he hasn't forgotten, eliciting a satisfied smile from the coach, pleased with his charge's responsibility and things. Guy recalls that the coach wrote to him immediately after mentioning plans to buy a car, showing enviable promptness in realizing the opportunity. Guy asks if Henschel is too worried without seeing the car in person, to which the coach philosophically replies about his good feeling. Henschel romantically describes the future purchase as a beautiful car that he feels will stay with him for the rest of his days, showing affection. Don notices that it's only 5 minutes to 5, offering to let the clerk know of his imminent arrival by being punctual and organized. The coach objects to the Wonder Man's delay, but the guy tries to explain the need to change before the meeting, thinking about the impression. Henschel criticizes Young's lack of a coat as childish carelessness, to which he replies that the weather is not yet cold enough for warm clothes. Coach reminds us of the approaching Christmas, wondering about Don's assertion about the lack of coolness. In the parking lot, a person approaches them, clarifying whether the day in front of them is indeed day, verifying that they are properly meeting the potential buyer. Henschel ironically notes that the signer is also wearing a coat, jokingly wondering if he is the only one who is so intensely cold on this wintry day. They head to the car the signer is about to sell, proceeding to inspect the potential purchase before closing the deal. The coach asks in surprise if it's a new car, and Don notes its incredible cleanliness, impressed with the condition of the car on offer. Remembering the mention of moving to China, the guy wonders if it's business-related, trying to figure out the real reason for selling such a nice car. The signer denies business reasons, mentioning some small business, which makes the coach curious about his professional situation. After learning of the layoff a week ago, Young notes the difficulty of such a choice, showing empathy for his subscriber's serious life decision. Toth admits that he decided to take this step only because of Don's support and example, showing the streamer's influence on real people's decisions. The subscriber explains that, inspired by his favorite streamer, he decided to change something in his life too. The mentor inquires about the marital status of the subscriber, to which he simply answers in the affirmative, confirming his status as a married man. The coach addresses the guy, jokingly noting that he has developed an anti-fan who left a good position for uncertain prospects. The captionist laughs, admitting that his wife was quite upset by the sudden decision to end her job, not understanding the reasons behind such a move. The young man tactfully inquires if he can find out at least the approximate sphere of the subscriber's former activity, showing genuine interest. The signer talks about working at Samsung's headquarters, causing both guys to be genuinely surprised by the prestige of the position. A fan reassures them by informing them that his wife has now become a fan of Don's as well, hinting at her acceptance of the situation due to this factor. The guy is amazed to realize that he has actually developed a lot of supportive fans willing to help and go to serious lengths. The subscriber mentions that friends asked for autographs after hearing about his encounter with the guy, demonstrating the streamer's growing popularity. They decide to go for a coffee first, so that they can discuss the details of the car purchase in a relaxed atmosphere and get to know each other better. Meanwhile, Dong-hwa works as a waitress, marveling at the unusual influx of customers and speculating about a possible holiday explaining the crowd. Sister Dong-gyu busily moves between tables, hearing requests for more cold noodles and the need to go to the hood, performing a multitude of tasks. The girl comforts herself with the thought of resting tomorrow after today's busy shift, creating motivation to work hard now. When she hears her name, she turns toward the caller, distracting herself from her current occupation to respond to the call addressed to her. The girl asks her colleague about the reason for the call, showing a willingness to help despite her obvious busyness and many ongoing responsibilities. A co-worker reports her injury, asking to be replaced, but Dong-hwa initially refuses, citing his own workload. The traumatized employee begins to flatter, calling her sister beautiful and expressing her love for her in an attempt to get the help she wants. The co-worker continues the compliments, noting the combination of strength and beauty in Dong-hwa, clearly trying to play on vanity to get what he wants. The colleague explains that she considers it a compliment to be compared to a real man who can be relied upon, noting the girl's reliability. The girl explains the strength by the example of her brother, with whom she started working out in the gym, causing her colleague to be jealous of such a wonderful relative. A co-worker wonders when Dong-hwa's brother will come, and even asks for his phone number, to which she gets an evasive answer about his busyness. Covering up her desire to study, the girl insists on contact, but the guy's sister suggests addressing her brother directly when they meet. The girl ends the conversation, citing the need to work, and postpones further conversation for another time, walking away from the persistent requests. To herself, the outgoing girl resents the insolence of Heesun's co-worker asking for her brother's number, having no intention of sharing contacts so easily. Leaving the restaurant, Dong-hwa dreamily plans tomorrow's day of rest, imagining watching movies and completely relaxing after a hard shift. Her dreams are interrupted by the owner of the establishment asking her to take a shift tomorrow, ruining her plans for a long-awaited day off. The girl asks surprisingly about the reason, and Heesun's co-worker explains that she had some pending business that prevented her from coming to work. Belle turns to her co-worker, recalling a similar situation the last time she had already switched shifts with her, expressing fatigue. Heesun defends himself by citing his sick mom and asking if it's really a crime, trying to make Dong-hwa feel guilty for doubting. The owner of the establishment supports the request, urging her to help her colleague for the sake of her ailing mother, increasing the pressure on the girl's conscience. Conceding, the lady agrees to go out tomorrow, showing understanding of life situations, for which she receives a storm of gratitude and a promise to say hello to her mother. After leaving the establishment, Heesun calls someone, bragging that she tried to get Dong-hwa's brother's number, but the fool refused to give it. She admits to making up a fiction about her mother to get the girl to work tomorrow too, expressing slight doubts about the ethics of using such an excuse. Heesun angrily reflects that she'd like to beat the fool up if it weren't for the obstacle of her brother, showing the true face behind the mask of caring. Suddenly, someone approaches her, addressing her politely and interrupting her negative thoughts about her co-worker, catching her off guard at an inopportune moment. It turns out to be Dong-gyu, wondering if his sister has already left work, who happened to witness Hasong talking on the phone. Heesun confirms Dong-hwa's departure, mentally hoping he didn't hear her swearing at her sister, trying to hide her true attitude. Seeing a chance to get to know each other better, Heesun smiles and offers to do one-on-one, asking for the guy's phone number for personal contact. The girl notes to herself the attractiveness of her brother, who looks good despite age differences, assessing his external data. Mentioning his streamer activities, Heesun dreams of quitting his job and living a life of pleasure, repeating his lies about his mother and working shifts. When the guy reaches for his phone, he turns on his voice recorder, recording all her remarks about his sister, gathering evidence of mendacity and malice. The young man resolutely refuses to give his number to a man who wants to harm his sister, directly confronting the disingenuous co-worker. The girl listens to the tape in shock, finally getting confirmation of her suspicions about Heesun's insincerity and malevolence. The sister confesses that she always knew of her colleague's pretense and lack of real business, delighted to expose the hypocritical and manipulative Heesun. Expressing her desire to see the face of the exposed liar, the girl hears a remark from her brother about excessive anger, indicating excessive emotionality. Dong-hwa asks for the tape to be sent to her, planning to use it for its intended purpose, probably to protect her from a co-worker's future manipulations. Thanking her brother for the best Christmas present in the form of exposure, She is surprised to learn that he has another surprise for her. Don pulls out a box, causing surprise to his sister, who doesn't understand why he bought something else, not expecting additional gifts. The sister is surprised to discover that it is the exact same camera she had already purchased on her own, creating an amusing coincidence. Don explains that he thought the camera was a good gift, knowing her interest in filming, to which her sister admits to wanting to just help with the broadcasts. Gray received a Christmas present from the guy, expressing his sincere joy and appreciation for his attentiveness to his preferences. The comrade does not hide his delight, stating his disbelief that a friend was able to buy such a perfect gift beyond all expectations. Don asks what it was about the gift that impressed him so much, to which his enthusiastic companion jokingly offers to kiss him in gratitude. The guy jokingly threatens death if Gray brings his lips close to his, rejecting an emotional expression of gratitude with physical contact. Gray wonders how, even with the list, the athlete managed to acquire everything so accurately, suggesting a deep understanding of the topic not limited by the list. The guy starts to speculate about the rarity of the parts, but Don interrupts, noting that only true experts can deal with such nuances. The young man admits that he did not have this knowledge himself, but his body somehow had this information, hinting at an unusual situation. Dong-gyu explains that the body's previous owner was well versed in computers, taking such an interest that all the shelves were stocked with profile literature. Pensively reflecting on his situation, the guy concludes that regardless of rebirth or lack thereof, he remains Yoon Sook either way. The athlete suggests that we stop philosophizing about rebirth and just enjoy a delicious meal, taking the conversation to a more down-to-earth direction. Gray marvels at the flavor of the dishes, and the guy attributes his cooking skills to his loneliness in his past life, which forced him to learn to cook on his own. The comrade expresses regret for Don's past loneliness, rejoicing that he now has company for shared meals and pleasant conversation. Don wonders if Gray really has someone, hinting at a possible friend's relationship not previously mentioned in the conversations. The one with slight embarrassment admits that he once called someone a little brother, and that person actually thinks so, creating an amusing situation. Upon hearing this unexpected confession, Don is genuinely surprised, not expecting such a turn in his companion's personal life. Gray tries to explain everything, assuring that this man can be trusted, seeking to dispel possible doubts and suspicions of his friend. The young man asks to type this younger brother, but the hacker dodges, noting the many traits he has in common and characterizing him as a real do-gooder. Don reflects that it is easy to believe a scoundrel who praises the goodness of another, but when a good man speaks of kindness, it is questionable. Guy explains his caution by the fact that good people are rarely deceived by the truest villains, relying on their intuition. Gray receives a message from said Jr., informing him of the impossibility of arriving by cab and promising an imminent arrival on foot. The young man writes about hoping that nothing serious has happened, showing concern and worry about the condition of his so-called little brother. The athlete returns the phone to his comrade, motioning for him to come inside the establishment, perhaps wanting to create a private atmosphere to meet the younger man. Dong-gyu decides to check out the situation personally, not trusting Gray's story completely, preferring to see this mysterious younger brother with his own eyes. The guy is suspicious of this man's possible plan, to the point of wanting to kill, being extremely cautious and even paranoid about the situation. A young man asks a philosophical question about his own ability to kill someone, considering a hypothetical situation of self-defense or defense of a friend. Finally seeing said brother, Don can't determine his physique due to his voluminous jacket making it difficult to assess his physical parameters. Suddenly, a stranger rushes up to him asking what happened to his comrade, clearly concerned and ready to protect Gray from a potential threat. When Don is approached with his fist raised to strike, he doesn't move for a second, perhaps paralyzed by surprise or ready to take the blow. The young man reflects that the stranger does show genuine concern for Gray, which somewhat alleviates his suspicions and wariness. The young man admits that even if the stranger decided to attack with ulterior motives, his concern for Gray is not like a pretense or a game. The guy comes to the conclusion that this man is not just showing off and is unlikely to be a spy for Guhek, which lowers his suspicions a bit. The puzzled stranger asks why Gray called him if he now sees his friend in front of him, expressing confusion at the situation. Don adopts a fighting stance as well, wondering if the stranger really cares that much about knowing what really happened, preparing for a fight. The young man ponders whether he will get a real answer if he tortures the stranger, showing a willingness to get tough to find out the truth. Suddenly, the athlete notices that the stranger has literally disappeared from his previous position, showing unexpected agility and reaction speed at a critical moment. The guy is surprised at the stranger's ability to dodge his blow, which speaks of good training and considerable experience in martial arts. The young man notes that his opponent has fairly light fists, assessing his physical characteristics and potential close combat capabilities. Don recognizes that regardless of everything, the stranger has impressive speed and probably has boxing experience, judging by his stance and movements. Guy carefully observes his opponent's abilities, analyzing his technique and looking for possible weaknesses for a follow-up attack. Deciding it's time to subdue the defiant stranger, Don prepares to teach him a lesson for his inappropriate behavior and attacking him. The young man delivers a powerful leg kick straight into the stranger's stomach, using one of the effective techniques he learned in the martial arts hall. As expected from such a hard blow, the stranger falls to the side, temporarily losing his balance and control of the situation. However, despite the force of the blow, the opponent shows remarkable resilience in trying to get up, which inspires respect and wariness. Don is amazed that even after such a powerful blow, the stranger did not make a sound, which makes him wonder about the identity of his opponent. The guy begins to realize that this stranger is actually a very unusual man with exceptional stamina and combat training. Acting decisively, the young man grabs the stranger by the jacket, giving him no opportunity to recover and continue his resistance. Forcefully flipping his opponent over onto his back, Don gets a better look at the stranger's face, hidden until that moment. Guy wonders how such an experienced fighter could befriend Gray, not realizing how these such different people could find common ground. Looking at the stranger lying on the ground, Don bluntly asks who he is, demanding to finally reveal his identity after the confrontation. When the person's hood was removed, it was revealed to be a dark-skinned woman, an unexpected discovery for the athlete that changed the situation. Gray suddenly bursts into the fight, yelling for Don to stop immediately in an attempt to prevent further escalation of the conflict. A comrade rushes to pick up the fallen woman, calling her Bong-soon, showing obvious concern and a close relationship with the stranger. The hacker emotionally states that this is the man he loves, accusing the young man of beating the woman without understanding the situation. Later, all three find themselves at home together, trying to resolve a misunderstanding and explain themselves after an unfortunate first encounter. Hacker rebukes his friend for attacking someone as fragile as a woman, expressing outrage at Don's actions in the situation. Don objects that even with her legs bound, she is capable of beating Gray, and wonders how he can call such a fighter fragile. Gray just sighs, stating that the guy doesn't know anything, hinting at more complicated circumstances unknown to his friend. Don reflects that the secluded spot surrounded by trees was not hiding a formidable adversary, but a frightened cat in need of protection. Young regretfully admits that his friend was harassed because of him, and if it weren't for this incident, Gray would be enjoying Christmas with his friends right now. The annoyed Bong-soon wonders who this man is, to which the friend promises to explain everything, but a little later, postponing the unpleasant conversation. Don ponders, isn't involving a bystander in a life-threatening situation while being pursued by Gyuhek an extremely careless act. The guy asks the woman who she is, causing even more irritation on her part, demanding an explanation from him first, determining the order of the revelations. The hacker reports that the girl's real name is Rebecca Banks or Bong-soon, and she is only 24 years old, providing basic information about her companion. Gray turns to her, apologizing and asking her to wait outside, promising to explain everything a little later, trying to defuse the tense situation. The girl is surprised by such an unexpected reaction of her boyfriend, not understanding the reason for the request to remove in the midst of a conflict situation. Don becomes very uncomfortable with the scene he's witnessing, feeling like an unwitting witness to a private conversation violating the couple's privacy. Rebecca agrees, noting that she can't refuse at such a nice request, showing clear affection for Gray with her words. The girl adds that if Gray needs something, it is enough to whistle, and she will surely come running, expressing readiness to always come to the rescue. Don is utterly bewildered by what is happening in front of him, not understanding the true nature of the relationship between the two men. Gray begins his explanation, introducing the girl as his business partner, trying to clear the air for his puzzled friend. Comrade continues that she is a novice hacker, rebuking Don for jumping to conclusions without fully understanding the situation. Don comments with disgust on Gray's facial expression at the sight of the girl, calling the sight disgusting, making no secret of his opinion. The hacker seriously claims that she is indeed his lover, confirming that there is a romantic relationship between the two. The young man ironically wonders about the fate of his favorite performer, about whom Gray used to rave, suggesting treason to the idol. The comrade explains that his love for the performer remained on screen, and he never forgot or traded anyone, separating the virtual from the real. The hacker emphasizes that at the moment, only a true girlfriend exists for him, prioritizing his relationship. Buddy allows for the possibility of changes in the future, but confidently states that right now his choice is unequivocal in favor of a real relationship. The guy asks the logical question as to why in that case this girl is calling him brother, if they are in a romantic relationship. Gray recalls the status of the novice hacker, for whom anonymity is as important as professional skills, explaining the strange treatment. The young man clarifies whether it is related to preventing surveillance such as that organized by the chairman's nephew, showing understanding of the situation. His friend explains that at first they hid their gender, using the word brother only in messages, which was the easiest part of their defense plan. The athlete suggests that this treatment has become a habit, and she now calls Gray brother all the time, even in face-to-face encounters. Dong-gyu offers to hear the rest of the details, to which his friend starts addressing him as a boss, continuing to play a certain role. The guy irritably demands an end to the games, showing that his patience is running out and demanding sincerity in this important conversation. The comrade defends himself by saying that he wouldn't let the first person he meets get close, emphasizing that he is not without caution and common sense either. You could tell by his expression that Gray was a little offended by his friend's assumption that he was frivolous and unable to assess the potential risks. The young man notes the disparity between the hacker's profession, typing all day long, and the girl's excellent beats, wondering about their acquaintance. A friend grudgingly objects that a hacker's job isn't about typing all the time, rebuking the guy for stereotyping their activity. Gray says that the girl's father is a U.S. Army officer at a base in Korea, emphasizing her military connection and special upbringing. Thanks to her military father, she had been trained in self-defense since childhood, and recently seemed to have started training professionally, explaining her fighting skills. Dawn wonders why, with such a high level of combat training, she chose a career as a hacker instead of a professional fighter. The hacker explains that her father works in the information department, so she has been treating computers like toys since she was a young child. Adds that she only trained in boxing for self-defense, but computers have always been of much more interest to her. The young man cautiously asks if the girl knows Gray's real name, worried about a possible leak of confidential information about a friend. Clarifies that the information would be better in his hands than in the hands of Chairman Guhek's nephew, hinting at the risks of disclosing personal information. The comrade admits that the girl actually found him on her own, and they crossed paths by chance, which breaks his usual dating pattern. This unexpected contact occurred when she was learning programming through methods developed by Gray himself, creating a strange connection. With irony, Hacker observes that he has gotten caught up in his own techniques, demonstrating the vulnerability of even the most careful professionals in his field. Dawn directly asks if his friend has told him anything about him and their plans, to which Gray replies in the affirmative, causing concern. Buddy reassures that he only mentioned helping out during the chase, not revealing any additional information about Dawn and their operation. Gray jokingly suggests that the guy is just jealous of his perfect girlfriend, trying to steer the conversation into a lighter, more humorous direction. The irritated young man demands that they stop the nonsense and focus on the necessary, reminding them that they have many more important things to do. Gray recalls his own question about the time until February to use the new equipment, perplexed by the mention of other classes. After a protracted conversation, the girl returns to the room, obviously tired of waiting and interested in the topic of their conversation. Noticing her, Dawn decides to ask how long she's been with them, trying to gauge the amount of information she's heard. Instead of answering, the girl reminds you that she was the first to ask the employment question, hijacking the conversation and demonstrating character. The young man suggests that Bong-soon sit down first, in an effort to create a more structured conversation and prepare for a serious conversation. Dong-gyu explicitly asks if she is aware of her lover's persecution, testing her level of awareness of the situation. After confirming the girl, Gray explains their intention to attack Guhek, revealing part of their plan and drawing her deeper into their affairs. He clarifies the scope of the operation, which includes not only Guhek, but also the chairman, with the aim of destroying the company that absorbs innocent people. The girl shows critical thinking, wondering why this particular company when there are a dozen others like it, eliciting the need for an explanation. Instead of a direct answer, Gray shows an article that describes the company's victim, Don's father, revealing the personal motivation behind their actions. Spurgeon suggests that their actions should be considered ordinary revenge, simplifying a complex moral and ethical dilemma to an understandable human motive. The guy only asks the girl to keep everything Bong-soon learns a secret, trying to minimize the risks from bringing in an outsider. Bong-soon asks to be added to their team, assuring her that she could obviously use it, showing her willingness to participate in the operation with them. The young man notices the girl's shift to a formal communication style, wondering why she stopped expressing herself rudely, changing tactics. The lady tells of her intention to join the company tomorrow in any role, even janitor, emphasizing the unimportance of status for their purposes. Bong-soon promises to gather all the information herself and pass it on to her lover, showing her willingness to be helpful in the operation. Dawn notices her eagerness to help, and even though he doesn't approve of it, accepts the offer, making it a condition to perform a certain task for him. Guy realizes the impossibility of leaving the man alone in the tiger's den, regretting the need to drag her in, but glad for a good resolution to the situation. Meanwhile, Guchek sits in his office as if on pins and needles, clearly expecting something important, showing nervousness and impatience. Someone of large build appears before him, to whom he greets, expressing satisfaction at the long-awaited arrival of the visitor. Coach asks Guhek for a very easy task, one that doesn't require much effort, but is important to their overall plans or personal goals. The mentor fancies himself, noting with regret that he will look like a sea dweller next to Dong-gyu. Recognizing his opponent's superiority, Dong-yun runs quickly, shouting about being extremely late, showing excitement and concern about punctuality at some important event. Coach justifies himself by taking care of his beloved mom, regretting the time spent on the wrong side of his hair, expressing strange priorities. As he runs, he reflects on his long absence from socializing with the girls, strengthening his resolve not to be late for this rare opportunity. Suddenly, Dong-hwa cheerfully greets him, noticing the longevity of their meeting, interrupting his hurried movement towards their supposed date. Standing next to him, Dong-gyu remarks that he wasn't fooling him about anything, hinting at some previous promise or arrangement between them. Dong-yun resents reminding him of said meeting with the girls, expressing his desire to go home and leave his brother and sister to have fun on their own. Guy suggests he wait since he's here anyway, and the coach notices his habit of dashing other people's hopes with his actions. The boy makes excuses for not wanting to cause harm, but recognizes the hopelessness of the situation, and his sister wishes Dong-hyun caution on his journey. As he turned around and started to walk away, he suddenly heard a woman's voice that caught his attention and made him stop. The girl apologizes for being late, explaining the missed train, which causes the coach to turn around sharply to see the speaker. He notices several attractive girls next to Dong-gyu's sister, which instantly changes his mood and attitude towards the situation. The guy quickly tries to temper Dong-hyun's enthusiasm by explaining that they're just high school students, hinting at their underage status. The guy emphasizes that they are just friends of his sister, advising not to make too many illusions about a possible romantic encounter. The coach immediately takes umbrage at the suggestion that he might be interested in the kids, protecting his reputation from unfair accusations. Dong-gyu softens the situation by mentioning information from his sister about the girls having older sisters, creating a new prospect for dating. The guy suddenly adds that all the older sisters are ugly and the same age, while his sister's friends flatter his looks. He politely replies that he is glad to see them again, to which they reciprocate by suggesting that he come to their company more often. The young man mentions that he just remembered the hall today and will introduce someone to them, shifting his attention from himself to his companion. He formally introduces them to his favorite young trainer, asking them to say hello to him and creating a favorable atmosphere for introductions. The coach, clearly not expecting such an introduction, politely introduces himself, mentioning his specialty of kickboxing in the gym. Dawn is surprised to hear Dong-yun begin to give personal information about his marital status, height and weight, overly detailing the answer. The coach himself, having finished speaking, realizes the redundancy of information, noticing the awkwardness of the situation and the strange looks of those around him. In an attempt to soften the impression, he begins to claim that it was just a joke, in an effort to rectify the awkwardness created. Dong-hwa also seems unhappy with how coach potentially embarrasses her in front of her friends with her strange behavior and excessive candor. She approaches her girlfriends, explaining that coach also broadcasts with more followers, raising his status in their eyes. Sisters and girlfriends are instantly interested, asking the name of the channel and expressing their desire to watch its content on the video platform. Dong-yun thanks his sister for her timely help and informs her that his channel is simply called Coach, showing modesty. The guy offers to continue the conversation at the table with delicious food, with which everyone happily agrees, anticipating a pleasant pastime. The coach jokingly states the impossibility of dating on an empty stomach and generously offers to pay for everything, given a whole day together. The girl asks her brother if the coach has a girlfriend, to which he responds by suggesting that there is no romantic relationship. Don thinks to himself that his coach is probably hopeless in love, assessing his chances for a personal life very skeptically. The coach turns to the guy's sister, inviting everyone to join them, reminding them of the Christmas celebration, creating a festive mood. The proposal finds support, and everyone agrees to go together, forming an impromptu holiday party to relax together. Suddenly, an obscure group of gopniks appears from behind, disrupting the harmony of the moment and creating a potentially confrontational situation. One of the goons unceremoniously approaches Dawn's sister, aggressively inquiring about her actions, showing clear disrespect for personal boundaries. The young boy instantly stands up for his sister, demanding an explanation from the stranger and urging him to stay away, showing his brother's protective instinct. However, his sister confidently declares that she herself will do just fine with such workers, showing independence and determination. Dong-yun inquires about the identity of the aggressor and the reason for his harassment of the boy's sister, to which he admits his ignorance of the situation. The sister's friends anxiously explain that they are seniors from their school, whereupon Dawn asks for more details about the conflict. It's explained to him that a guy from their school is pursuing Dong-hu out of intense affection, even though he's clearly not up to her level, causing trouble. The guy realizes he's dealing with a troubled high schooler, and the coach notices his aggressive intentions, like a willingness to hit the girl. The young man explains that his sister has asked him not to interfere, so he needs to trust her and observe her actions in this situation. A high school senior addresses Donghua, reminding her of her refusal to go on a date under the pretext of being busy, and resents her quiet walk. The girl replies firmly that she is indeed busy going out with friends, and points out the obviousness of this fact without hiding her irritation. The schoolboy becomes angry when he learns that she turned him down just because of this meeting, and the girl confirms that she is spending time with friends. His sister rhetorically asks if friends mean nothing to him, emphasizing his disrespect for her personal connections and plans. The girl reminds him that she's already spoken about her disinterest in him, urging him not to act like they're dating. The guy expresses annoyance with her attitude, saying he has been communicating with her in a similar manner, and she responds with ingratitude, trying to induce guilt. The girlfriend's older sisters seem relaxed, although they obviously don't like the unwanted suitor who has appeared, creating a tense atmosphere. When the high school student turns his attention to Donghua's brother, he states his understanding of the situation, jumping to conclusions about the reasons for the rejection. Mockingly, he wonders if she's spending time with these old men, trying to demean the company and emphasize the age difference. Nahal continues the insults, asking if that's how she saves her pocket money, alluding to inappropriate relationships with grown men. The girl reacts with silence to all of this guy's statements, showing restraint and unwillingness to stoop to his level of communication. The high school student provokes her to respond by claiming she is telling the truth, trying to elicit an emotional response in any way he can. The girl calmly replies that she sees no point in answering him, ignoring his attempts to drag her into a pointless altercation. The lady adds that his perception is skewed by his own lifestyle of living in filth, and he can't imagine others living differently. Donghua admits that she has always treated him with respect as an elder, showing traditional Korean courtesy to her elders. However, she adds that he doesn't seem to know his place, alluding to his inappropriate behavior and violation of social norms. Suddenly, the enraged high school student raises his hand, clearly intending to hit the girl, moving from verbal aggression to physical aggression. He threateningly offers to repeat what she said, still holding his hand in the air, showing his willingness to use violence. The observant Dong-gyu thinks one more step, and he'll show the high school student the consequences of threatening his sister, preparing to intervene. The aggressor asks if she thinks he won't hit her just because she's a girl, breaking down the last of the social barriers. His sister bravely responds by suggesting that he should only try to hit her, showing unexpected bravery in the face of the threat. She adds that she won't hit him just because he's older, hinting at her ability to fight back if necessary. The high school student's friends begin to stop him, calling him a fool and questioning his intentions, realizing the danger of the situation. He responds aggressively, demanding not to stop him, having completely lost control of his emotions due to the public humiliation. The young man covers his sister with his body, but she reminds him that she asked him not to interfere, showing her desire to resolve the conflict on her own. Don replies that he can't stay away when his sister is threatened by some obscure guy, justifying his intervention. The girl says irritably that it's over when she uses the wrestling technique, and her brother doubts the simplicity of such a solution. Dong-yun offers to take care of Don's sister and the rest of the girls, but Don responds by wanting to handle the situation personally. The coach philosophically observes that nothing is ever that simple and yet complex, hinting at his way of resolving conflict. Guy thinks about these words, realizing that the coach does seem to be speaking from his vast professional experience. The coach asks to trust him, mentioning his nickname, the King of Enlightenment, hinting at his ability to solve conflicts in an unconventional way. Guy recalls hearing about the coach as being faster than an airplane, emphasizing his outstanding physical attributes and reactions. The senior rudely states that the old man shouldn't interfere, because he needs to figure out his relationship with Donghua, ignoring the danger. Dong-yun addresses him by his first name, Gyu-chan, suggesting that he just leave here and end the conflict, trying to defuse the situation peacefully. Gyu-chan aggressively calls him a crazy old man, threatening to beat him up too, showing a complete lack of understanding of who he's dealing with. He adds provocatively that adults would be put behind bars for beating up a high school student, unwisely trying to manipulate the situation. Unexpectedly, the high school student decides to hit the coach, moving from verbal threats to direct physical aggression. Dong-hyun easily stops his punch right in front of his face with a single palm, showing a significant superiority in reaction speed. The high school student is in shock, not realizing how this old man could react so easily and stop his punch in one move. Not admitting defeat, he decides not to give up and swings again with his other hand, trying to overcome the experienced coach's defense. With equal ease, the coach stops the second attack in exactly the same way, finally demonstrating the difference in their levels. The coach addresses the high school student, intending to say something instructive, using the moment for educational influence. He warns that such actions could play havoc with him in the future, trying to warn against aggressive behavior. Dong-yun asks if he doesn't like the advice from his big brother, using wording that makes the teenager even more irritated. Mujina offers to dance, which leads the high school student to be bewildered and furious, not understanding what this strange old man is even talking about. Suddenly, the coach starts spinning the guy hard by taking his hands, and they twirl together, turning the conflict into a ridiculous dance show. As Don watches, he realizes that the coach has indeed masterfully overplayed the situation, admiring his unconventional approach. The high school students' friends are also surprised at how easily their leader was outplayed without even giving him a chance to show his aggression. As the dance ends, the coach turns to the guy, announcing that his cautionary tale is finally over, summarizing the situation. With a smile, Dong-gyun asks if he had fun, ironically emphasizing the public humiliation experienced by the aggressive high school student. The intense spinning makes the high school student nauseous, which adds to his humiliation in front of everyone watching the scene. The coach notes his poor health with feigned concern, advising him to go home and rest, increasing the psychological impact. A completely demoralized high school student yells for the coach to get lost and get behind him, admitting defeat and leaving the battlefield. The unruly high school senior decides to swing his fist at the coach again, refusing to accept his apparent defeat in the conflict. The coach dodges the attack with remarkable ease, showing the vast difference in experience and skill between the two. Random passersby observing this scene begin to openly laugh at the hapless high school student, increasing his humiliation. Nahal shouts angrily, demanding that they stop laughing at him, further losing control of the situation and his emotions. Noticing he's being filmed, he quickly pulls his hood up, begging not to be recorded for fear of losing control and making the situation worse. His own friends watch with shock, pondering how embarrassing and abnormal it is for him to distance himself from his behavior. High school student Cho, still enraged, demands the coach not to duck, but to fight normally without admitting defeat. The coach calmly responds that an adult cannot hit a child, showing maturity and self-control despite provocation. He compares him to the handsome Dong-gyu, obviously deliberately adding fuel to the fire of the high school student's wounded ego. The coach adds salt to the wound by stating that Cho's punches are so weak that they won't even hurt a fly, increasing the psychological pressure. Dong-gyun explains that this is why his fists are not needed to fight such an opponent, emphasizing the pointlessness of forceful confrontation. The high school student explodes with rage, interjecting about the weakness of his punches, unable to accept the public humiliation of his power. The coach agrees that the situation is awkward, adding that Cho's older brother puts more power into his punches than the striker himself. He continues the moralizing, noting that given Cho's inability to even touch him, the guy clearly has a lot to live up to. The mentor ironically advises him to focus on his studies, hinting at the futility of developing fighting skills for an under-gifted teenager. Cho turns to his friends, calling them freaks for their inaction, desperate for support in an unequal confrontation. They make excuses by threatening to transfer to another school for new problems, especially on the record, and ask him to end the pointless conflict. The coach ironically urges the boys to intervene, offering to show the strength of their friendship, knowing full well that they will not support the provocateur. Dong-hwa worries about the disparity of power in a potential 3-on-1 confrontation, asking his brother if they should help coach. The guy asks Dong-yun if he needs help, but he confidently declines, suggesting they go order a table, confident in their abilities. The coach goes into an edifying monologue about seemingly strong friendships and the supposed awesomeness of fights, warning of future problems. He called for an end to the conflict and enjoy Christmas with loved ones, suggesting that everyone go home and end the incident. The main instigator rudely interrupts his speech, demanding he give the girl back so they can deal with her, showing complete disrespect. Dong-hwa replies with dangerous determination that she'd like to chat with them too, causing her friends to worry, asking her not to provoke conflict. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man appears in the crowd, asking the high school students and observers to disperse, intervening in a tense situation. Guys in suits appear at the scene of the conflict, addressing the crowd, instantly changing the dynamics of the situation with their formal appearance. Seeing them, Dong-gyu is dismayed to think that now there are adult problems instead of school bullies, anticipating the complication of the conflict. The high schooler, on the other hand, was visibly pleased by their appearance, seeing them as unexpected reinforcements in an unequal confrontation. He and his friends bow respectfully before the costumed men, showing unexpected respect for the newcomers to the situation. One of the gangsters asks perplexedly if they know each other at all, not recalling these teenagers among his acquaintances. The high school senior happily reminisces about the last meeting, mentioning his reputation as the best in high school, trying to impress. The guy is confused as he ponders what is happening, comparing the situation to a surreal scene from a movie, not understanding the connections between people. The gangster asks the high school student about the cause of the conflict, and he complains about people who don't know their place, justifying the aggression. Dong-yun realizes that the situation is gaining unwanted momentum, moving beyond the usual street altercation into something more serious. The high school student smugly assumes that the old man is scared shitless, not realizing the real level of danger from his words and actions. The gangsters ask incredulously if the man who doesn't know his place is the one in the coat, beginning to understand the nature of the conflict. The overconfident high school student repeats his threat to the old man, demanding he leave, unaware of the imminent change in the situation not in his favor. One of the gangsters doesn't have time to say a word before the other covers the high school student's mouth with his hand, cutting off further insults. The gangsters who came in begin to apologize, explaining the situation as a simple misunderstanding, abruptly changing their tone from aggressive to conciliatory. Dong-yun, not believing their words, adopts the legendary tiger pose, showing readiness for battle and disbelief at the sudden apology. Watching this scene, the young man ponders whether all the participants in the conflict are familiar with each other as he tries to understand the complex web of relationships. The coach suddenly grabs one of the gangsters, suspecting them of lying and wondering about their choice of inappropriate clothing for the cold. Dong-gyu urges the coach to calm down and offers to listen to the explanation first in an attempt to prevent further escalation of the conflict. The trainer turns to the men in suits, asking if they are done with criminal activity, getting an affirmative answer from that point on. The coach, unhappy at having his questions ignored, continues to press on, but Don intervenes, again asking him to calm down and lower the heat. It turns out that the men who came are in the business of installing slot machines and are required to remove drunks and stop fights, explaining their actions. The athlete reflects that they had no reason to say anything untrue, beginning to realize the situation and their very legitimate presence in the place. Guy notes that their words initially sounded like they had installed a machine to provide protection, which seemed suspicious. The coach states that if they had not allowed the slot machine to be installed, the gangsters would have destroyed their business, alluding to methods of pressure. The people in charge of the machines are perplexed as to why the coach continues to think poorly of them, and the one asks about the reasons for the school children's bows. One of them resents the children's attempted deception, to which the man in the suit denies familiarity, claiming to have only seen them once. The man explains the chance encounter as when he was having drinks with friends, and the teens just came over to say hello, trying to clear up a misunderstanding. Turning to the high school student, they demand confirmation of their words, instead of standing like a toucan, clearly pressuring him. The coach, noticing a threat to a student, swings his arm and demands an explanation of who they are, demonstrating a defensive stance toward the teens. Dong-gyu, watching his coach, thinks that he is really a master of enlightenment in such conflict situations, admiring his approach. A staff member decides to approach a schoolboy who has been harassing his sister, intending to resolve the conflict definitively by his own methods. As he approaches, he informs the schoolboy of his luck, for if it had not been for the intervention of these guys, the kid would have beaten him to a pulp. The schoolboy stubbornly accuses him of pretending to be a tough guy, covering for other people, and calls him a coward while continuing to show aggression. The young man advises to just walk away and not embarrass himself further, but the schoolboy demands to remove his hand, rejecting the friendly approach without realizing the danger. Hearing this, Don decides to clamp down on the guy's shoulder with enough force to demonstrate physical dominance without causing serious harm. He explains his reluctance to do something bad in front of his sister by urging her to leave, making it clear that he is serious. The sister intervenes, asking her brother to let him go and move on to table reservations, noting that her friends are already hungry, diffusing the tension. Looking at the older boy, his sister mentally notes that he was lucky with her intervention, saving him from his brother's wrath and more serious consequences. The cocky schoolboy still won't admit defeat, asking if he looks capable of losing to a girl while maintaining his image. The people in charge of the arcade intervene, stating that now the guy is going with them, taking responsibility for the troublemaker. They simply take him with them, ending the conflict decisively and removing the main instigator from the scene to everyone's relief. Dong-gyu expresses surprise at the coach, calling his approach the gentlest possible, to which he explains that he was just harassing them for safety. The situation is resolved to everyone's satisfaction, and observers note a fun performance, seeing the conflict as entertainment. Suddenly, some high school students in the crowd recognize Dong-gyu, drawing the attention of others to the famous streamer who happened to witness the conflict. They then identify his coach too, who also has his own channel, increasing the importance of the event due to the presence of internet celebrities. Don suggests that his sister relax with her friends, arranging to meet later outside the gym, giving her the freedom to spend time with her peers. Later, Coach Dong-yun and Dong-gyu start a joint broadcast where Coach suggests a little rest, which the guy probably agrees to. A young man announces a home exercise routine easily repeatable by the audience using an ordinary water bottle, making the workout accessible to all. The trainer notes the difficulty of returning to training after a long break, worrying about losing a few pounds of muscle mass. The guy compliments his fit form, to which the coach proudly responds with his professional status, explaining his good physical shape. Guy announces that the rest period is over, inviting viewers to actively write in the chat room, engaging the audience in the interactive part of the broadcast. Dong-yun wonders about the feeling after the first day of training, referring to memories of starting out in the martial arts. Guy recalls the unbearable pain of the early days, seemingly fatal, but notes the obvious progress since that time, showing the path of development. The coach expresses confidence in Don's coaching potential, who thanks his signees for their support, recognizing their contributions to his growth. Mentally, the young man notes that boxing knowledge and skills have been acquired through his own mistakes that he went through in his training. Dong-gyu recalls his first training at home with a bottle, similar to today's recommendations, noting the gradual increase in strength through constant practice. Young expresses his satisfaction with the number of people following his progress, appreciating the audience's support in his development as a fighter and coach. Guy notices the unusually high number of viewers on tonight's broadcast, drawing attention to this fact and speculating on the reasons why. The coach anticipates an increase in popularity after the Christmas incident, linking the influx of viewers to the recent public conflict. Donhan mentions the rapid spread of the video across the internet thanks to a bystander who captured the entire event on camera. Viewers confirm interest after watching a video of the coach masterfully taunting the bullies, showing impressive skill. Don notes that the protagonist of the video, their coach, is perplexed about the reasons for the growth of his own audience, at which he gets an explanation about a fleeting appearance. Coach attributes the rise in popularity of the guy's channel to the mere second appearance of his handsome face in a viral video, downplaying his role. The coach jokingly laments the neglected participation while his young colleague becomes more and more popular, creating a comic moment. The guy with a smile offers to buy the coach dinner as compensation, showing friendship and respect for his mentor. Haters appear in the chat room, criticizing the broadcast as boring and the presenter's jokes as unfunny, expressing aggression towards the losers. Don notes the emergence of different types of viewers, but expresses confidence in the ability to handle negativity thanks to the new moderator. Coach thanks the moderator and jokingly offers a job on his channel, asserting his superiority over Dong-gyu as a potential employer. The moderator politely declines the offer, stating no intention of changing jobs, and asks to return to the main topic of the broadcast. The young man mentally notes the correctness of the decision to entrust moderation to this person, confirming the effectiveness of choosing a qualified assistant. Dong reflects on his decision to entrust moderation to Bong-soon when she offered to help, not knowing what assignment might be right for her. Young recognizes that regardless of her high level of boxing, he can't let her confront the corporation directly, worrying about her safety. It's a shame for a guy to ask such a talented person to just toss out angry commenters, thinking it's an insufficient application of her skills. The guy promises viewers that if they continue training in the same spirit, in a year, they will gain the same physique as he has now. The coach jokingly remarks that next year is only one day away, playing with words and creating a comical moment in the broadcast. Guy clarifies that he did not specify which one was next year, leaving himself room to maneuver in this promise. Dong-gyu announces that there will be no broadcast tomorrow due to important business, but the coach offers to broadcast in his place, taking the initiative. Young encourages viewers to have fun with the coach, announcing the broadcast will end soon due to an upcoming chapter gathering demanding their attention. At the end of the stream, the guy thanks the coach for his work, apologizing for having to leave, showing respect for his colleague and their collaboration. Having changed clothes, Don thinks about the strange, noticing anomalies in the usual course of events and analyzing the information available to him. The sportsman notes that the Guek gang has done nothing since the meeting at the strawberry farm, which seems unusual after past confrontations. Don ponders a possible problem, puzzled wondering what the hell is going on, sensing a hidden threat. The young man calls Gray, who immediately jokes about New Year's gifts for the boss, demonstrating their informal friendship. Guy seriously responds by forgetting about the gifts, concentrating on the inactivity of an enemy that seems suspicious and demanding attention. Gray reports plans to occupy a warehouse on the West Bank that night, and the young man wonders why he didn't get this information sooner. The friend explains that he didn't hide the information. It's just that his opponents didn't know about his ability to steal data and shared it in the normal way. The guy clarifies that he has no details other than the date, tried to find out more, but it was too late, demonstrating the limited information available. The hacker tried investigating the location via cameras, but found there were no hackable devices, making it difficult to get more information. His friend promises to send the coordinates within a minute, providing the bare minimum necessary for possible investigation or intervention. Don ponders that there is nothing much there. The land has already been purchased, and at the price it will be hard to beat it out, probably during his time in his new body. Gray wonders if the place is as valuable as the strawberry farm, at which the young man confesses his uncertainty, being cautious. Guy explains that he hasn't kept up with changes in the industry with limited information, making it difficult to assess the significance of the place. Don clarifies the source of his knowledge, information from a past case that is probably already out of date, emphasizing the possible irrelevance of the data. Young considers two possibilities. Either it is a trap, or the land has actually become valuable, demonstrating an analytical approach to the situation. Gray suggests ignoring them this time, deeming the risk unjustified with the lack of information and unclear prospects for intervention. The young man strongly objects, insisting on the need to go and check everything personally, showing his active position and unwillingness to remain in the dark. They had already made their way to said land, moving stealthily and carefully so as not to attract the attention of possible observers. Dawn wonders if the GPS from Cho Gyu-hek's hacked phone led them here, doubting the accuracy or veracity of the data they received. Looking around, he only notices the car of the chairman's nephew, which seems suspicious with a large operation expected. Guy ponders the need to go out of ambush to scout the situation, seeking more information before making decisions. Assessing the warehouse, Dawn wonders about the whereabouts of the chairman's nephew, trying to anticipate his actions and location. Suddenly, the doors of the warehouse he had entered close abruptly, cutting off his escape route and creating a trap-like feeling. The young man bitterly admits he was right in assuming a trap, berating himself for falling into such an obvious enemy trap. The boy tensely listens to the surrounding sounds, trying to determine his position and the presence of opponents in the immediate vicinity. Gyu-hek informs someone on the comms of the facility's early arrival, wondering about further instructions on how to handle the trapped guy. The chief is informed by phone of some anomaly that disrupts the original plan and requires an adjustment of actions. Gyu-hek's interlocutor talks about the failure of traffic lights throughout the city, creating chaos on the roads and making it nearly impossible to get around. A subordinate describes huge traffic jams in which it is impossible to move forward or backward, paralyzing the city's transportation system. It becomes clear that the other co-conspirators are in the same predicament, forcing Gyu-hek to wait without the promised support. The young man who approached innocently notices the small traffic jams on the roads, clearly hinting at his involvement in the city's transportation collapse. Gyu-hek asks with horror what he has done, realizing the scale of the planned counter-operation and his vulnerable position. The guy calmly replies that he just hired a good manager without going into the details of the transportation chaos he organized. It becomes clear that it was Bong-soon who used her hacking skills to block the roads, isolating Gyu-hek from his men. Dawn offers to start the conversation, showing calmness and confidence in controlling the situation despite being in enemy territory. Left alone with the guy, Gyu-hek looks extremely frightened, realizing his defenselessness in front of a dangerous opponent. He tries to escape in the opposite direction of Dawn, desperate to avoid a direct confrontation and escape the danger. The athlete, noticing this, naturally reaches for it, not wanting to miss the opportunity to finish the job after so much preparation. Suddenly, the guy's eyes express extreme surprise, registering something unexpected, sharply changing his understanding of the situation. Dong-gyu realizes that not only Gyu-hek is in the warehouse, but also some subordinate whose presence was not known. Gyu-hek runs up the stairs and expresses relief at his rescue, finding support in the person of this unexpected subordinate. He brags about his personal arrangement with Jong-yeon to catch the guy, showing his connections and foresight in planning. Gyu-hek specifies that he asked to borrow his most trusted subordinate, confident in his ability to handle an unexpected threat. The subordinate turns to the guy himself, sarcastically noting the pleasant familiarity with director Yoon Sook, recognizing his real personality. The big guy explains his inability to talk to his boss by assuming the role of a shield between Gyu-hek and the potential danger in the guy's face. The bodyguard offers to leave the principal alone and play with him, acting as a physical barrier between the two adversaries. Guy turns to him, ironically wondering if he can really handle it alone, assessing the seriousness of the new threat. The big guy smugly replies that he doesn't need any help, promising the guy's demise today at his own hands, fully confident in his superiority. Dawn coldly replies that the outcome is unknown, and offers to see who really dies tonight, accepting the challenge without a shadow of fear. Guy promises to get the big guy over with quickly, and move on to talk to the principal, showing confidence and determination. Suddenly, during this exchange of threats, the guy hears a strange sound that catches his attention and makes him wary. The subordinate decided to start the fight first, extending his powerful arm towards the guy, showing initiative and confidence in his superiority. The bodyguard notes the guy's agility, anticipating an interesting battle, assessing his opponent as a worthy opponent despite his cocky attitude. Dawn feels a tremendous pressure, as if a mountain is looming over him, realizing the physical superiority of his opponent and the threat he poses. The guy realizes that if the big guy catches him, he won't count his bones, soberly assessing the potential consequences of a direct confrontation. The subordinate approaches the director, assuring him that there is no cause for concern, promising to deal with the enemy on his own. Gyu-hek is sweating profusely and worried, expressing formal confidence in his defender, although his body clearly betrays an inner restlessness. The big guy addresses the guy as Yoon Sook's superior, expressing joy over his survival, hinting at familiarity with his past identity. Dawn decides to use a counterattack rather than attack first, analyzing his opponent's style and choosing the best strategy to win. The subordinate continues to speak, expressing joy that the office worker was able to defeat 2 rats in an attempt to provoke an emotional response. The guy understands his opponent's tactics, assuming he's also a wrestler looking to catch him to use his moves. Noting the big man's speed, the young man decides to keep his distance and attack in such a way that his opponent cannot hit him with his powerful arms. Another punch follows from the big man, but the guy manages to take a step back in time, avoiding direct contact and keeping a safe distance. The first blow is followed by another, but the guy puts up a block, showing good defense technique and the ability to counter attacks. He determines the moment to counterattack by clenching his fist and preparing to deliver a strike of his own, taking advantage of the window opened in his opponent's defense. The young man strikes directly at the thug's stomach, putting all his strength and technique into trying to inflict maximum damage to the vulnerable area. The big guy only laughs, calling the punches a tickle and reminding him that despite his fists, Don is still an office worker, belittling his fighting skills. The guy wittily replies that his opponent should also work in the office, hinting at the need to develop intelligence in addition to physical strength. The annoyed thug begins to attack more seriously, jumping on the guy and showing a new level of aggression and determination. Don responds that his actions were not treason, defending his honor and motives in the face of accusations from the enemy. The athlete strikes the big guy again at the same point as last time, following the principle of concentrating his punches into one vulnerable spot. The guy throws countless punches at the belly of his massive opponent, aiming to cause significant damage with a cumulative effect. The guy mentally recognizes the trap, but decides that now it is not important. The main thing is to break through the obstacle to the main goal. He understands the need to win regardless of the opponent, and delivers a powerful leg kick, putting all of his technique and power into it. The blow proves to be so strong that it throws the bulky man back several meters, demonstrating Don's unexpected power. The guy notices something strange in what is happening. His analytical mind identifies inconsistencies in the opponent's reactions to the blows received. The thug, despite his powerful attack, has no trouble getting up, accusing the young man of betraying his superior, which he should have done like anyone else. Don is surprised to realize that even after such heavy blows, he hasn't done any damage to the big guy, which seems almost impossible. He responds that his actions were not betrayal, but exposure, drawing a clear moral line between these concepts. The big man shouts that accusing an innocent chairman in court is treason, expressing his version of events. Guy sarcastically asks if the opponent really believes in the innocence of the chairman, questioning his moral judgment. He recalls that the chairman took from poor families the last thing they had, emphasizing the true nature of his treacherous actions. Don sarcastically asks if after such a thing the chairman is still considered innocent, emphasizing the absurdity of such a position. The big guy indifferently wonders what's wrong and who cares why the chairman is doing this, showing moral blindness. Bodyguard claims to be a stone jungle world where the strong naturally eats the weak, justifying the cruelty with a natural pattern. In his opinion, everyone is in the same boat where people step on others for better clothes and food, accepting this behavior as the norm. The big guy continues that pretending is futile, and if you don't step on others yourself, you're bound to be stepped over, asserting the inevitable. The man lashes out at the guy, accusing him of betraying the chairman out of a lack of understanding of simple things like survival of the fittest. The guy bitterly asks if this is what it means to be human, demonstrating his disgust with such a philosophy and values. Dong-gyu punches the big guy with his fist, physically expressing his disagreement with the position expressed and rejecting the proposed worldview. The athlete declares that he who eats the weak is not a human being but a common animal, drawing a clear moral line between humanity and animal behavior. Young argues that people should help each other and their neighbors, indicating his stance on basic human values and mutual aid. The guy doesn't recognize someone who lives by the big guy's voice principles as a human being, continuing to deliver countless blows to his body. Suddenly, the big guy stops taking hits and grabs the guy by the fist, dramatically changing the dynamics of the fight in his favor. The bodyguard reports with satisfaction that he finally caught the guy, achieving his goal after a series of accepted blows and feigned retreat. The boxer realizes that his opponent purposely allowed himself to be beaten so that he could take him down at the right moment, revealing the big man's cunning tactics. After the takedown, the big guy delivers a powerful punch with his forehead, using his body mass and the element of surprise against the speedy opponent. Don begins to fall, feeling the effects of the powerful blow and losing control of the situation that suddenly turns against him. His head rang as if it had been hit with a rock, demonstrating the effectiveness of the big man's technique and the seriousness of the injury. A subordinate ironically notes the oddity of everyone punching him in the stomach, assuming the appearance of bruised ribs from the many blows. He asks if he looks like a fat calf to Don, sarcastically commenting on his own physique and his opponent's perception of him. The young man feels as if his head is about to come off, recognizing his inability to move normally after the powerful blow, showing vulnerability. The subordinate smugly notes that he's caught the guy again, delighted with his success and growing advantage in the physical confrontation. He explains that despite being outwardly perceived as a fat man, he is actually in control, revealing the deceptiveness of his appearance. The big guy speculates about the complexity of balancing fat and muscle, which the guy has no clue about, emphasizing his particular physical training. He begins to pin Don to the ground, using his massive body and arm strength to completely immobilize his opponent and end the fight. The guy didn't expect this turn of the situation, having to admit to underestimating his opponent and his own error in tactical approach. The big guy admits that Don really surprised him, expressing a certain respect for his opponent's fighting skills. The young man desperately tries to free himself from the hold, but struggles to apply techniques against his opponent's large body, losing his tactical advantage. The big man continues to philosophize, claiming that his actions are what a man should do, justifying his cruelty with ideology. With all his might, he holds the guy by the throat and slams him to the ground, displaying ruthlessness and superior physical strength. The big guy repeats this brutal technique over and over again, methodically inflicting maximum damage and leaving no chance for resistance. Watching the scene, Guhek thinks he has sent the right man, sensing his side's growing advantage in this confrontation. The big man returns to the interrupted lecture, explaining that due to the balance in his body, he can take a lot of hits. Kim Dong-gyu's body refused to obey after a series of brutal blows. Every movement felt as painful as if all his bones had been broken. Smugly smirking, the massive subordinate leaned over to the face of the defeated guy and broached the subject with a mocking intonation that he should have been carrying a knife. The guy's consciousness was feverishly searching for a way out of this death trap, going over the options and possible tactics to confront the superior opponent. Not content with the damage he'd already done, the big man began to methodically slap the guy on the floor with sadistic pleasure. Satisfied with the results of his actions, the bodyguard turned to the terrified Guhek and declared that the guy had been played with enough, and now he would finish him off. Guhek nodded nervously, hurriedly communicating the urgency to leave the place, and adding that if the boss trusted the bodyguard, he relied on him as well. Smiling ingratiatingly, the chairman's nephew suggested that his defense counsel finish the case himself, promising to pass on his thanks to his boss. Having been given carte blanche for his actions, the big man dropped to one knee beside the half-dead Don, and began praising the chairman as an exceptionally good man. Suddenly switching gears, the bodyguard curiously asked the battered guy if he had ever seen the chairman with his own eyes once in his life. He cast an appraising glance over the lying Don and noticed with feigned regret that he looked young, and asked why he was avenging his past body. When he finished his inappropriate philosophical monologue, the big man picked up a weighty brick from the floor, clenched it in his powerful hand, and swung it threateningly over the young man's head. Meanwhile elsewhere, Kim Dong-hwa looked extremely upset, her usually calm face expressing deep anxiety and incomprehensible worry. When she finally saw her brother, horribly beaten, with bruises all over his face, the girl asked in shock what had happened to him and who had mutilated him so badly. With pain in her voice, she reminded her brother of the purpose of their meeting today: to give New Year's wishes to their late father, about whom he would be greatly worried. The sister continued with a note of resentment in her voice, asking if her brother wanted to finally tell her what was going on, admitting that she was very worried about him. Seeing the lack of response from her brother, her sister sighed bitterly and asked her to forget about it, suggesting that they wish their late father a happy new year. At that critical moment, when the big man brought the brick over Don's head, several cars suddenly drove into the warehouse, breaking the ominous silence. The bodyguard froze in amazement, not expecting outsiders at this time and in this remote location. Through the fog of pain and half-forgetfulness, Don began to recognize the familiar voices of the men who had arrived. His weary heart filled with hope, and his lips trembled in a smile. It was his trainers from the gym, who burst inside the warehouse without further ado, and immediately inquired about their host's opinion of their unexpected visit. The big man, quickly assessing the changed balance of power, snapped rudely that it was private company property, and asked if the guests had known about it before the invasion. One of the trainers, disregarding the legal aspects of their intrusion, calmly explained that they had come to protect their younger comrade from harm. Without further explanation, the trainers simultaneously lunged at the massive bodyguard. Despite the numerical superiority of the attackers, the big man managed to block the first attacks with his powerful arm. One of the trainers mentally noted that their opponent only appeared to be a fat man, but in fact turned out to be an extremely pumped-up and dangerous fighter with hidden fat. Instantly adjusting his tactics, the trainer decided to attack the big man's stomach, while his colleague suddenly appeared from the side and delivered a powerful blow directly into the bodyguard's face. The trainer mentally calculated the next steps, anticipating how the opponent would open up in an attempt to counterattack. A precise blow to the big man's nose made his nose bleed, causing him to retreat a few steps and recognize with surprise the physical pain he rarely felt. The enraged bodyguard rushed forward with a threat to kill the offender. but the coach coolly met the attack with a precise kick on the aggressor's knee. The hall director approached the lying Don and with concern in his voice asked if he was all right, to which the boy weakly replied that he would survive, though his bones ached from the blows. At this time, Dong-gyun continued his desperate fight with the huge bodyguard, trying to block his powerful blows and buy time for his comrades. However, another block did not help, and the coach fell to the concrete floor with a painful groan, and the big man smugly remarked that he was not strong enough to win. The director of the hall, who was watching the fight, grumbled and said that he tried not to interfere in this conflict, but it seemed that the young people would not be able to cope without his participation. He looked at the big guy and asked in a calm tone if he knew why tigers were called kings of the mountains, to which the big guy snorted contemptuously. Without waiting for an answer, the hall director smoothly adopted his famous tiger stance, making those present hold their breath in anticipation of the inevitable fight. The bodyguard only smirked as he looked at this demonstration and smugly stated that even if the opponent defended himself, it wouldn't be enough. Ignoring the threats, Park-hoon calmly continued his thought, explaining that a true tiger could overcome a mountain with one powerful leap. With a lightning-fast movement, the hall director grabbed the huge opponent by the neck and delivered a precise blow to the vulnerable spot, using a technique honed over the years. He explained his actions, noting that the real behavior of a tiger is the ability to instantly identify and attack the weak points of its helpless victim. The bodyguard suddenly began to gasp, his face turning purple and his hands instinctively reaching for his throat in an attempt to ease the sudden pain. Without losing his advantage, the owner of the hall continued his attack. His movements were swift and precise, not giving his opponent a chance to recover. The next blow went straight to the bodyguard's stomach, causing him to bend in half and lose precious seconds to regain his breath. Continuing his impromptu lecture, the principal remarked that the tiger is known for its sharp claws. With the words, "Now you know who a real tiger is," he delivered another powerful blow that threw the big man against the wall and robbed him of his last strength. Despite his eagerness to continue the fight, the bodyguard had clearly lost coordination. His balance was off and his strikes had become inaccurate and easily predictable. Sensing a break in the fight, the other trainers surrounded the staggering big guy and began methodically attacking him from all sides, giving him no chance to escape. In desperation, the bodyguard could not believe what was happening, mentally refusing to accept the possibility of defeat at the hands of these seemingly weak opponents. In rage, he shouted insults, calling them freaks and lowlifes, trying to make up for his loss of physical superiority with words at least. No one even dignified him with a response. Instead, one of the coaches silently delivered a precise punch to his face, silencing him and focusing on defense. Mujina calmly explained to the audience that the nose is a vulnerable point for absolutely all fighters, regardless of size or training. Unexpectedly, the recovered Dong-gyu appeared right above the big guy, somehow miraculously climbing up the dais despite his severe injuries. From a high jump, he unleashed a powerful leg kick directly at the stunned bodyguard's head, putting all the pain and humiliation of the last few minutes into the attack. From the force of the blow, both fell to the ground, but it was for the big guy that the fall was the last in this fight, rendering him unconscious and unable to continue. The trainers looked among themselves in relief, expressing hope that they had finally knocked out this invulnerable foe and could think about retreating. Wasting no time celebrating, they hurried for the exit, realizing the need to leave the scene quickly before reinforcements arrived. Leaning on the principal's shoulder, Don asked how they'd managed to find him, to which he replied that they'd been following him constantly since the incident. Mujina added with a smile that it was rather strange to hear about the guy's intention to go home, and then watch him make suspicious phone calls. The coaches attributed the tardiness to traffic light problems, adding that they couldn't have done it without the coach, and asked what the guy was doing in the warehouse. Park-hoon said he knows what happened to Don's father, and understands his desire for revenge against the corporation and the people involved. He warned against dangerous endeavors, reminding him of his sister who would have a hard time without him, and asked him to call in case of trouble. As they left, the coaches reminded us that they are all family and should always help each other, showing true team solidarity. Later in the office, the principal anxiously asked if it was true that Don was no longer going to attend practice at the gym. Don explained that he plans to work as a real estate agent, which has been his goal since he started competing. He added that he needs a stable job, and for that he needs to find accurate information for his plans. Guy explained that the streamers provide some information, but he wants reliable hearsay from practicing lawyers. Don admitted that he was expecting a trap, but didn't think the warehouses were owned by the corporation, or he wouldn't have fallen into the obvious trap. He realized he would have been lying dead if his friends and mentors hadn't followed him, concerned about his strange behavior. The guy decided he could no longer invade enemy territory in such a direct way, risking himself and others. He realized that he had to rely more on his mind, and not just physical strength, which proved insufficient in the last fight. In conversation, Don explained the need to save up for his sister's college, which required a steady income. Mujina observed that one cannot become strong by stopping training, doubting the ability to combine work and exercise. The guy countered that he wasn't stopping the class, but wanted a time change, willing to come even before the start of the workday. Hearing this approach, the director did not hide his satisfaction, seeing in the guy a real determination and dedication to the sport. As a gesture of trust, he handed Don the keys to the gym, allowing him to train whenever he wanted without restriction. Park Hoon warned that if the guy starts neglecting training, he should understand the consequences to his form. The boy thanked the director for his understanding, promising not to fail and to maintain his level despite his new job. At the interview, the recruiter studied the guy's resume, noting high rankings, courses, and impressive accomplishments. He was surprised to hear about the 400,000 subscribers and asked if Don's terms seemed excessive for a newcomer. The guy thought that appearing in viral videos and being allowed to stream workouts increased his audience a lot. The recruiter allowed for the possibility of a commercial card, but doubted the other conditions requested. He stated that the guy underestimates the complexity of the industry and that popularity is no substitute for real experience in real estate. Don calmly asked what such assumptions were based on, hinting that the recruiter had more information. The man stated that they had no data on the guy's real estate experience, making his claims unreasonable. The young man mentally noted that he couldn't just tell the recruiter the truth about his second life and his experiences before being reborn in Kim Dong-gyu's body. The recruiter suddenly said that one of their top employees recognized the guy and showed them his channel, which immediately caught the guy's attention. The man went on to say that he's seen videos of the guy sorting out property cases, but thinks it's uncomplicated and therefore still doubts his competence. The co-host bluntly stated that today's YouTubers are willing to do anything for views, hinting at the questionable credibility of Don's content. The guy immediately realized that the recruiter thought his past stream videos were staged, intentionally created to attract subscribers. The recruiter pointed out the lack of references to relevant experience on the resume, adding that he doesn't accuse the guy of cheating, but doubts the veracity of his cases. The sportsman thought that this man was clearly one of the most unpleasant types he had encountered in both of his lives. Dong-gyu realized that the recruiter wanted to hire him, but on unfavorable terms with minimum wages, taking advantage of his supposed inexperience. The guy logically remarked that if the company could hire judicial officers, it could hire him on his terms, which made the recruiter think twice. The man proudly replied that Golden Office Real Estate Agency, a well-known place in the wider community, as if that explained his position. The employee again emphasized the lack of work experience on the resume, stating that the guy's terms were significantly overstated for someone of his caliber. The recruiter softened his tone, saying he would still like to see Don on a team where they could work together for a long time and succeed in business. The man sarcastically added that the guy's conditions could be considered except after 10 years of work, clearly not taking them seriously. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted. Someone entered the room, attracting the attention of both interlocutors with his confident appearance. Boxer noted to himself that the recruiter didn't even apologize to him, demonstrating that he saw him as a true simpleton who didn't deserve respect. Dong-gyu thought he would have done the same in his place, but was intrigued by the identity of the person who entered and his appearance. It was an elegant, obviously wealthy older man who said hello to the recruiter and asked who the new client was, the CEO himself. The recruiter explained that this was the same guy they had discussed yesterday, and that he had come in for an interview, which caused the Jielpani to be surprised. The guy said a polite hello to the CEO, and the CEO immediately asked when the guy planned to start working for their company. The recruiter hastened to explain that a final decision had not yet been made, to which the man asked with obvious bewilderment about the reasons for the delay. Embarrassed, the recruiter responded that the terms the guy put forward were too inflated and unrealistic for a company of their caliber. The employee thought to himself that this young man did not understand business realities at all, and that one should not pay such sums to the first person he met. The concerned general in charge decided to personally ask the guy what exactly his conditions were, wanting to hear his side of the story. The young man calmly explained that he would like a percentage of his income not to be included in the company's overall profits, but instead he would make a deposit. The recruiter added that the guy also asked for a business ID, even though he's too young and obviously lacks the experience for such a responsibility. Hearing this, the general manager was silent for a second, scrutinizing the young man's face and pondering the information he had heard. Dong-gyu looked very determined, making it clear with his appearance that he would not agree to lesser terms, even if he had to leave. The man smiled and said he likes people who always act on substance and know exactly what they want out of work and life. The guy realized that the man in charge just liked determined and straightforward people, mentally noting that he knew the man would agree to his terms. To the recruiter's surprise, the general offered to sign the contract right away without putting things off. However, the man added a condition: if the guy makes a commercial deal in a month, only then he will accept all his terms without any problem. The recruiter began to object to the principle, saying it was totally unfair to give such privileges to a young, inexperienced guy. The man in charge calmly replied that it's fair to get as much as you give, so if the guy fulfills the condition, all is fair. The guy was insanely happy to hear such words from the director, realizing that they were thinking on the same wavelength and speaking the same professional language. Dong-gyu stated that he has absolutely no reason to turn down the deal. He promised to show results, proving that it's not just about being young. The man nodded, saying he would wait patiently for the results, not doubting the abilities of his promising new employee. The director specified that he expects the guy at work tomorrow, which caused obvious displeasure on the face of the recruiter, who was not satisfied with such a quick decision. Addressing the employee, the director asked him to take care of the rest of the formalities, saying that he would go for a rest while he dealt with the documents. The recruiter was clearly unhappy that the guy got such favorable conditions, but he did not dare to contradict the decision of his direct supervisor. Later, sitting in his car, the young man was on the phone reporting that he had signed the contract, adding a line about re-signing in a month. Dong-gyu grimly remarked that since he wasn't in his past body now and didn't have the same connections, he simply had no choice but to take the risk. The guy asked his interlocutor to keep an eye on Bong-sun, warning that if anything went wrong in their case, one should immediately retreat without hesitation. Gray replied presumptuously that he was a master of backtracking, though the lad remembered that in practice that was far from the case, given his past ventures. The comrade reminded him that the boss now had a job, to which Don replied that he would focus on his capabilities rather than going for broke. The guy admitted that he realized his shortcoming, and promised to spend even more time training in the gym so as not to repeat the past mistake. The boxer quietly added that he had experienced real pain, and did not want to go through that kind of humiliation and helplessness in front of an enemy again. The young man ended the conversation by saying that after setting things up here, he would move on. Once he gets there, he'll begin his real hunt for his abusers.